type metal safeguards the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. They'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms with floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload Mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, इट्स मी सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम डिआरएस नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्याप्पी 5th एनिभर्सरी पब्जी मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ, हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला। थ्यांक यू।
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima, dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। अल्लाह हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Another day, another sleigh here at the PMSL SEA Spring 2023. I'm Tash Bunny, your host, and if there were two words for me to describe yesterday, it would be the Indonesian domination here, where not only did RRQ get a chicken dinner, also we had Boom Esports as well as Alter Ego, and what better way for us to really dive deep into what happened yesterday than talking with an Indonesian team? Behind me I have RRQ. And again, you know what? My best friend Nerpeko, he's here. Come on over here. And you know what's great about Nerpeko? He's been teaching me how to speak some Indonesian. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, it's very exciting today because yesterday, congratulations on that. You guys managed to get a chicken dinner. And, you know, your growth for your team is just very exciting in the last 3 weeks. Can you share with us how you guys managed to adjust and overcome so many obstacles in the 3 weeks?
Because in the past 2 weeks, our problem is communication, and in this week 3, we already solved our problem.
So how did you guys manage to talk about it? Like, what do you say to each other?
Ngomong yang bener.
Ngomong yang bener. What does it mean? What does it mean?
I don't know, it's just...
It means just talk. Yeah, all right, that's understandable. So that means that if you have teammates, you're saying, oh, say, ngomong.
Ngomong terus.
Ngomong terus. That's how you say it, guys. All right, so you guys managed to grab a whopping 70 points yesterday and in one day. If you guys didn't watch it yesterday, you guys should definitely watch the VOD. And so what's your strategy for the day? Are you guys going to go for more rank points? Are you going to play aggressive, like bar, as you say in Indonesia?
I think we just play objective like yesterday.
Objectively. So basically just go for what you have to do, find a nice balance between rank points and elimination points.
That's right.
All right, we love to hear that. Now, you guys, you were the FMVP for last year's PMPL SEA Championship Spring, right? Okay, so between you and me, you don't have to tell your friends, you know, between you and me, do you think that you can get the title again?
I don't know, I think so, but it's just a factor of luck.
Factor of luck? You know what? That's fine. Luck or not luck, you know, congratulations for yesterday and good luck for you to get the FMVP. Hopefully it's you over your teammates. They don't know it, so we're going to talk to another team right now. Good luck, Nerpeko. We'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
While we did see the Indonesian teams rise, you know what teams did not play yesterday? Team Hale. And we haven't seen the rise of the Thai teams just yet. So we have to really ask them what is going on behind the scenes. And with me, I have the powerhouse here, Team Hale. Flash, are you here? Oh, there he is. It's going to be really exciting. Oh no, he's actually taking his time putting on his shoes. That's okay. If you guys didn't know, yesterday Team Hale hasn't played quite yet. They weren't playing yesterday, and because of that, they're now down to the 8th spot. Now, yesterday was a really insane day for the Indonesian teams. Let's see if today can be the day where Thai teams rise. Hi Flash, how are you doing today?
เป็นยังไงบ้างคะวันนี้
สบายดีครับ
He's good.
I'm so excited to hear that. Now, Team Hale is like one of the powerhouses here, one of the strongest Thai teams we've seen so far. And you guys definitely have been consistent in the last 2 weeks. While you guys are in the 8th spot, you guys still haven't played. Are you guys confident that you guys can get the top spot today?
ตอนนี้ค่ะเราอยู่ที่อันดับที่ 8 แล้วก็ยังไม่ได้เริ่มเล่นเกมเรามีความมั่นใจแค่ไหนที่จะก้าวขึ้นมาสู่อันดับต้นๆคะ
มั่นใจเช่นเคยครับ 100%
100% confidence to be on the top
100% confidence to be on the top is what I want to hear. That is competitive spirit. And speaking of that, you guys managed to get 3 chicken dinners in a day last week, okay? 3 in a day. So what qualities do your players have to remain consistent and play as aggressively and as good as you guys did?
เมื่อสัปดาห์ที่แล้วค่ะเราสามารถคว้ามาได้ถึง3 chicken dinner ใน1วันคุณสมบัติอะไรที่ทำให้เรายังรักษามาตรฐานนี้เอาไว้ได้คะ
ทีมผมเก่งครับ
Because his team is really good.
His team is really good. Okay, if you could say among all of your team players, who is the best player?
ถ้ามีอะไรจะพูดได้เราอยากจะเลือกใครที่เป็นผู้เล่นที่ดีที่สุดคะ
ซีสกายครับ ซีสกาย only
Sea Sky only
Sea Sky only? What does that mean?
Only Sea Sky is
only
the
Sea
best
Sky?
player.
Oh, only Sea Sky, not you? You won't even say you? Wow, we love a humble king. We love a humble king. We love to see that. Okay, so my final question for you is, it seems like the Thai teams yesterday were kind of struggling. As we saw yesterday was all about the Indonesian teams. What do you think that today the Thai teams will be able to rise up?
เมื่อวานนะคะดูเหมือนว่าไทยทีมจะมีปัญหาเรามีอะไรที่คิดว่าอยากจะพูดว่าแบบทีมไทยเราจะก้าวขึ้นมาสู่อันดับต้นๆได้ไหมคะ
สู้ๆครับทีมไทยทุกทีม
He said keep fighting Thailand.
Keep fighting Thailand. Really love to hear that brothership and the brotherhood coming here for the Thai teams. And for now, as we go into today, this is going to be really exciting because, well, yesterday was Indonesian domination. Where they're going to see the rise of the Thais is also going to be another thing. Tash Bunny here alongside one of the coolest teams here on the planet, Team Hale. We're going to pass it over to the casters and we'll talk to you guys in a little while. Bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. This is the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia, which is brought to you by Tesla Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. OBA casters here today, which is going to be me, Choo Choo, and Sir Cloud. We're down to the half of the final week here, Cloud. 3 more days to go, we're done.
Yes, and then we'll find out who will be at the bottom 4. It's exciting to know, but it's also not exciting to know at the same time. It has this mixed feelings as we head on to the final day, which will be on Sunday. But let's recap on the format in case you just joined us for this season, and here it is.
Yeah, we're down to the final week here, week 3 from 5th to 9th. So we're going to head into our grand final 14 to 16. As you guys know, the placement actually do play a big part when it comes to the weekly placements, not just for the bonus ranking. It's also a reshuffle for the teams based on their grouping this week. So far, we do know for the point system in the game, it's going to be 10 points for the chicken dinner, down to the 9th and 6th place where it ended up with nothing. Elimination points, the same elimination points with 1 each. But for the total prize pool this time, we do have $250,000 on actually at stake here.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of money at stake there, as we can see. So we're getting closer and closer to the grand finals. We're getting closer and closer to see the first batch of teams getting eliminated. So it's going to be really, really exciting. And it's also exciting to see the return of some of the teams that took a break yesterday. And today they will be playing, including the team that was interviewed earlier on, Hale Esports. But here are the bonus points. It won't matter till the end of the week.
Speaking of a weekly bonus point, we do know for a fact that the team that didn't actually perform in week number 1, they some of them do redeem themselves in week number 2. But when it comes to week number 3, it's so important for everyone to maintain where they want to be at, and the teams that are actually at the bottom want to get themselves in the top 10. If the case of like the 20th, we do know many teams down there will be relegated if they don't make a comeback, and that's going to be pushing them back up for the final week 3 off to the bonus, where the initial points will drag into the grand finals later, but they'll be just 50% of the total bonus, which means the maximum you can get is just going to be 60 points, but when it comes to the grand finals, it'll be cut down to only 30 points as a start.
And here we are, participating teams. You guys know this by now, but maybe the groups might seem unfamiliar for you. The return of Group A today is going to be Hale Esports, Vampire Esports, 2 powerhouses, and we got GE and Team Secret, 2 teams that will be fighting for survival for the rest of the week. Other than that, obviously, we have Group B, Precision EVOS, Gig Slate, D Xavier, Void. Group C, we have FaZe Clan, Alter Ego, SLD, BTR. Group D will be Yudo Alliance, RRQ, Sem9, DBD. Group E, Boom Esports, Bacon Time, Box Gaming, and PBE. So with the return of the powerhouses, Hale Esports, Vampire Esports, champions of week 1 and week 2, week 3, today will be interesting.
Now, speaking of what's really important coming out from the teams out there, is going to be their bonus ranking. We mentioned this multiple times there. With Hale and FaZe taking the first 2 spot, nobody will end up with 60 points when it comes to bonus ranking weekly, because of how it actually just really extremely competitive when it comes to the Thai teams. But so far the Thais getting themselves the top 4, while Yudo Lions, the only Malaysian team in the top 5 here, and then we start having some of the Indonesian teams, EVOS and RRQ. What worrying us the most in the dangerous critical zone is going to be TS, PBE, DBD and Box Gaming. These 4 actually have a shot of being relegated if they didn't actually try to make a comeback in this final week.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really crucial here for some of the weeks. And some of the teams, they not only need a mid finish, but they need a really, really high finish. So there were some people actually keep track of the points. I'll talk about that a little bit later on, but let's review the weekly rankings as of now. So far, we have 2 teams already broken the 100-point mark, and that is RRQ and SLD.
And catching up behind is going to be 79 and Alter Ego. There's going to be like 5 points away, and maybe 6 coming up from Alter Ego. Really close margins. We're talking about top 5 actually do have a shot at getting a number 1, 2, 3 anytime soon. But when it comes to gap, I do love the fact that this week itself, the gap is not too far. We're talking about all 7 teams on the top played themselves 12 matches already, and boom, got themselves up to 72 points. The one that actually having a gap is going to be Halo and Vampires. Now, these are the 2 teams that will catch up to top 5 anytime soon. They don't have enough matches to be played yet. They are compared to all those top 7, they do have 6 more matches to go, more than a day, like literally a day more on the side of Hill and Vampires. They can play the catch-up game if they need to. The one that we should watch out for, which is going to be Bacon Time, BTR, UDO Alliance, and PBE. On the second page, they played 12 matches, but nowhere near on the first page.
Yeah, we start to see a little bit of a gap there, especially at the bottom 2. Hopefully they'll be able to catch up today because they will be restarting the campaign. But we got to compare the 2 performing teams as of yesterday. Boom Esports and Sem9. Both teams very close in terms of stats with each other. As we can see, average elimination only 0.1 difference. Average damage less than 100, probably about less than 50 even. Top 5 rates. Even so, it's less than 10%, and average throws used less than 2. And it's all siding towards Sem9, but then again, it's all about the points collected.
Well, I love this when it comes to head-to-head. I'm loving the fact that Dap and Yummy, very 2 different players of playstyle, but when it comes to their role, pretty much both are playing the same role, which could be the fragger or anti-fragger for the team. Now, Yummy do actually play more throwables if compared to the side of Dap. Dap, on the other hand, his fragger, entry-fragger style is going to be more towards spraying or shooting down, or having the entry or the opener for the team coming up from a distance with those shot down. But Yummy, on the then, very different approach. He's starting off with those grenades. That's why his grenade elimination is way more if you compare it with Dap. And his team contribution pretty much almost the same. But Yummy always loved those nades, which makes such a big part and integral coming up from Boom. If only Dap can actually learn from a bit coming up from Yummy, and Yummy take a bit from that when it comes to spraying. But Yummy spraying not so bad either. But we see less of Dap using those throwables compared to Yummy in this tournament.
Yeah, Yummy definitely is the DBS master for now. Yesterday, 2 clutches from Yummy. But however, I just want to point out that I really like the fact that they have the same poses. But anyway, performance-wise, pretty similar. Both of them are pinnacle to their team's performance. And here are the highlights from yesterday. So it's going to be highlighting RRQ, Sem9, and Boom. Not always we see a Thai team not inside the highlights.
Yeah, yesterday was actually the first time in their history ever to actually not having any Thai teams getting those chicken in the entire day. It feels like an impossible thing to actually to happen here. So far, we haven't got ourselves any sort of different flags the entire day. But yesterday, I mean, like, that's the first ever not having any Thais. RRQ and Boom, I have to say, when it comes to the only Malaysian team right now performing when it comes to week number 3 is going to be just Sem9 for now. But for Indonesian team and Vietnam, SLD, even DX and Box Gaming, they've been going all out when it comes to the final week. I can't wait to see what they have to offer the next map later. And speaking of RRQ and the rest of Indonesian team, there have been quite a consistency. If there is different teams getting themselves their chicken yesterday, the CJ EVOS, you do have RRQ. The only one that actually, even Alter Ego, the only one that actually don't perform of overall in the Indonesian side, it's going to be BTR so far.
Yeah, BTR currently still at the bottom. I'll talk about some of the stats that I've been following, and thanks to some people from the community, they have been keeping tracks. But we're going to start off in Sandhawk as usual. And speaking about the stats, right now, as of the current state of points collected this week, the bottom 4 is DBD, PBE, GE, and Team Secret. Weighing at 18 bonus points for DBD with their current standing. BTR just above DBD, but only 2 points difference. Gig Slate, 22 points, 4 points difference than DBD. So they are also in the danger zone.
Speaking of top Sanhok performers, yesterday have been quite a good day coming out from the side of Sam9. They are actually can be crowned as the king of Sanhok as of now. They got themselves double chicken so far inside of Sanhok. Nobody else actually can actually do pull that off. We haven't seen a lot of double chicken in Sanhok by the same team here since we were playing Sanhok only once a day. But boom, Vampire, Bacon Time and Sam9 squeezing into the 4th place Sam9. But boom, Vampire and Bacon Time is always the time when it comes to top performance. But as of this week, everything changed so much. Now we don't have Face Clan, Alter Ego, SLD and BTR playing here today. I worry for BTR. They need to refresh themselves. So it's a good thing that they actually do have a break in the middle of a week. But when it comes to 2 more days to go, they really have to push high up there, because it's going to be super awkward for BTR, including Team Secret, to actually be relegated, because they've been here for the longest. And I mean, like, come on, these guys have been here like veterans. They used to be legends.
Yeah, I know, right? And they're currently at the bottom pack. So they have a couple more days to go. 3 more days, in fact. So let's see if they can really pull themselves up this time. Yesterday's break, it's a much needed break for Team Secret, definitely. But here are our caster predictions for today. So we're switching it up a bit for this time around. So Choo Choo, talk us through Bacon Time, D Xavier and Sam9.
I mean, like Sam9 possibly because we do know it's Sanhok, but it's going to be the entire day anyway. So I feel like Sam9 is the only Malaysian team right now to do have the momentum, can set a tone. DX, they start getting their pieces yesterday. So I'm going to wait and see if DX can pull off the momentum and track it out today as well. Or it's just going to be a one-day thing. Bacon Time, on the other hand, for me, this is not really a prediction. This is more towards I'm hoping for them to actually make something out of it. So far, week number 3, Bacon Time has been super quiet. I'm not sure what really happened behind the scene or with the team roster. But I do know for a fact maybe Bacon Time just gonna keep it until the grand finals, because they pretty much make it for the grand finals anyway.
Yeah, they're pretty much on the clear right now. Wouldn't say that they're in the danger zone. But for my side, the danger zone. Gig Slate is in the danger zone. Well, I'm putting them up as a caster prediction because I do know the potential of Gig Slate. They are a very good team. In fact, yesterday we did a comparison of our fantasy team, and Damroot, we have to agree that he is one of the best around from the Malaysian region. So believe that he can lead the team out of the bottom 4, or out of the danger zone at least, and look forward for the grand finals. For Yudo Alliance, on the other hand, they so far this week they haven't really popped out, especially yesterday, but in overall stance they are fairly balanced. They are doing okay, so I would expect them to be able to pull themselves up, especially being a team that has that sort of balance within them, and they can do substitutions, and all their substitutions are quality substitutions. Boom Esports, gotta give it to a Yummy, of course, with the multiple clutch with the DBS yesterday. That was insane. And like what you mentioned as well, it's not only about the DBS that he's good at, it's also about the nades. It's always on point. And if Yummy is on his best day, you can see that Boom Esports go all the way.
As you can see, our prediction changed after yesterday since we lost our faith in DBD. They're not having any chicken till the last minute of yesterday as well. So I'm looking forward to today. I'm still looking forward a tiny bit, just a tad bit of it. If they can still actually make it till the end, that they can secure at least one chicken. I mean, like, come on, one chicken. That's all we ask for. We don't ask for a lot of elimination. We don't ask for anything else from DBD. It's just those one chicken to keep it working. And you know what? Just be with the mix, because they are the only one without any. So they're gonna feel a bit awkward, a bit sort of a difference. Yes, you know what, sometimes not all bad without any chicken. If you're up there, if you're in top 3, you don't get any chicken, now that a big statement that you're giving out. But in this case, when you're down there, you're not having any chickens, that's gonna be a different story.
Yeah, so far they are at number 60 as of current. Ranking points collected, adding on to the bonus points, obviously. So they are by the edge of it. Looking at the current situation, of course, they're depending on how other teams perform as well, like BTR, like Box Gaming, like Gig Slate, and at the same time, they can get a top 5 finish. It should be okay for them, but of course, it also depends on how other teams perform, and that's going to be the tricky part, because you don't have control over how the other teams perform. You got to focus on yourselves. And speaking about teams that really need to focus on themselves, PBE also in the danger zone. And it's going to be the same case as DBD, I must say. Their points are not too far.
Yeah, coming from the side of the Axe, I mean, yesterday was a good run for them. That's the first time ever we're looking at the Axe. And this is the first time as well for us to see them starting off smiling. It's so hot for us to actually see them smiling coming up from the Axe. I'm loving how they actually performed yesterday. I just wish today is going to be a good story for them. They got themselves double chicken yesterday as well, if I'm not mistaken. On the last 2 rounds of Emirama, they got themselves a back-to-back chicken yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, they got
for
it.
side of DX.
Yep, so the Xavier got a double chicken dinner back-to-back yesterday, so they'll be feeling good today to start their campaign. And of course, Lamborghini, he was popping up really, really well. The return of Vampire Esports today, champions of week number 1, who came back, who caught up with Voin in a dramatic finish, in a dramatic day number 5. They even left it to the last game to actually catch up to Voin. So they are really, really good right now. They must be feeling really good. So for them to come in, it's also a danger message to the other teams. Speaking about Team Secret, currently at the bottom pack, total bonus points as of now, only a single digit, meaning that for them to have hope of seeing the grand finals, they need to get like, I think even top 3. Even if it's top 3, it depends on what happens to the other teams below.
Yep, Voin, we haven't seen the best of them just yet. I'm looking for Voin to actually push it out. But for side Procedure EVOS, we saw their monster side. The beast mode, when it's on, it's scary as heck. And Luxie, personally, I think like Luxie is actually way more performing, better than Zuxi. But as a whole, they are way better as a 4. But coming up from Box Gaming, they also have this sort of mindset. They want to go for elimination. I have a feeling today there will be a lot of elimination day. So maybe you're going to see a lot of brutal plays, or even those vehicles keep it rolling, keep on having those running down towards all the other players. A lot of self-nade for allies as well yesterday. I just hope those accidents cannot be made here today.
Alright, Sanho it is, and the return, of course, of some of the powerhouses that we just mentioned. So, Hale, they have gotten themselves a chicken dinner inside Sanho with a very tricky circle. They definitely know how to play this map. They definitely know how to go against a tricky circle. So this will be something that other teams will need to be prepared of. And with the absence yesterday, obviously Lakawi and Kampong wasn't taken by Hale, and now with them coming back, Team Secret needs to find a different spot. But in fact, you can't think about it, Team Secret and Hale Esports, they're in the same group, so they will need to readjust themselves for the entire week. Hence, Team Secret jumping on the left side of Paradise Resort, and they seem to be going to the L House area, and they will start off their campaign there.
For the other teams, I'm not sure if there's any hot props so far. So for the Chem Alpha, I also mentioned earlier on, Chem Alpha is super crowded right now. We're talking about 3 teams right on top of each other. Team Secret, they're splitting themselves as usual, the normal ones, when we saw iShot play last time, but so far iShot have not been playing. So they're splitting the 2-1-1 coming up from Team Secret into 3 islands, because since the first circle has not been popped, but never mind, we do have Camp Alpha party up here.
Oh, PBE, Boom Esports, and at the same time the circle is on the Ruins Island, meaning these 2 teams still need to travel down. So right now, Boom Esports, they have the first blood onto PBE, obviously sharing the same compound. That will give them the confidence. And seeing their current placement of one boy, Starman for PBE, 1 knockdown by him, and he'll finish off Pondbit. So it's going to be back to 3v3, and Monboy almost laid it down. That was a close call.
From PPE, very separated among themselves. Yummy trying to find the corner, which can be shutting down the side of Monboy. Lastly, the Valve rank it on there. They're not doing great either. I'm not sure what is happening, but we're definitely looking over the view coming up from Boom, coming out from Razy, trying to go in and cut some players. But PPE, I have a bad feeling for them. Right now, it's definitely not a good start.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second. It's even worse for these 2 teams. I was about to give my commentary for the fight inside, but now we have to focus on the fight outside as well. That 7-9 is overlooking Boom, so they're not that clear yet. But Choo-Choo, oh man, PBE fighting for their survival. It's been multiple times that we've seen them going out like super duper early inside of Sanhok. So Sanhok definitely not their favorite map.
No, for PB, it used to be the maps when it comes to the wildcard. We saw them going really hectic and very proactive getting those kills for the side of PvE. But when it comes to sea level, you can't treat like wildcard the same because see, you know, firepower wise, when it comes to tactical wise, these guys is way more experienced, well more equipped compared to the teams that actually at regional. So they're definitely already devised for all the players strategy in each team and rotation. They know for a fact some certain checkpoints, so you have to be extra careful. If it's something you do out of habit, you have to make sure that it's not readable by the opponents. Coming up from Bacon Town right on top of Painan, there's so many choke points when it comes to Sanhok really, but down to the players to decide the rotation wise. The Empires 2 are going to leave around Tamarang Ruins here. Other than Chem Alpha Skirmish, I don't see anything else going a bit messy so far.
Yeah, the rest of the areas are kind of okay, but because of the circle inside of Ruins, you can expect some of the choke points. The common ones in this kind of circle will be on the north bridge of Ruins, that's one, and then on the L House, that's another one. Painan's going to be one, and on the bottom where the areas of Quarry can be a choke point as well. So there are multiple choke points inside of this. Will we see teams playing the boat ride? Looking at the current trend, none of the boat rides, we got a couple of boat rides before this, but none of them actually made it safely onto the island that they wish to. So looking at the trend, looks like it's unlikely that we might see one this time.
Just saw them going to have that straight away. Dap finding out Yummy first. Dap and Yummy, man. Like I mentioned before, Dap loved those long fights. And trying to find those long fight acts and execution, if it's not, it's going to be the entry frag as well. If you compare with Yummy who love grenades, it's very different plays, but both are formidable players. GE, I'm loving the fact that GE is playing it today. I forgot about them, sorry for that. But Voice spotted out GE. I just hope they can drag the momentum coming up from the last week of last few days down to the third week. They have been going really strong, but they're not safe either. They have to make sure they got themselves in the top 10 by end of this week. Then we can have one World Cup team going for the playoffs.
Yes. It's still scary though. It's still scary though at this time. Both wildcard teams there in the danger zone. So we're still hoping to see like a wildcard representative going through. At least we have a good variety of teams in the grand finals. If we're able to get both of them in the grand finals, that will be perfect. Because it just gives that extra variety and something for the other regions to cheer on. But just as I mentioned that Ichi gets knocked down. So hopefully it's not part of the caster's curse.
Some teams resort to just swimming. There's going to be Team Secret. Misery coming up. Misery is playing? They're putting in Misery for the side of Procedure Evils. Interesting. We haven't seen him ever. Coming up from Misery. Luxy, Suxy, so is somebody else. In between, there's so many other players coming out from Procedure Evils. And this is the first time we're looking at Misery and Lynx combo. Usually it's going to be Rat Face, Micro Boy, or Lynx. Nowhere near Misery, but today I'm loving that we get to see Misery. I love his plays back then. It was on a different team entirely. But coming up from Procedure Evos, a bit quiet for them right now. Not the usual, like how we saw yesterday. When it comes to Sanhok, the teams that actually dominated on top of Erangel, they don't go all out in Sanhok. If you notice that, I mean, like Erangel, it's going to be their strength. It's going to be their pivotal point where they want to make those numbers up. But those teams usually, when it comes to Sanhok, are a bit quiet or being caught off guard. That's the case.
Yeah, I always think that Sanhok is a very circle-dependent map, and because of the size, it's smaller. Hence, you will get teams closer to each other very, very fast. And of course, on top of that, the circle closes in a little bit faster as well inside of Sanhok. So to take those early fights, yes, you can do it. But of course, the risk is that all the above that I just mentioned. So you kind of like need to wait it out. But I like that you pointed out the fact that Misery is playing today. So far, Prestige Evos, because of their second place finish inside of week 2, they should be able to clear for the grand finals. So they are allowed that room to really try stuff out, to really experiment, to see that is Misery ready for the grand finals? Is this a better composition? So in preparation for that, that should be okay. And now with this kind of circle, it moves closer towards the Ruins Island, and we can start to see the choke points happening. Cam Charlie on the bridge at the side. Now we can see Sky only coming in with Voldemort getting ready to shoot him down.
Sky! Oh, that's gonna be one knock coming out from side of RQ. The moment they step in, they are prepared for RQ. They heard the audio cue just now, and for the side of Sky only, he's the only person that is trying to do scouting with for the side of Hill. Flash just joined in, but at the same time, it's a bit too late now. Voldemort just gonna go for the push and finish off the job, but Flash, I'm not sure that's a good idea, brother, because we're talking about RQ happen to be surrounding them right now. I have a bad feeling for Hill, but if can Sky slice and glide down, there you go. It's still doable for Flash, but at a big risk. They're playing a dangerous game here for Hill.
Well, at least that gives them a lifeline now. But Nepeko very, very smartly going towards the river, just trying to see if anyone comes by. I don't think he really knows that Flash is there. But the fact that maybe they saw that Sky only dropped down, so his teammate would pick him up there, then that's a signal enough. But now Team Secret, already 3 knockdowns very, very early on with Jumper all alone. Going up against the hot Xavier now, but not only Xavier, DVD as well on the other side.
Coming out on the side of DVD. They are very separated. It's 1-3-2-2 formation. Sorry, coming out from DBD. Pasija Eve was now being ambushed inside of GE. GE forcing those fight, but Pasija Eve, they have the whole cavalry on it. Zai is nowhere near. West want to play around the corner and try to force them outdoors, but the thing is, West is running dry on those ammunition. Only 60 bullets left, and that's it. West trying to bite time, but not enough by himself. Where is Zai? He just arrived, but West last tick of health. Bit too late now. I have to say though, GE, they're giving away their bodies like it's nothing to the side of Procedure Evos 1 by 1.
Well, you gotta keep an eye on the Udo Alliance as well, coming in for the high ground. They are waiting for the right moment before they rush in. I can feel a rush coming in from Udo Alliance here, but Zai sandwiched between pretty much 2 teams. If he exists behind, he's going to be shot down by Udo Alliance as well. And now he's super duper low. Olio and Adeluk has shown himself, and Zai taken out by Adeluk. That means number 14 for GE. But the fight's not stopping yet. It's our Sanhao, as we can see here. Hail Esports not giving up against RRQ.
At the same time, the game is giving up on them. The Blazer closing on the side of Hill first. Procedure Evos, and DBS is everywhere again. But Zuxi taking away those elimination with those DBS working out right. He's the last member there is. Can he pull the clutch? Close enough. But when you're fighting against another DBS coming from Olio, it's quite hard. But Boom just bowing out as well. That's going to be the last member being splat down the side of Sam9. Sam9 taking rain, playing a bit slower in the blue zone, crossing the bridge. But the circle, it's going to be tough. It's going to be between the junction of Ruins, Painan and Nakam, possibly. Or even just Painan all the way. Who knows?
Well, looks like we're going to go up to the high grounds where Gig Slate is there together with Beacon Time. So as when you mentioned that, everyone's like taking it slow, we don't see much action, immediately we're feasted with actions. So we're not stopping yet though. We have Asa here just behind Hail Esports. He can shoot from behind. More on the other side. Okay, they're going to go in for a 2 angle onto Hail Esports. But are they going to pull the trigger because they only have 2 players left? It's going to be a question mark here. What will they do? Looks like they're going to let Hale pass by and they're going to slide in the circle from there.
Hill, they managed to get out from this blue zone. Quite a long journey from their side. DBD spotted out on Box Gaming. 1 player, which could be the scouter, possibly Levy. Yan will be the scouter coming out from DBD as well, but DX closing in. Box now coming in as well, as Yan just opened fire before this. Prior to that, and this attracted unwanted attention. Now DBD caught themselves in the trap. They might be hand down both sides. Now, do they want to get out from here? We do know for a fact DBD, it's pretty difficult for them to deal with CQC, so they want to keep the distance as much as they can. But instead of Yudu Alliance, they have a 3v1. Maybe Baker will butt into this as Void start to open fire against Yudu Alliance, and Shamil will try to fight back, giving a bit of a response between these 2 teams.
Yeah, after a hot week 1, week 2, wasn't that great for Void. Week 3 so far is just an okay campaign for them. I'm sure they'll be looking to come back here because they want to bring that momentum onto the grand finals, in which we'll definitely see Void. They are, I wouldn't say that they're really in the danger zone. I believe we should see them there because of their second place finish in week number 1. So it's more about them finding the momentum as we head on to the grand finals. But Olio, interestingly, he passed by Mod didn't pull the trigger. Olio had no clue he was there.
Coming up on the side of 7-9. They used to be the best in Sandhawk, not so much. Only leaving out with only 2 players. There's Havital coming out from them. Heavy casualty. D-Axe climbing up the hills. DBD a bit in those elevations, but the problem is they don't have any vision to the side of D-Axe, who's closing in on the flank side as well. Dick with the DBS prepared. GBOP spotted out. That's going to be the molly for the entry frag. Coming out from the back line as well. Rave is going in with the shotgun. GBOP trying to return the favor by giving back those mollies, but Lambo spot him out on the flank side. They have to deal with this right now for DBD. If not, they will be eliminated in an instant.
Oh, for a moment there, Jimmy OP shot his own teammate, so that was kind of like a wasted moment. But anyway, Jimmy OP, like what you mentioned, DBD, not the masters of close quarters combat. They lost out to D Xavier, and that is it for DBD this time. Looking over at the circle shift, Gigslade is still in it. Bacon time as compound. They'll be comfortable for now, but it's not comfortable for these 3 teams, who some of them are tanking out the blue still.
7-9 Putra cannot save Lung right now. Got too many teams across him as well. Burning off from the blue zone. No first aid is done.
Nice.
That's it. He should have just denied himself just now in the blue zone, but instead finish off by the side of D-Axe. Frankie eliminated on the side of 7-9. Another point on the side of D-Axe. They scored 9 now.
Wow, already 9 points. It's insane coming from D Xavier. They are carrying the momentum from yesterday. The good views, the good vibes from the double chicken yesterday, definitely boosting their morale for the start of today at least. Let's see if they can secure it, can top it off with a chicken dinner, and technically they will be the team getting 3 chicken dinners in a row.
Coming back as another Yudu Lions. Parting their ways against all the other teams, splitting into 2-2 formation again. Making sure they're trying to find themselves angles covered based on the circle, which is pretty hard. We ended up right on the northern side of Sami, in between of no man's land, dropping themselves in and around Sami first on the side of Yudu Lions. But at the same time going up north is a bit difficult. Void spotted out Lamborghini. There's going to be a main fragger coming from D-Axe. D-Axe fanning out, segregating themselves to find a better, wider angle to work with. Void, Lapa, and on the side of Keenan spot out another flanker. Now Frankie and Dirk in trouble right now, but Lapa got returned fire. They replied with those headshots. It's gonna hurt them for a bit for Void.
And because of Void stopping D Xavier, some of them to come to the zone. Frankie now, the only man standing. It's gonna be tough for him this time because he got multiple angles covered onto him. Boss Gaming on one side, Void on the other side. There's almost no exit point for Frankie while he still continues to feel the wrath of the zone.
Back to the side of Shunos, shredded almost his helmet. Spot out Shrubs. Shrubs lost it out there. Frankie spot out Lavi. D-Axe Frankie making so much work for D-Axe. Last player remaining. Got himself a 3 eliminations. Quite a number of volume of kills coming up from D-Axe here today. 10 double digits so far. We're down to only 8 teams here, but Shinos and the rest of Box not willing to give it away yet. Still got his fight in him, but we do have Gigslade in the center. Vampire coming up from the left side, dominating and controlling entirely of left side circle. It's going to come out from Vampires, but D-Axe Frankie, he just denied himself to the zone and got himself eliminations before that.
Yeah, he managed to get 10 eliminations for the team, so that's a decent haul there for D Xavier. Almost getting that number 11, but, well, time wasn't on his side. Spent too much on the zone. Now Hale Esports against Gigslade. This is going to be a key position that Hale Esports really wants to take out of Gigslade with 2 knockdowns. They will want more, but the counter nade from Zillin. He is playing for Gigslade right now. Can he be the one to take out the entire Hale?
Oh, Zillin coming off strong with those DBS. Draggable Savage it is. Zaylen going for more, but this spotted out here from afar. That's gonna be last player, Sky only. Get slow, still can be revived here. Lucky enough, Zaylen did spot him out. They do have a chance to actually play longer and have a bit of a space to do for a reset because UD Alliance is pushing to the side of Kickslate. So definitely they are a bit too distracted right now.
Yeah, the distraction bought them time, but it's not fun for Kickslate. Right now, time's on their side. Zillion Boy will show himself, and he jumps into the fire. Unfortunately, will be finished off by Flax as well. And there you have it. Kickslate only down to damn good. Can he pull off a clutch with a DBS? He sees Adi look, he misses, but the second shot will not miss. One knockdown, 3 more to go, but damn good. It's just too much for him to handle, and that is it for Kickslate.
UD Alliance holding their fort quite strong up there with Logan being out. They can actually save him. Only a spot out the rest of Hill just now. Resume the second round with Hill. Now with Sky only left behind. Can he pull it off with a UMP? Spotted out Olio, sprayed out from the side and got one down. But the problem is the entirety of UD Alliance still there. And now Voin coming in. After one fight with a side of Hill, it's going to be a pause and then another pause now because Voin joins in after Kickslate early on. Now Voin, can they take down this fort from UD Alliance's hand? So far they have been defending quite right, but the nades will be the one that will be the bane.
Nicely tossed from the lower ground, and that should be an opening for Void, but then again, one of them got knocked down, so that's a little bit of time bought. But UD Alliance, the second team to get 10 elimination points inside of Sandhawk. But UD Alliance, they're not clear yet. Immediately got eliminated at number 5 by Void.
Lapa and the rest of them managed to shut down UD Alliance with a fashion. Even though the other teams like Kickslate failed to do so, they know exactly how to play and make it swiftly. Just done. Bacon Time Vampires. 2 Titans is back. Box Gaming, the only person playing for it is going to be Capone for now, coming from Vietnam. Void with 4 players, still full squad. Shrap definitely knows exactly where Capone is now. The moment he steps out and peek out, there's no saving it. Talking about Nobu, feel not just a small shack not being covered by the zone. He has to cross the street as well. And Capone, does he want to? Is he going to deny himself to its a blue zone, or is just going to give it away to the side of Bacon Time? Is he playing the healing game? Is it going to be enough for this first 8?
Well, whatever it is, because of the zone changes inside of Sandhawk for this season, he will not be able to heal himself, and he will deny it to the zone. But Void take advantage of that. He took advantage of the tunnel vision. They're moving in. 2 knockdowns. Ice is the only one standing left, and Ice super duper low by Vampire Esports. Had the button from the other side. Knocked it down. Knocked it knock onto Void. Now with that, Vampire Esports will take advantage. They're coming in. Ice is all alone inside the shack. Tony K, will he be checking it? Looks like he knows that he's there, but Ice took advantage of it with the DBS, of course. And it's going to be stolen from the other side. Covering fire for Tony K. Tony K is still alive. He can be picked up still. Sharps will finish off the job from the other side.
Vampires, what a flawless approach just now. Cleaning up the floor so clean. We're talking about knockdown on Void, giving so much space on the side of Vampires. And they just wrap things around. They know exactly where to see after that first. You know what we do know, like they know exactly, like Void only 1 player left. The others knocked down. We focus on Bacon Time first. It's exactly as it is. Now Shrubs on the other hand trying to force himself forward. They do have a bit more time for the side of Void to reset themselves. But Void spotted out by the side of Newsy and Shrubs. Shrubs, this is the guy I've talked about yesterday. Finally showing off his fangs. But now only Alva left. He got himself those nades. I'm not ssure about the DBS, but M416 in his hand. Here comes Tony K for the rush and the push. But they're coming in all different angles. This is going to be a Vampires winning this chicken of the day. And that's going to be, I have a feeling Shrubs might be the MVP.
Well, it is possible for Shrubs to be the MVP. He seems to be really, really happy. And that could be a sign there. But we'll get a confirmation soon. But what is confirmed is that Vampire Esports, with it mentioned how much of a powerhouse they are, champions of week 1, and from the break, coming back into the day, they started off with a chicken dinner.
super strong performance. They're coming from Vampires, a clean run at that, having themselves all 4 men well and alive coming up from Vampires. It's what, yes, Shrap's getting those MVP with 6 eliminations, 600 over damage. That tally up pretty much like 1 knock and straight away for 1 execution. That's what Shrap's have to offer this time. And I have to give it for Shrap's. I love when he tossed those nades, but we haven't seen that play yet back in the CEC, if I'm not mistaken, Cloud. So you have been very quiet from Vampire. They haven't showed their best yet. I have a feeling we have to enter the grand finals, but so far for the team stats, I mean, like damage taken coming up from Stone, I think should be taken by the side of Tony K. But hey, when it comes to teamwork, it's a dreamwork, right? Everybody pull their own weight.
Yeah, and that's what matters at the end of the day, right? So they still maintain the entire squad. They got the chicken dinner. They got a good amount of elimination points, so it's good. It was a perfect round for them. Now, just looking over the teams to watch, because the Xavier and Judo Alliance, they got at least 10 eliminations each. That's why they're up there, despite they were not in the top 5, or at least the top 5 for Judo Alliance. So they're up there. This is dependent on the total points collected. Void, a team that was did really well in week number 1. Week 2 wasn't their best. Week 3, so far, somewhere in the middle, not too bad. Getting themselves up here in the teams to watch inside of Sandhog. So this is a good restart for Void.
For Void, they definitely needed this because it has been a very, we all know it's going to be a marathon when it comes to a PMSL, 3 weeks long. We saw how they're being shaken off and just over-exhausted, possibly coming from Void, but hopefully last few days the reset has been really great for them and it just shows so far, but can they be consistent? That's going to be the bigger question because we're heading into Erangel next one. Adaptability wise, it's going to be very different with Son of Sunhawk. Not just that the map is so different, it's bigger, it's all about rotation and timing, down to that. When it comes to Sunhawk, I mean, timing is a factor. Yes, time is always a factor, but not as crucial as it is in Erangel because it's a smaller map when it comes to Sunhawk. It's all down to game sense and precision to get those eliminations and be aware with your surrounding. But when it comes to Erangel, it's quite a stretch. It's a very different. Now, can Void pull it again? Can DX again call it in? So far, DX, yesterday's momentum up to today is still there. But we talked about the ties and Vampires. Yesterday they are not here playing and the ties didn't get any chicken, but here they are again.
Yeah, you can't have a party without a Thai team, right? So Vampire Esports waving the Thai flag now with this chicken dinner. And basically the message is that you missed us yesterday, right? So now you might not as much with the chicken dinner message to all the other teams especially. And just looking at the highlights, the Xavier, Frankie this time around, he pulled off a nice few eliminations from afar. That was beautiful by him, bringing them to at least 10 elimination points. So the Xavier, they're not forgotten as well. And like what you mentioned, they are bringing their momentum from yesterday. So looking good so far from the Xavier, not as gloomy. And with that, if they can keep on the momentum, who knows? Could be a surprise during the grand finals.
Yep. Vampires on the other end just show how bloodthirsty they are. They got themselves quite a number of elimination, double digit as well. So there's going to be 2 teams going in with the double digit elimination. There's going to be the Axis side and Vampires. The others, I have a feeling we might have a couple of zeros down there. But here comes the chart. TS again without any point. I feel bad for them right now, honestly speaking. The Axidu Alliance and Vampires. There's 3 teams dominating over 10 eliminations. The rest of them having average of 0 eliminations or even 3 to 4 only.
Yeah, we got a bunch of low eliminations thanks to these 3 teams who got 10 for themselves. It's like half of the teams were eliminated by only 3 teams. That's how the average is like. But yeah, I totally agree. It's looking very worrying. I mean, it has been worrying for the longest time for Team Secret, but it's getting worse and worse as we go on the day or even go on the week. No points at all. PBE2, only 1 point this time. At least they're somewhere in the middle, but they definitely need more points in order to get out of the bottom 4. GE currently at the bottom. Only 1 point, not good enough. DBD as well, they still need more points. But let's check out the overall weekly rankings. And so far, the bottom 4, Team Secret, GE, Gig Slate even fell to that.
I just hope for the side of TS they are not giving up just yet, because they still can fight for it. Might be a bit too late, but we like a bit of a good sportsmanship and just show what they can and they have, even in the last minute. I'm looking forward for that. On the side of GE, they can actually still make it for the playoff, but they need to get out from the 20th place. Will be enough time for them to actually get themselves in the top 10 to just be secure themselves those slots later on. It's a bit of jeopardy if they stay themselves on the second page, because they're not really in the middle bracket when it comes to the bonus weekly ranking. They barely make it in, singers for BTR. But when it comes to top performance, I'm loving this lineup.
So we have T-Duke and Frankie in it. So at least the weight is lifted off of Lamborghini, because for the past few days or the last week he has been really carrying D-Xavier, and it just shows that D-Xavier, they're starting to find a balance inside of the PMSL. And well, no Thai team, no party, right? So you gotta have Sharps up there. Obviously he was the MVP for Vampire Esports when they got the chicken dinner, so looking good up there. Boom, not missing the party as well. But that is it for Sadhawk. We're gonna go to the most played map inside of PMSL, and that's gonna be Erangel next.
Yeah, speaking of Erangel, it's going to be a tough one for the teams that are actually down there to make a sort of a comeback, but they can try. They drop themselves in a hot spot where a lot of teams will be having a lot of clashes. They have nothing else to lose here when it comes to the page, second page or bonus ranking down their players. Like, they can take up the challenge and push themselves in the last minute. Hill, we do know for a fact Hill got himself the most chicken dinner. It's going to be one of their favorite maps here. When it comes to Erangel, they got it, they won it. But the problem is Vampire's coming in very strong here today. Can they actually try to stop Hill? And funny enough, Hill and Vampire is both in the same group, and they are the Titans, the powerhouse, the strongest there is right now for the Thai region.
Yeah, and if you look at the stats, right, like Judo Alliance, they're really focusing onto elimination points rather than rank points inside of Erangel, and that's okay as well, as long as you can gather the points, however it is, whether it's through rank points or whether it's through elimination points, as long as you can do it, that's fine. But of course, with the current meta that we can see here, because of the readjustment of the rank point system, that makes elimination points really, really important. And Judo Alliance, as well as FaZe Clan, in fact, on the previous graphic, they traded back the rank points and they focused more on elimination points, so they still managed to get themselves up there despite the trade. So that just shows that, you know, you can go either way with that. But because of the new point system that is in the current season, if a team focuses only on rank points, they play the passive game, they play like how Arrow Limax was like back in the day, it wouldn't reap the fruits of the benefits that they would have wanted this time around. So looking at this kind of strategy from Judo Alliance, I'll be looking for more action inside of Erangel from them.
I mean, like, first week for Judo Alliance, it was great. They had a fair share of eliminations, plus their rank points not too shabby either. They got themselves quite a consistency, balancing it out quite right, but it's just when it comes to week number 2, it feels like it lost their balance for a bit. I'm not sure if they want to go for slow or just balance it out again and just go all aggressive. We have to wait and see coming up from Judo Alliance. That's why you're actually putting them up for your prediction. But so far, closing off DX, I mean, like, I almost got there, but yeah, they got themselves double-digit elimination. I'm more than happy for that. 7-9, I'm a bit worried for them because they lost their only opportunity for chickens today. I mean, like, not really the only one. They can actually have a shot in the other maps too, but it's a bit difficult because we do know for a fact Circle playing such a big factor in it, and not just at the flight path. Sometimes it's just too far from the circle, and we saw how the rotations come out from the teams, right? Some of the teams just don't have a care in the world when it comes to Erangel.
Oh yeah, like I think if we talk about they don't really care, is they don't really care about like, oh, circle or whatever. It's just like, okay, we just find some other team and then we'll take them out. Judo Alliance, glad that our predictions, at least so far for round number 1, despite them not getting a chicken dinner, but you got one, I got one, a team that got 10 elimination points out of the only 3 teams with a double digit inside of the first game. So looking good so far for our predictions. But of course, we'll be looking to see whether we can get that chicken dinner from our predictions. And we will still be looking to see if DBD can finally get a chicken dinner.
Yeah, per for DBD, I mean, like, I just hope they can land themselves one. And this is the manner of competition, right? Like it or not, it's going to be a team, make it 4 teams, it'll be relegated by end of this week, which is going to be heartbreaking because I just hope there are teams that actually stay up there. I do want to see GE and PBE, both of them, staying in this tournament because we hardly see any World Cup teams can actually be in the grand finals of Southeast Asia in any past PMPL even. So if that happened, that's going to be the first of today or all this season or even the first of the history of PMPL as a whole. But they're not that safe, both, especially PBE. They are down there. GE barely make it in. I don't know if they will push down or not, but if only they can just maintain consistency with what they offer last week and the first few days of this week, GE can still just maintain the top 10.
Yeah, we talk about like the live score of the bonus rankings. PB and GE, they are definitely still down there at the bottom 4, so they're still fighting for their survival because of GE having that sort of start, PBE as well having a sort of start. Of course, it's going to be worrying for the 2 teams, but there's still a good amount of games to play with for them to really stack up the points. Who knows, they could come out with like multiple chicken dinners in a day, so if they can pull that off, they might be in the safe zone. But it's all about down to them. Right now, looking over the shots of PBE, still playing without Demigod, so they're still maintaining the same lineup. The last time we saw Demigod was in week number 1 for a couple of rounds, and that was about it. But looks like they are trusting the process, as the famous words would say, with the current lineup.
Sort of GE definitely had a bit of a discussion here, thinking about what they need to do when it comes to Wrangle, having a bit of a pre-game planning with the entire roster. I love their interviews, they're very insightful. It's so rare for us to actually listen to Myanmar language, and not just that, to have the entirety of Genesis to be on screen. I just wish we can have it again for today. Sam9 on the other hand have not been doing so great. I mean, like, it's gonna be a dip out and low you in. This is quite an extraordinary swap. I mean, like, so who else are letting it play? Because we always see a dip, low you, long, and that playing together. So Putra in. So one of the players have to go out. So I guess it's going to be this rotation so far in the Wrangle. Are they planning to have sort of a based on maps, or is just the entire day keep on getting those balance with this rotation?
Well, for Sam9, if you kind of think about it, they are pretty much on the clear for the grand final. So if we were to put in the assumption that, oh, okay, they are one of those teams that are trying out stuff, just like how we see Misery playing for Pasija Evos. It's more like, okay, trying to see whether we can get this composition right in preparation for the grand finals. Sam9, they have the license to do it. They should be okay into the grand finals. So yeah, I guess that's also part of the strategy that they're trying to do. But for this is very interesting. This is the first time we see Snipes for Geek Slate actually taking a break. So they're going to go for the composition of Mika, Zilin, Stuxnet, as well as Damroot for this round. So yeah, but okay, RRQ, don't get nervous. Spilled some talcum powder there. Should be okay. But it's going to be a different composition overall. First time. I think it's the first time in the longest time that I see Snipes actually taking a break.
Yeah, same goes for Damn Good. He haven't got himself any break at all for the past 3 weeks. Now that's going to be exhausting for the players. When they are the pillar for the team, they have to bear the responsibility. They have to bear the exhaustion as well, for the sake of their family. The team is a family right now. They are in the same boat. DBD, I'm still waiting if Moscow Crew gonna come in here in the last minute. It happens not yet.
Well, I think if looking at their current performance this week, yeah, game 1 wasn't really their game, but overall, it's okay-ish. It's an improvement from the 2 weeks. So probably they're trusting the process to be like, okay, so now the team has found their rhythm. They know what to do with the 4 players that they put in, and hence they stick with it. Which is, looking at how they're performing in overall, of course, I would say, yeah, okay, we can still stick with it for that. But we'll need to monitor the games as it goes by, because the games are running down for a DBD for them to climb out on the bottom. Okay, that was the shocker there. But anyway,
Yeah, you were saying. It's okay, finish your sentence. I guess that's it, yeah. Okay, back to it again we go. It's gonna be Sonovska military base up to the side of hospital. It's gonna be a bit more on the southern part of this flight path. But as per usual, I want to see is there any hot drops. Is it going to be Sonovska military base circle? Because if it does, then TS and UD Lines will be happy celebrating for that. But can they hold their grounds? So far, UD Lines, when it comes to defending, they are quite strong. But when it comes to those nades coming in for the Malaysian team, it's a bit difficult for them to defend. I have a feeling when they're forced to CQC, it's a bit difficult for them, but there are chances if they got themselves a DBS, they can fight back. It's always the DBS that actually make the big plays there. We're talking about the DBS can be the game changer, but the DBS will not work if the Molly, the grenade, the throwers will be right on top of it. That's the only way to counter the DBS for now.
You know what, besides the DBS, that I'm sure we will see a lot of it, I'm looking forward to see if Gig Slate will stop Team Secret from rotating on the left bridge. Because so happened that the circle is on the left, in the middle of Gatka Fields, so they have all the license to be camping around the left bridge, waiting for Team Secret to come to them. If Team Secret chooses to go to the right bridge, okay, but they got Udo Alliance to deal with, and probably even a PBE to deal with too, or maybe even Void that can stop them on the right bridge. But before we talk about the bridge a little bit more, looks like we have a little bit of action, but that's going to be a long drop there from between RRQ and Bacon Time, and my cruise is not going to work.
We saw a bit of a trend here coming out from the players, drop themselves a bit slower in this case, because usually when it's 1 minute and 50 seconds, we already saw a lot of players drop themselves in the compound, but due to the circle is so unpredictable, they take their own time to glide over and just wait for the circle to pop first to see if they're supposed to be led somewhere else. But on the side of DX, this is not so great. Box is just surrounding them the moment they drop themselves a bit later. And Lavi got himself a VSS, and that's going to secure himself one elimination. We do have a new team coming in, which is going to be GE as well on top of us hospital. But I'm not sure if they're fully equipped just yet, or Box do have any idea they are here. But I think they saw the gliders coming in here just now.
Yeah, they probably saw the drop there, so that's why we can see what the players like kind of like looking over. But there's a hill between like what the players, I believe it was Junos maybe, looking over to hospital, so they'll be okay. They'll be doing their own thing for now. The Xavier, interestingly, they drop around this area. I believe it was because it was affected by the flight path as well. If not, regularly we would see them dropping into school, considering that they let go of Pachinki, and yeah, they're just adapting to the circle. But lucky for them enough, the circle happened to be on top on the left side, so they can still take their time. But anyway, nobody likes a early elimination, and it happened to fall onto the Xavier.
Back to the side of RRQ on the other hand. Now RRQ, I have to say they have been progressing so well. Their growth is significant if you compare with first week down to the final weekend. I have to say, as a whole for the region, I have a feeling that Indonesia actually grew the most for the teams out there, because how RQ were a bit of in shambles in the start of first week, and then they start to get themselves a bit tricky, a bit creative. But second week was their downfall, but coming back strong in week number 3. And the Indonesian teams do know for a fact they need to perform in this week. They pull everything out, cylinders out. And we're talking about every single team except for side of BTR that have not been performing. They're not playing here today, but Persija EVOS did actually step up their proactiveness in the game as being super aggressive compared to Von, who's balancing out. RRQ, very good rotation. Everyone have their different unique attributes across the Indonesian region.
Yeah, it's a very different style, and it's nice to see like each and everyone has like that kind of thing, because it's all about adapting. And the same goes for the Thai teams as well. But speaking of Indonesian teams, okay, Razy 1v2 DBS. We know DBD, they don't like DBS gameplay. Let's see if we can do this.
A bit too early of the pre-fires. Giving away his position. We can see a Razor a bit panicky there, giving away. But this is going to be the first time DBD won a CQC. And not just that, against a DBS. That's a good news coming from DBD. It took them 2 people to close things over. But usually it's going to be 1-to-1 trade. But so far it has been a clean one. But it's just boom, a Razor giving away the pre-fires before and just, a bit miscalculation of the timing.
Yeah, if only he got the first knockdown, then maybe that would change his destiny. But yeah, he had to miss the first one, and the rest was history from there. At least it's a good win. We got to celebrate wins, right? We got to celebrate small wins as well. For DBD winning the fight in the compound, so that's a good start for them. They definitely need the points. Looking at them having a gap between Hale, and Hale has a set of games in hand, so they definitely need more in order to climb up. It's like what now? A 8-point gap between them and Hale. So, yep, they got to be careful of D-Xavier as well, because D-Xavier has only a 2-point gap between them, and DBD, they cannot afford to be pushed down any further.
Speaking of the side of DBD, I mean, they are in the worst case scenario right now. Nothing can go any worse than this. Speaking of their rotation, speaking of their position in the overall ranking, so far they have been very consistent when it comes to the entire week. If only they pulled it off since week number 1, it's going to be a different story. They don't have to pressure themselves back with their walls, back on their walls. There's corner out when it comes to the entire league, down to the last week to make it happen. Will be a bit too late now. Hill, on the other hand, they're taking such a reign over their chickens. Last week it was like, what, 6 chickens? Can they start to get more than that? And plus, we're waiting for any record breaking for this week, Cloud. First and foremost, 20 elimination. We haven't hit them yet. It's 19 so far coming up from the side of Alter Ego. Individual with Alter Ego, we're holding the records as well, with 10 eliminations coming up from the side of Rosemary. The longest first blood was, how long was it again?
It was as we enter
third stage, right?
Yeah, stage 3.
I think it was 1 minute away, 1 minute and 90 seconds away from entering stage number 3, if I'm right, or did I got it wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong. We entered the stage 3. Okay, that's the longest. But for the side of Team Secret, Yudu Lions caught themselves in a surprise with Kit. The only player come from Team Secret who finished that one off. Surprisingly, no response coming up from Yudu Lions from those eliminations. And it looked will die in vain for now, but at least not really totally in vain. They got themselves couple of information that there's gonna be somebody there, but I have a feeling I did look definitely said something like, I have no clue where are the others. That's why they're a bit hesitant about Yudu Alliance getting into Team Secret's compound. But here comes the circle. I feel like it's gonna be Gakka circle. Ooh. There you go. Gakka, Field, Pachinki and Ruins. Please make it to a side of Fields, because I don't want to see a Pachinki side.
Yeah, if we see a Pachinki circle, then we'll be looking forward to see if the record for the most teams inside of circle 8-9 been broken. Because yesterday there was one, there was like, what, 7 teams still alive inside of the Yasnaya circle. So that definitely took a while. But everything broke loose during the final moment if you have that many teams. And it was just so hard for us to catch up with all the action. I do prefer an open field myself. It's a little bit more action and challenging for the teams, because you still can get information, hence you need to counter upon that, hoping that it pulls away. So far it's still a 50-50. We'll probably need to wait for the next stage before we get some idea of that.
Yep, no breaking down of the game yet, as everybody have their own respective territory. But you know, I just looking at the chat for a bit, Mr. Plenty, I agree, FaZe is one of the most consistent team out there. Every single week they got himself to a place. I agree, it's so hard to get the same number every single season, and they scored it every single week. Can they pull it again for this week? But so far they're not playing it today, so we're going to get back to that tomorrow possibly. On the side of Geek Slate, they're nowhere near how we expect them to perform. Come up from the Malaysian team, set for SEM 9, surprisingly. Of overall rankings and bonus point, Yudu Alliance make it, but where does the SEM 9 actually stand by end of this week? We have to wait and see. But Geek Slate though, they're supposed to be one of the best. What happened to them?
Wouldn't be too worried for Sem9 at this point. I'll be worried for Geek Slate because they are somewhere at the danger zone. And if they continue to perform like this, because they must consider there are other teams that might perform above them, and they will push them down to the bottom 4. And if Geek Slate gets eliminated, it's going to be big news, considering that in PMGC, if we remember, during the league they were number 1, and in the finals of PMGC, they weren't too bad as well. So with the kind of stature coming into the PMPL Malaysia the following season, which is the recent season, they were champions, they did very well, and if they got eliminated at this stage, it's headline news.
Speaking of news flash and headline news, not a news for us for Tony K to get himself, but I want to see the different side of Empires, the aggressiveness that we saw with this revamped lineup coming up from New Zealand and Tony K. This is not their best yet, trust me, I've seen it in CEC before. This is nowhere near what they were back then. But the problem is it because of PMSL, the players and the teams are way more challenging, that they have to pull back for a bit, just hold back all their tactics, or even cannot even make an entrance like how they did in CEC? Is it that the reason, or they're just saving it for later? But the circle will pop again. Just keep on going upwards, please, for the circle, but nowhere near the heavy compounds, heavy buildings. Please stay away from there, because yesterday was really anticlimactic if that happens. But it's all down to circle to call it. We do have Warwick in the center, Gig Slate, Procedure Evils coming from north, Team Gives from Boom, Sem9 coming in later, where they have longer rotation. They're going to go from the eastern side.
Yeah, so they're going to come in from Severny, where their natural drop spot is at. And with that kind of circle, they can kind of still take their time. Unless if it's military base circle, that's going to be a different story. But speaking about military base, a team from military base is in Pachinki.
Here comes the DBS plays here again across the window bars. But Flash, he's trying to turn as much as he can, trying to swing it over, but Flash and Tiger Axe, this duo, this combination is always the best coming out from the side of the hill. Team Secret caught off guard. They definitely have to go out and retreat, pulling back all the way down there and realize, you know what, this is a mistake, because Hill is the team that you don't want to mess up with. Bacon time on the other end, and Team Secret caught themselves in the ham. You do Alliance Flax OP, that's the last play. No, they have 3 more players, but where are the others?
Well, they're still moving, it seems, on the other side, so they might be looking to evade this fight as Flax OP will be taken out. It's going to be PB holding this ground. Flax OP given to Rankit. And it's going to be first elimination for PBE. But for the side of Team Secret, they lost the fight against Hale. It's down to Aizen and Kid. Now they're at the lower ground. But Void from a long range spots out Hale. Just tapping it away. It's going to be warning shots. But it's going to be even more dangerous for Team Secret caught between 2 teams.
Back to the side of Void. Hill, Team Secret caught in between. Hill is spreading apart. Katzler trying to find anybody from the flank side or from the back line for their supports there. They're definitely going all the way out of their miles, and now Tiger spotted out being too long. Aizen, he was holding that nade in the smoke, but too late to toss it. He should have tossed it the moment he heard the open of those doors. Coming up from Gaxlow, Kit now being knocked down as well. There's going to be last of Team Secret. 1.16 place. That's going to hurt them a lot.
Absolutely. It's going to hurt them to the core. The fact that they are at the bottom 4. Still not showing signs of really coming back despite them having that break. But we are in game number 2. We still have a bunch of games to go. But as the game goes by, it's looking even worse. It's looking even gloomy for Team Secret. So, I don't know. I don't know how to feel anymore for Team Secret. But for GE, on the other hand, not giving up without a fight still. Spraying on the other side. And we got our wish here, Choo-Choo. So it's looking good as a open circle now.
Yeah, but the terrain's uneven. It's quite hard for them to actually play along with it, because there are slopes of hills there, a couple of vegetations, and that's not much of a street, so they have to decide whether to go on the north or the south. For now, the southern side is still a bit of suburban there. On the northern, entirely forestry coming in. Gig Slate taking on Sem9, low you down. back to the side of Yudu Alliance. They have to figure out. They're down to only 2 players left. Vampire spotted out everything that moved. They shoot. It's right across of Strap. A slither of health remains coming from Yudu Alliance player, but they didn't take their chances. They want to go in as a 4. They have this discipline. Pull back or reunite again. We have the checkpoint together, rendezvous together. Persija Evos on the other hand spotted out RRQ Asa. I'm not sure what happened on the other end, but they lost 1 player on the side of RRQ. They are on the 2nd place for now, but Persija Evos, they start to climb up with those eliminations. They still have a 4 on Vampires, and on the other hand, they cancel out the rotation just now. Take it as a regroup session first, then have it another go. Olio and Shom is just too separated right now. I'm not sure about the plans coming from Yudu Alliance, honestly.
Maybe it just so happened because like Shamir, he seems to be caught out in the open, and I don't think this is the position that he wanted in the first place. And without the vehicle, his vehicle being blown up, so not much of an option for him for now. He just need to hold his ground, and hopefully other teams get distracted. Sam9 0 points this time, since they're still on top, so it should be still, they can afford this round. But for a couple of teams that we can see on screen here, like Boss Gaming, like GE, these teams, they cannot afford to let go.
Back to the side of GE. They can gatekeep this. Speaking of not willing to let it go, GE should not let this opportunity go for them to actually farm those eliminations. Yeah, they can actually pull it off. DX have to cut across so many teams just to get into the safe zone right now. RQ barely make it up, spotted inside. Procedure Evos, here comes a spray in the Paco, don't miss. He didn't whiff, and now they're going in for the slow rush. But coming into the side of Zuxi with that DBS, making a bit of a time to the side of RQ, Mott tossing another nade. If this drop is going to be a big one inside of RQ, and it hurts like hell. Luxy down on the ground. Will they go for the rush? He's going in for another molly. Now Zuxi is right across him, but the smoke bought them time. It stalls RQ from pushing forward.
If only Mort has vision, but unfortunately the smoke is blocking it. Zuxi and Misery now. Can they pull off an insane clutch against RRQ? But looks like Zuxi shot down. Oh, it's burned down actually by Mort, but Hail Esports has to butt him from afar. Misery now super duper low. This could be an opening for RRQ, but because of the shots fired from the other side, they are aware that there's someone else looking over them. Misery somehow still survives, but Nabeko is going to come in from the other side, and Pasilla Evos is out.
Oh man. With 1 elimination only, that's going to be taking them down in the bottom placement right now. Void and Vampires having a go with Shrubs coming up from the flank side. There's another team behind them. Make it not just 1, 3 teams breathing behind their backs there of Void. And they try to gatekeep Vampires on the other end. Now, if they open fire too much, Void will attract those unwanted attention. It's going to be coming up from here with those abandoned shows. They got those elevations. Definitely hurt the queue. They want to go in. Stone knockdown for now. Max is tossing the nade over the other side. Here comes the nades being dropped, but can they evade those explosions? Straps having a 1-2-1 trade. Stone will be revived by Tony K, but Neezy trying to stall. But Yudu Alliance doubled down.
Wow, where was Olio? Oh, he's on the other building. And just had to butt in. But that could be an opening signal there for Void, thanks to Olio. Olio is still on the outside circle, and he's very, very close by with the blue. So he'll be forced to move down this building very, very soon. And while more than the same time takes down Ranked somewhere else, Vampire Esports still holding onto their ground. And right now, Void, they do have the circle advantage. Vampire Esports, the one that's going to be pressure, and they need to move.
Sort of Yudu Alliance down to 2 players. I mean, that was smart ingenious call coming from Olio. The perfect angle there is to have those double nade down, that 1 nade double down on players. Void on the other hand, Alva can actually reset himself. Vampire's trying to slowly flush them out, but it's just so hot with the smokes just clouding their vision. They can't see a thing on the other end. RQ trying to gatekeep and try to take advantage. Same goes for Heal. Both teams are losing if a Void and Vampires if they're not aware of where the shot's coming up from. It's coming from the outside. He'll start to bat into this business. Same goes for RQ. Boss taking on GE, but the ones that actually struggle is going to be Vampires having a bit of a trade with Void. 1-2 trade if I'm not mistaken. Alva will be safe and never mind, finish off straight away. But for Vampires, this is dangerous game and they're being eliminated. as a whole.
Yeah, despite how many times they revive and reset, looks like Boeing still had the upper hand against them. They had a little bit of help from Oleo, so pretty much thanks to him as well. Now we move over to Bacon Time, still on the outside. Not sure if they have vehicles, considering that the creating is Spoke Bridge. Okay, they do have a buggy. Do they at least have another one? But looks like they're gonna send Ice into the circle first as a marker, as a scout, just to be sure that the coast is clear. But the bad news is that they're still on the other side of the road, so the next circle they need to manage that.
So hard for us to see the entirety of the map so far. We haven't seen a glimpse of it. But on the side of GE, they're taking on a very crowded place. We're talking about the Northwest is just more than 4 or 5 teams, making almost half of the team remaining still up there. GE spotted out DBD, knocked down on one. They want to go for the finishing, but it's just quite doubtful and hesitant about making a run and making a step into it because of how many teams surrounding them right now. Bacon Time tried to take away this abandoned church from the side of Hill, challenging them with those nades, and Ice hitting on 1-1-2-1 trade with Scar finish off Noise, but Ice, he have to clutch this by himself because Shirty Ass is just too busy reviving. Can they drop the nades from below upwards?
Oh, wow, it looks like that's your answer, Choo Choo. Yes, they can, with Shirty onto the other side, and now they know they have the advantage. M4 gameplay coming in for Shirty. He's going to get all of them, and it's going to be Hale Esports out.
Bacon Time taking the range. I'm loving this. This is the rise of Bacon Time, but the problem is they have only 2 players right now, and it's not great to finish off things. But DX, on the other hand, having themselves quite a number of eliminations, 3 already. Always having a go against DBD. It feels like DX and DBD, it's always fated to meet in every single map.
I don't know if it has anything to do with the color scheme that they have, both having brown colors. And they not only have each other to deal with, they have Box Gaming inside the circle waiting for them, and Gigslate on the other side. So either side, they're in the same trouble.
Not great for both right now. Barely make it in. There's going to be gatekeeping Team Box Gaming, hoping for them to deny the entrance of DX and DBD. Make it like 2-in-1 discount as well. You got 2 squad while waiting the other. DBD taking on Rabies with those days. They got scored 4 for now, but nowhere near getting those chicken if they keep this going. DX taking back on Ziggs. It feels like it's a bit of a brawl between these 2 teams, but the ones winning definitely going to be Box because they are untouchable and the Blues are closing in. Here comes the rush come up. Frankie, he wants to go in straight into the safe zone. Remember, he parked and pulled himself over. Look at Lavi, already pre-cooked that nade. It's going to be them exchanging from each other due to the smokes being popped just now between Frankie and Lavi. Definitely it's going to be exchange of nade, but Echo spotted out in Lamborghini spot on 1 on DBD Jimmy. Frankie tossing over on 1. Feels like a perfect angle. Will it explode right? Never mind.
But that was beautifully placed there by Lamborghini, just to wait for the movement from DBD so they will not be shot in from behind. Nicely supported by Lamborghini, of course. Lev is now super duper low. Frankie's nade, but back onto Shamil. DBS gameplay on the Shirty. Shamil still surviving on his own in such an open position. And he'll definitely secure this point out of Bacon Time. But next is going to be Shamil moving into the circle.
Just wish we'd get a glimpse of a map right now to see where the teams are at. But DX and Box. DX definitely having a tough time to go through Box. They do have 2 players only, but they can't spot Winnie. But the moment they're done with Box, it's going to be Udo Lions next. And not just that, they're waiting just across and nearby. They got themselves an airdrop across, and nobody wants to touch it for now. It's going to be a bait, but Frankie, the moment he steps out from his hiding spot, Lamborghini and Frankie should have picked together. It's going to be a double pick at the same time. But now Lamborghini have to take the risk. Going in for a dangerous game, spotted out, well worth it. We call out for Lambo when you need of help. He delivers.
Yeah, well timed there by Lamborghini. Unfortunately, this vehicle is unusable because of the punctured back tire. So anyway, might as well use it as a barricade while he's still by the rim of the circle. PBE, okay, still a full squad. Has a compound. Currently has a circle. Let's see if they'll be lucky enough to still get it, because the next challenge is probably going to be Gig Slate on one side, Bacon Time on the other side as well. Gig Slate planning the next move. And where will they go? Will they clear out the compound that PB is at? Because now the circle is on top of them.
On the side of Gig Slate, definitely have a bit of distance between them and the circle. Same goes for the side of the team nearby them as well. It's going to be DX if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there you go. Being gatekeeper on the side of PBE, who got himself the circle. Same goes for the side of RRQ and Bacon Time. The last play there is for Bacon Time. But RRQ side, they still stay strong with the trio. Same goes for the side of Void. The only one having a full squad, which is going to be PBE, got themselves dominating on the northern side of the circle. I'm not sure if they can actually close things up, but if RRQ start to fight a different team, especially coming up from Void, that feels like it's going to be a high chance for PBE to win, but we don't see any glimpse of the side of Gigslate yet. Speaking of Void and RRQ, here we go. They're definitely having a bit of a skirmish.
Wow, that was a fast cleanup there. But now Gigslate focusing on the PvE because of the compound. Probably they see value in it. Raimon has the high ground. He is on the rooftop. So now Nate toss onto Gigslate. It does connect to Stuxnet. He is low now. He needs to retreat himself. But on the other side, we got Damn Good, as usual, being so good to get that elimination point.
Now, Gig down to 2 players. They're trying to challenge PBE, but PBE wrapping around a Ranked going for the crash. My goodness, Ranked, that was brutal.
Wow, 100%. The entire Gigslate splattered by PBE. My goodness, that was a big bold move there by PBE. But with that, now PBE is in top 2, and they stand a chance to get this chicken dinner against Void.
That was a big one coming from PBE. They definitely close and wrap things up as neat as it can be. Not even bullets need to be used there. On the side of Momboy, PBE, they're trying to have another go. Look at Ranked slowly taunting over that side while they are stalling here. They're trying to attract all this attention. Look at the players cool. PBE cool already making a breach over the flank side of Keenan. But Keenan spotted only Raimon. He has no clue they are being wrapping around behind his back. Now spotted out. It's going to be a spray. 1-2-1 Trey as cool spotted out Keenan. And now down to Trey V3.
Oh, they know exactly where Void is there now. So they're going to focus entirely onto them. Shouldn't be a problem for Raimon to be picked up because he's in the building. So that's part of the circle to play with. Cool. Just buying time for his teammates. Ranked. Tossing out the nade onto Void. Buying time as well. Void taking time to reset. They managed to pick up Keenan. He just needs to get up to himself. And right now it's going to be 3v4 back.
Side of PBE. The response to it, this closing is way better than previously. We can see how they progress throughout the entirety of the league itself. 10 eliminations in a wrangle at that. They used to love Sunrock, but you know what? They know for a fact it's more important to focus on a wrangle. They got himself a big run this time. Cool. Playing with the flank. Keenan is back up on his feet. While we talk about 3v4, Ranked, how do they want to approach this coming up from PBE? Will be another car running down the side of Void, or they wait for the last circle to pop and wait for the blue zone to play in their favor, or will they be close by the blue zone first?
Ooh, this is going to be tough, right? So if we look at the probability, I think it's, yeah, because PBE, they have more control of the circle. So looking at when we come to stage 9, where the circle closes entirely, Void will be forced to move first. But the advantage for Void is that they have the high ground. So they're going to go from up to down. They can sort of like, I wouldn't say take their time, but because of the elevation advantage, they can spot out PBE first before PBE spots out Void. Let's see how they can deal with this. What kind of advantage they can take with this sort of elevation.
Speaking of elevation, so far none of this willing to move coming up from Void because of those elevations. They do know for a fact they got the advantage of it, but if they happen to be at the foot of these hills here for PBE, it's going to be troublesome for Void because they can't see them from this distance. But Ranked again going on with those vehicles. Both are having a bit of stalemate, but the blue zone closing on the side of Void first. They can't have these elevations as long as they want it to be. They need to make a move. Max has tried to open up the space and push forward with those nades, but Cool make the move first. He initiates the fight, getting on one and going just in. He doesn't want to wait anymore as Cool spotted out Lapa, but couldn't clip those shots. But the blue zone will have on the other end. Down to it, and PBE scores with a 4. Ranked That was a big one coming up from the team, and cool. It was so ingenious coming up from the team to go for the flank instead. Very witty, outplayed all the teams out there.
And they are not giving up. They are definitely not going to be in the bottom 4. That is what they tell themselves. PBE, they are in this to win this. They want to be in the grand finals, and they got more than 10 elimination points together with this chicken dinner. This will definitely be a big boost for PBE, representing the wildcard region, representing Philippines. This will be interesting. This will be an interesting run for PBE as we run down the week. Can they survive? Can they be the one to beat the odds? Ryman definitely at heart of it with 5 elimination points, at least half of PBE's eliminations.
This is a big win coming from PBE. I just wish at least after this they keep the consistency at top 5. But Raymond, he does so much work for the team. He just the pillar right now coming out. Yeah, rank it. You know what? Every player coming from PBE have very unique sort of a role for them. It's not like the usual, you're the fragger, you're the entry. No, it's like whatever you feel like doing, you just follow your gut right now, because that's what's the best coming up from the team. Their game sense. Ranked, on the other hand, coming in with those vehicles, that was a huge one, winning them over the side of the teams. And the teams to watch for now, due to their performance just now coming up from PBE, got himself the longest squad time as well. You have to give it, they are the teams to watch right now. Gig Slate start to climbing up, but is it a bit too late now? Void on there, they were waiting for them to come back. DX has been starting off yesterday with a good run until today.
Yeah, and they had to make the furthest rotations out of the top 4 teams in this round, dropping into Milta and moving on to the left or somewhere in the middle, and they still managed to get the chicken dinner. I mean, PBE got themselves a great compound as well. Sissoko having to favor them, and that's how they deal with the final moment. But I think one of the biggest highlights is definitely how they splattered Gig Slate, who was on the lower ground. Such courage shown by PBE. This shows that if you have the mindset of having nothing to lose, you just enjoy the game, and that's how you can get those points in.
You know what, just now I noticed about the jersey coming up from PBE, it's all down to their instinct really, because they were waiting and they were overthinking for a bit before they closed it up their chicken dinner just now. And same goes for the side of ranking with those vehicles, and the side of Raimon and Core coming up from the flex side. I have a feeling they're all following their instinct to do what needed to be done. And their timing was impeccable, going in at such a perfect time, perfect direction, and perfect angle. At something that you cannot just get it within a snap of a finger like this. How the timing was impeccable. Their game sense, it's there. It's down to polishing the sides of getting those consistencies. PBE, they had it in them. The Wildcard can actually fight this season. I have a feeling they've been rising up the occasion. If you compare it with all the last previous seasons before, they're nowhere near, but now it feels like they're meeting up maybe way better if their standards are up there. If they can polish just the edge of it, it's going to be incredible.
Yeah, speaking about incredible, PBE incredible this round with 12 elimination points, bringing them up to 22 points in total. So this is a good one for PBE. Definitely not their first chicken dinner, but it's the points that they need right now. Void with 10 elimination points of themselves, the only 2 teams are getting 2 digits, 16 points for Void in total. But we gotta look at the other side, Choo. Team Secret still down there, 1 point. GE as well, 1 point. For the rest of them, Box 2 points, DBD 4 points. Can be better, but it's a lot better than those teams at the bottom.
Now, at this point of the week here, at this point of the league itself, we are not looking over who gets themselves number 1, 2, 3 anymore. I mean, like, we do know for a fact the top 5 are pretty consistent the entire week. But the one that we should worry and have our eyes on, it's going to be the bottom 4, which is going to be relegated. It's not going to be the weekly rankings bottom 4. We mentioned about Team Secret many times, PBE, Genesis and DBD. Why? Because right now at the bonus weekly point rankings, they are at the bottom, and they might actually be relegated. Now, if this team still stays in the same spot by end of this week, it just shows that they cannot push themselves anymore. Top 10 cannot be enough. They have to be minimum top 5 or top 3, especially Team Secret. They are at 20th place, if I'm not mistaken, right now in the overalls for the bonus ranking, so they need to gain at least 20 points. They have to aim number 1 regardless of how hard it is. Can they actually score that in the last minute with 2 more days remaining here?
Yeah, looking at the point gap, if your expectation is number 1, I think you gotta keep your expectations low, because not only like teams like SLD, RRQ, 79, they're at the current points that we see, but they will still gather points as the days goes by, and they still have their own motivation of gathering as many points as possible just to get a good start in the grand final. So it's really hard now for Team Secret. I don't know what else they can do. The only thing is that maybe like multiple chickens back to back, but if you're currently performing like this, I mean, gotta put the hopes down.
For the side of PBE, this is definitely the win that they actually needed. But Voin, Lapa, Raymond, Lambo, and Maxis, these are the names. Whenever there's a clutch, we're going to mention them. But Raymond, it's so rare for him to actually be up there. It's always somebody else like Monboy or Ranked. I'm loving how Raymond actually do have quite a splendid performance. But coming up from the side of PBE, where do they stand? If they keep this going, I have a feeling they can make it in the last minute. But is a tall order? Yes. A bit ambitious? Yes, maybe. If they ended up in the top 3 by end of this week, they definitely can actually get the slot in the grand finals. But can they pull it?
Yeah, top 3 definitely we'll see them there. But like what you say, right? The other competitions are tough. So can they pull a top 3? It's going to be hard. But even if they finish like somewhere in the middle, it's still dependent on what happens to the other team. So there are a lot of variances to the possibility of getting them onto the grand finals later on. But never give up hope, because PBE, they still has this opportunity. They still has the chance of actually pulling out of the bottom 4, and we can call it a great escape from there.
I mean, like, they need to get number 1 as well for the sort of PBE. I'm talking about, like, I mentioned this early on. The minimum number you need to have to get in those grand final slots is going to be 20 and above. That's going to be the minimum. That's going to be the bare minimum standards to make it into the grand finals now. DBD got 7. Playbook Esport got 7. Team Secret got a 6. They have to score 20. And speaking of 20, like, the least they can get is like 3rd place right now. There's nowhere below that. If not, they just lose a chance. Bots Gaming and Genesis and BTR, these 3 teams in sort of a yellow zone, I call it yellow and red zone, where they can lose a slot if they don't perform this week. They have to be in the middle bracket, or even if they maintain at 13-14 place, they can still make it.
Okay, so here's the summary of the live score before today started, before these 2 games at least. So Team Secret with 9 points at number 20, GE 12 points, number 19, PBE 17 points, number 17, DVD number 16, 18 points. So that is that. And we have BTR, who's not playing today, 20 points at the number 15. The numbers got jumbled up here, but you get the drill here, right? So we're at the bottom 4 that Team Secret has the biggest gap, and then GE and PBE has quite a gap. It was like 5 points before today started, and then PBE and DBD only 1 point, and then it got 2 points between DBD and also BTR. So they're kind of stacked out there. So I don't have the latest as of after these 2 games, because it's going to be hard to calculate and everything while we cast and all that. But it just shows that there's a signal there in summary to say that PBE, if they can get a middle finish, considering that the other bottom teams don't go insane, then they will survive.
I don't know. I feel like they need to get top 3 by the end of the day. The middle bracket won't cut it for the side of PB. I have a feeling, because you have to remember all the teams will gather themselves some points as well. So they need to get up there to get where they supposed to be in the top 15 or top 16. They have to get themselves in the top 5. The least is going to be top 5, top 3 right now, because I'm looking at week 1 and week 2. Week 1 and week 2 points, definitely it's something that you cannot change anymore. But the one that can actually still be done here is going to be week number 3. How do they want to place themselves in week number 2 will make such a big impact for the bonus point standings. And that's something they have to think about right now. Playbook Esport, they got 7 in total, 2, 5, and now week 3 they have to get something double digit by the end of the day. At least a 20-ish to secure, or even a 15 is more than enough to push himself up there. But in the meantime, how about the other teams? that getting themselves in 12th to 16th place.
In the meantime, we got an interview, so we got to pass it back to our host Tash. Take it away.
The day started out very strong for most of these teams, and we're seeing an uprise trend for the Vietnamese teams. I'm Tash Bunny. Welcome back to the interview area, where right now SLD taking the top spot in terms of the Vietnamese teams and the top charts, and with DX on a rising trend with 2 chicken dinners this week. With me, I have Dong from DX. How are you feeling today?
Em cảm thấy như thế nào hôm nay? Cảm nghĩ của em.
Em cảm thấy hôm nay khá là ổn.
My feeling feel comfortable.
He's very comfortable, and that's really exciting to see because we have a lot to talk about. Let's talk about this week. Now, we've seen improvements across the board for all the Vietnamese teams. Now, start off with your team. What do you think you've seen the improvements so far, and what do you think about all the other Vietnamese teams' current placements?
Mình thấy các cái đội của Việt Nam cải thiện rất là nhiều trong những tuần gần đây. Em có nghĩ là các cái đội Việt Nam mình sẽ thống trị trong thời gian tới nữa không? Kiểu như là chiếm lĩnh ưu thế đó.
Về đội của em thì vẫn cải thiện từng ngày, và còn nói về tuần này thì Bóc và LD đang làm rất tốt, và khả năng là LD sẽ giữ được cái top 1 ở trong tuần này đến 80%.
My team if you put more performance and will maintain the result for Boss and SLD. I'm sure that they will get the targets, and for me 80% for SLD will get the top.
Wow, 80% for SLD. That's a lot of brotherhood coming here to see from the teams here from Vietnam. Now, is there any special tactic that you guys are using this week compared to last week? Did anything change?
Trong tuần này thì đội của mình có dùng cái chiến thuật nào khác so với tuần trước không?
Chiến thuật của team thì vẫn như các tuần trước, nhưng mà tuần này sẽ tập trung vào cải thiện về teamwork và các lỗi cá nhân.
The strategy will still keep the same. However, this week be more focused on the correcting the personal mistakes and teamwork, team play.
Team play is always very important, especially in this game. Now, final question. Do you study any of the team strategies as reference that help your team improving?
Câu hỏi cuối cùng là muốn xin hỏi em là em có tham khảo các chiến thuật của các đội khác để lấy thông tin cũng như là để cải thiện, để giống như mình tham khảo thêm để cho đội mình vững vàng hơn đó.
Về việc tham khảo là cái việc rất là cần thiết, phải tập trung nghiên cứu về lối chơi cũng như chiến thuật của các team để mình tính toán cho chiến thuật của team mình.
I always research their strategy, viewing and them how they play and recording and make the revision for our team. Yeah, that's a good way to guess.
Yeah, it really is a good way. If you guys didn't know, a lot of players actually do VOD reviews, and it really shows in your performance. So, Dong, thank you so much for taking the time to interview with us. Good luck to your team as well as the Vietnamese teams. Let's see if Vietnamese Rising will be the team today, or whether or not we'll go back to yesterday to a team from Indonesia to get all the chicken today. Regardless, let's go back to the casters. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Imagine, Clout. I mean, like, they have to do VODs every single day. They have to revise. They have to be a human being while eating, sleeping, and everything else. It's 3 weeks long, plus another 3 more days for the grand finals. My God, the life of a pro player.
Yeah, I mean, VOD reviews, they are common practices inside of esports. So yeah, because you gotta know what your other opponents are doing, especially in a game of PUBG Mobile, whereby you will face against 15 other opponents. So the variables are just that big. Yeah, so really good that they're sticking to the standard processes. I mean, it's best practices within the esports scene. So as long as you can be disciplined enough to stick to that, because I know for a fact that sometimes, you know, teams or players do slack off for you know, just get a little bit comfy. But as long as you have that mindset, you don't keep comfortable, you do whatever that's needed, you keep the discipline, and that's where I think Xavier is a good example from what the interview was mentioned.
Secret. It's behind the scenes secret. Cut some slack for the players, will you? But speaking for the players, I mean, like reviewing VODs is just very extremely time consuming for the players. So just hope they have enough rest, and that's why we can see a lot of rotations for the players when it comes to this season. I feel like almost every single team do have subs. Do we have any team that without any subs so far? I don't think so. I think this is the first time we do have every single team having subs, and that actually is a good sign. They will not over-exhaust themselves playing the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, it's actually a mandatory rule. Also, fun fact for everyone, it's actually a mandatory rule for every team to have at least one substitution. Whether the team chooses to use the substitution or not, then that's going to be a separate story. That's going to be really up to the team. So that they will need to have at least one. So for now, we'll talk about substitutions. GE that we saw on screen, not the team that likes to do substitutions for whatever reason. So they're okay with that. But looking at their current performance, they got to do more than okay indeed. Team Secret, I don't know. We've seen all the substitutions coming in, including the coach himself, iShots. Yes, there was a little bit of a lift, but the lift is just not enough for Team Secret yet.
They need not a lift, they need a slap in the face there, reality slap, because they need to realize, you know what, we don't have that time anymore. Get back up here, put your spirit and push your morale up there. Don't give up. The teams down there want to see their fighting spirit back up to give a bit of a bounce back. But you know what? We're going to head into our Erangel before we're heading into the break. Let's head into our second Erangel of the day.
So this is going to be the Erangel before the break, ladies and gentlemen. PBE coming off of a chicken dinner. Can they bring that momentum forward? That's what with a great question mark. At least for the flight path, it's going to favor PBE as they normally like to drop around the areas of Milta power so they can straight fly into it. Should be a-okay for them. But what matters the most is definitely going to be the circle.
Oh well. It's going to be SMB circle because this flight path sometimes it's a sign of SMB, okay? Because it's starting off from SMB, there are chances we might end up there. We gotta have to wait and see. But for Team Secret, Udo Lines, this is going to be a beautiful flight path. But surprisingly, Vampire is dropping early as well. So this is going to be a hectic SMB as a start. Even Geekslate, they are going over the other side, but they are just going to cross the river with those gliding. But Vampires are taking the fight into Team Secret's compound. This is going to be an interesting start.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. The fact that Vampire drops there, whether they will enter military base or not, I'm not too sure about that. I kind of feel that if I put myself into Vampire shoes, I wouldn't want to do that because inside military base, the loot is a lot more than obviously the southern side. So by that time, when they enter, Team Secret would have been a little bit more stocked up, so they'll be facing a big challenge there against a stocked up team. But now the circle, still on the left. We still have some percentage of a North George. We haven't seen a North George circle yet, so hopefully we get something different this time.
Did we actually have a glimpse of the circle just yet?
Yes, it was on the left.
Okay. On the side of Team Secret, and they definitely have to make it fast because they do know for a fact there's going to be more than one team to occupy SMB for now, which the usual is going to be utilized, but Vampire is definitely going to go for the hunt here. I feel like they want to go for the kills this time before we're heading into we're done with our first half of the day and heading into the breaks. But for the side of Void, they were quite consistent today. I mean, like Void, we're having them playing here today. It feels like very different from the second week of Void, which was very quiet. They're back. We're having back the Void in first week, where they are not too flashy for plays, right? They're not too sort of a big clutch going on that getting all the attention of all the netizens and the watch and the viewers, and you go, wow. They just sort of a textbook play coming from Void, but it's working right for them. So it feels like they're back with those momentum coming from Void, balancing out the ranks and the eliminations. As long as they got quite a number of points, it's enough for them.
Yeah, whatever it is, right? Whether it's placement points, whether it's rank points, if it works out for you, that's fine at the end of the day. So looking at how Void has been playing, I think that Void, they're back to like doing well. Of course, it's not like the boomy Void that we saw in week number 1. But anyway, if they're able to like gather a decent amount of points, then the grand finals is where it all matters, especially for the teams that survive out of the bottom 4. So it's all about the grand finals then. yes, it's great. You get number one in the league. Yes, you get extra bonus points. But we have seen that before. Even though you're number one in the league, you don't necessarily win the grand finals. And that is where it all counts.
Yeah, but the pro side of the league itself is you can get a ton of experience, and I'm loving how the team's forming themselves throughout the entirety of this tournament, the journey for them, and how they have been progressing since day one, and now it's such a different team entirely. Everybody just leveled up by week number 3, but some of them quite stagnant and stuck down there. I mean, like Team Secret, I don't see any sort of improvement except for that one bump, that one tiny bump when iShot got swapped in at first, and that's it. Just, it's not even the entire day, it was just one map.
Yeah, it was a couple of maps, but yeah, only that one map I remember that I agree. It seemed like there was a significant impact, but other than that, it's hard for Team Secret. In fact, I think this week Monday was actually kind of okay. If you remember that, it was one of the highest points collected, despite them still being out there. But it's still the highest points collected in a single day for the longest time. Despite it's not much, not as much as of course you want to compare to like RRQ and all that. But right now, if you look at like only today, it's like what, only a handful of points. It's less than 5, and with Team Secret with their current state, I mean, we said it time and time again, it's not going to be enough. And I'm at the point that I don't know what else do they need.
You know what, I'm up to the point I lost my count already. I can't even count anymore. I'm like, at the same time, I have to say, realistically speaking, my god, so hard. Realistically speaking, Team Secret, I hate to break it, but I have a feeling they cannot make it, because it's just very consistent at the bottom every single week. GE, I'm not going to touch them yet, because right now we do see they're rising up and down. We can see they are on a roller coaster ride. There are highs and there are lows. We can see their highs, but Team Secret's all low, all cold. There's no hot, there's no highs, nothing. Feels like a corpse right now down there. It's not moving anywhere near soon.
Now, of course, in comparison with Team Secret, GE has a better chance. Despite them, we're looking at like what, Team Secret number 18, GE number 20. But if we look at the bonus points where it all matters, GE has a better chance. And for them to have a better chance, of course, they need to perform this week. But that 9-point haul so far with the only team with a single digit still is definitely not going to help them. But chance-wise, better than Team Secret. Not to say that it's great, but it's still better. So they need to realize that, oh, okay, we really need all the points, which I'm pretty sure they do. But it's a matter of like other teams as well. Like in one of the interviews yesterday, I believe it was from, I forgot who it was. One of the Thai players. They were mentioning about like how other teams really adapt and really show how they come up against other teams. Yeah, Hale, thank you so much. I think it was like day number 1, definitely. So if that's the case, then it's all about adaptation, right? It's all about like, can GE adapt to the pace of other teams? And those top teams, we all know, they want the points because they want as many bonus points as possible. And if GE is the one suffering from the teams changing, adapting, being versatile, then, I mean, it's a tough campaign in the Southeast Asia League for them.
I agree, and you know why? I mean, like a lot of players like, we like rooting for Team Secret or BTR, stuff like that. You know what? When you are in an org that is so globally known, you have this responsibility to pull your standards. Right now, Team Secret is nowhere near that. Same is for BTR. BTR, I'm surprised at how their performance in this league entirely, PMSL South Asia, it's just so. If I'm a fan, I am for most of these guys' fans. I'm devastated to see how much of their downfall they compare of their peak glory days. I mean, like, yeah, they're living legends right now, but the legends just remain as myth if they don't keep it going. RRQ now going straight into Hill Compound. Surprisingly, they crashed into it without second thought. They caused them quite a bit.
Yes, this compound is definitely one of the key compounds inside of the circle, considering that, yes, Gaka Mountain is one of the other keys, but because of the distance between like Hale Esports between them and the Gaika Mountain, they can anticipate that someone's up there. And true enough, it's going to be Boom Esports up there first. And with that, Boom Esports still has the advantage of the Gaika Mountain. With the Gaika Mountain advantage, look at the current circle. Hale is not in it. Boom can easily look down upon them. But Boom, looks like they're moving. They're not going to play at the side. They want to play in the middle perhaps.
The problem is it going up north or is it going south all the way? Yes, comprises most of the southern part, but the problem is it's still a tricky circle to deal with. PBE, they're taking their time to get into the blue zone. At the same time, I hope they do have enough utilities to reset themselves if it's needed. DBD happen to be passing with Kickslate. Now that's going to be interesting if they happen to be pulled over and taking the challenge. But Kickslate feels like they want to pass by unharmed. But are they stopping? I think they are stopping there.
Looks like they are. But another team stopped by. It's going to be Sem9 in front of Boom. And because of their movement, they moved down to another location whereby they can see other teams still rotating. So they took advantage of that. Sem9 happened to be in the crosshair. Now that's going to be 1 point for Boom. Boom will be looking to secure that number 1 spot. Because they can do it. Because the gap is still possible with the number of games still in hand. Now we have an adjacent move here between Team Secret and Vampire Esports. Not the team that Team Secret wants to meet.
Happen to be moving in a parallel way in the same direction in Vampire and Team Secret. We do know Team Secret have a bit of a problem. Here comes a crash, here comes a cross. Straps taking a fire. The entire team. There's also Kickslate. My god, this is so messy. So scrappy, but I'm loving this. Here comes the spray coming from Straps and waiting at the other end. Damn good got stuck in between. You know what? No time to lose. Nope, I'm just gonna go away. But the rest of Kickslate gatekeep Team Secret. From the pan to the fire, and now from the fire to hell.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Oh yeah, too much travel distance for Team Secret because they came from SMB, and hence other teams that are prepared for Team Secret's rotation there. GE happened to be in the area where Team Secret is at as well, but GE not taking the fight just yet. Probably close quarters combat, not their preference. We do know that they prefer a long range fight, so they're not going to crash in for now. And that building, yes, it's okay, but it's not the greatest since GE, they have their own building as well. So no real big motivation for GE to crash in just yet. Probably seeing where the next circle will go, and they'll decide from there.
Side of G.
Ooh, okay, here we go. Hold your breath. Oh, just at the corner, Juju. Oh my god, just look at this. The majority of the circle has water. Oh man, this is gonna be big, huge.
This is the worst circle. The land is way lesser than the riverside. They got just like what, 30%, make it like 40% of land. The land is way more if you swim. And the airdrop happened to drop on top of 79. Box taking at the edge of it. Imagine how Box Gaming want to cross over this side.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun though. We still have 60 players left and it's gonna be all out warfare. Now Hale Esports taking over this compound that was held by GE at some point. And look at the current condition. Looks like GE will need to play with the rest of their 3 players in this round. And look at the amount of teams around them. We have at least like what, 6 teams in the minimap.
It's incredibly crazy circle. I think this is the first time we're having this sort of circle in PMSL so far the entire tournament. It's gonna be a really tough one. I think the players are, you know what, just gonna complain by the end of today. Alright, Q's for the LGE West having a bit of a tap. TS still alive on the other end, but there's going to be more than one team here on the other. We do have vacant time creeping up from the back line. RIQ and GETS having a 3-way war, but in between the streets, the moment you cross over that side, it's going to be another team entirely different. 16 teams, Cloud, in stage number 3, with very small piece of land to work around. This is going to be a crazy one.
Yeah, everyone's playing by the road. Just because they can use it as a defense mechanism. In case any teams want to crash into them, open space enough, they can take the first shot. So that's why we can see that it's kind of split between these few teams. But anyway, all of them so far in the circle, as we can see here. I'm wondering about the teams on the outside, meaning that there'll be lesser compounds, lesser areas for them to play with. Utilize one of them. So this fight with Vampire Esports, it's necessary at this point.
Vampires, they have to gatekeep this. Oh, well, the others, they have to cut across. DBD, will they stay? Will they go? Udo Alliance decided, you know what, we have to pick a poison here. They don't have a clue it's going to be Vampires or DBD. They don't have a clue who's on the other end. So they have to just follow their guts and just follow the game sense. Pick whichever they feel like most comfortable fighting. It's going to be Vampires for the first one. DBD can be the advantage for them because they can be the gatekeep or even be the third party in this case of scenario. Udo Lions Shaman try to bait them out those shots, but Vampires not taking any of it. Still disciplined, pulling the trigger back, not giving away any of the positions.
Ooh, yeah, they're still holding it. They don't want to overexpose themselves like what you say. But the next circle may not favor them. Now I'm holding my breath. Will we still see the circle tuck at the edge? Master Ichi is really at the end there. But the circle, okay, at least it pulls back. So that's a little bit of hope for the teams. At least there's more space to play with. But that also means that Udo Alliance, how are they going to go from here?
Box still swimming. Winnie is placing himself at the back line just in case things didn't go as they planned for the side of Box for their front line. Sam 9 a bit occupied with Hill, so lucky enough for the side of Box. Nobody spotted him out at the back line, but Shamil, the moment he gave away, wow! The clutch right in the face of Zilin. That scares the heck out of me. But Udo Alliance, the DBS, you don't have to aim, you just start to shoot. It's going to be okay. Zilin managed to secure those ends. But Gakeslate winning the skirmish against Udo Lions, who are having a crash in their play.
Yeah, it's exactly how they positioned themselves to take out the members of Team Secret earlier on. And because Udo Alliance, they chose that compound, well, that's what happens at the end of the day. Because that house at the left, there's so much open space because it's by the beach. And by the beach, you don't have much cover. And that was really, really tough for Udo Alliance anyway. It's either they took the fight with Vampire Esports, or they go through there and be prepared to face the fight with Geekslate, and like what you say, pick their poison, and the poison was Geekslate.
The axe spot out, see the evil spot themselves in a trap, 2 different levels of terrain. Kind of stuck at the foot of a hill there, which can be Misery and Lynx trying to save each other out while Zuxi tried to stall for time. DBD on the other hand walks straight into Bacon time. They are the one that bringing the fight on Bacon this time. They're starting off with a long shot before and going in for the rush by DBD. Jimmy OP with the DBS this time. Can they cleanse the CQC? But right now, Bacon time running low on man. Touch is there. Ice going for the front line insert. The third player of Bacon time is way back, but Ice exchanged the nade. But Voin coming in from which point?
Oh, from the far right, as we can see on the mini screen. So they are butting in from there. Now the beautiful nade tossing by 3 touch onto Yen. Oh man, could this be a heartbreaking moment for DBD? Could they not defend their compound? And now Ice can still be picked up by 9 knots, but gotta be careful of the nades coming in from the top floor. Molly's gonna buy time for them. Ziggs will need to reset. They can't really move because of the Molly. 3 touch! Nice nade on the Ziggs, and now Ziggs is forced to reset again.
And DBD got shot by the axe just now. For side of Bacon, nowhere to go. They have to take up the fight. DX having to take advantage to the side of Procedure Evos as well. Having a go against Procedure Evos. They happen to be in the same compound. Rabies on the ground. Come up from the right side of the circle. It's not just that. Boom! Coming up from behind. There's so many teams in the same corner. We still have 15 teams. 15 teams in a very small circle. Bacon time still going in for the rush with 6 last player remaining for DBD. He tried to call for the clutch. UMP in his hand, trying to go for revive, but one nade, if they toss it over on the side of DBD, that's the end of it.
That's going to be another Molly onto the second floor. So you're getting prepped up for it. Jimmy now super duper low. Not sure if he have any utilities left to reset himself because he's not doing it. Probably he does not, but it doesn't matter at this point as 9 knots needed him down. It's gonna be Ziggs, the last man for DBD. Can DBD finally do it? But that nade is just too much for him to handle. DBD, again, a close quarters combat that did not work out for them.
CJ Evil's now taking the fight. Trying to be the housekeeping team here. Sorry, Procedure Evos definitely knows where they're at. Can drop those to its side of DX. Perfect angle on this. Whoa, wait, wow! No! It backfired! It didn't enter the small window. It dropped down. My God!
No, Choo Choo, no, I can't believe it. The
Not
name.
like that!
Not like that! Oh no!
And it was a perfect time when the camera was on him as well.
Oh no, that was a disaster. And just to make it worse,
tragedy.
Tragedy indeed. Just to make it worse, misery. He had a chance to play today, but that kind of performance, I would guess that the coach would have a second thought right now. But yeah, he needs to redeem
He's
himself.
ended up in a
next round.
misery. He ended up with a misery there. You cannot take that away from him now. That was traumatizing to watch. I mean, like, we've seen a lot of ally being naded, right, the past few days, but to self-nade where things can be, you know, a flip, that must be devastating for them. If not, they are the one who's like rocked right now. Box easy in a way, D-Axe.
That's arguably the biggest self-made of the PMSL, entirely eliminating a team. And now hopefully it doesn't happen to Team Secret though, because Hell Esports wants this compound. But this compound, will it be worthwhile for them to hold it later on? But we still have some time. Right now, Hell Esports, all they want are the points. Besides the compound, it's going to be a bonus. And now Hell Esports, they're charging up to the second floor with the DBS in hand. Our boy managed to get onto Sky only, but now while we counterfire for the gun, by Get Slow, it's going to be hit. The last man with an M249, no DBS in hand, and the DBS still wins.
Oh, it's DBS game. It is M24 or not, who cares? If you got an AUG, if it's an AW, whatever there is in the airdrop box, the DBS will win it. There's no point of having other weapons except for those DBS. Here comes DBS game again. Varky taking those attack. Finding the boom player by his... Oh, yeah, there you go. Finish it off with Mort. There's going to be the last Void player eliminated as well. We're down to 90s within the flash. Mort, the last player that is coming up from RRQ, have to clutch this compound against the entirety of Boom right now. Not just that, it's going to be different teams surrounding them as well. PBE just close by. Vampires just next door. They have a lot of neighbors coming from Mort, but here comes the rush coming up from Boom.
Wow, I have a feeling Vampire, they're just waiting for the moment to be a third party. But now Mort is going to secure that elimination point. And is that it for Boom? Okay, Boom still has combat though. Still has Razy on the other side. But now Mort, how is he going to do this? Seems to be alone. But look who joined the party. PBE.
He has been there for quite a bit. I've been hanging on just to be there in case he can finish off stuff. But popping up the cloud, popping out smoke coming out from Palm Bed. But Mort still stuck in the attic. Ranked waiting for the right time for somebody to open the door. Vampires just sitting this one quietly until they start to engage again. They want to take opportunity. Look at how Tony K having this angle of crosshair, waiting for the right time to pick out. But Bacon time closing in, by the way. So I'm not sure how much longer they have those utilities to go against each other. But here comes AKM. Those DBS now. That's a clutch if that's an AKM. I mean, like, even though it's 2v1, I prefer that as a clutch.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take any other clutch besides the DBS clutch by now. I mean, DBS clutch is it's kind of normal by now. But anyway, yeah, it's going to be, that was a good fight there. But looking at the circle, right, it didn't move towards the left, meaning that house needs to be cleared out. But Gig Slate, speaking of clearing out, they want to clear out teams in front of them. So far, doing so good for Gig Slate, still maintaining a full squad with 7 elimination points.
So far, nobody actually hitting those double digit due to, you know what, because of the edges barely make it in for the circle. It's just really one of the craziest circle, bizarre one in the entire PMSL so far. But Boom, Palm Bit with Ranked now having a bit of exchange of fire. At the same time, we do see Bacon time start to move. Going against the side of Geek Slate, who's down to only 2 men left, making a full squad still there. But Bacon going in with the rush. Noise going on the fragger. Damn good. Mika got back. With that response, taking back on the 9 Noise side, and Ice just going in for the shutting down on Mika. Down to only 2 players left, but Bacon time, Noise, Ice still can make a go. Stuxnet and Zilin, they're a bit occupied over this side. I just hope nobody coming in from behind.
It's going to be down to the 2 newer players here for Geek Slate. Let's see what they can pull off. But let's see what Box Gaming can pull off as well after they swam across from North Yogopur, and now they're on the southern side. But GE needs to defend the ground with Winnie going down to the DBS on Ichi. He has more to deal with though. 3 more that's still active for Box Gaming. But Levis counterfire nade on to West.
Side of West Need to be saved by Smile. Master Ichi just too much in the front, but Box.
What? Another self-made Box Gaming? Not like this. Oh man, if only we have a stat for self-made too.
And ally need as well. Put that in the stats. But on the side of Capone, he got himself Master Ichi now left with only Smile here. Coming up from GE. This is their downfall. So far, GE back to where they started. Square one, week number 1. It feels like they are nowhere near about their week number 2 yet. Smart trying to pull off with Micro Uzi. 51 bullets, but he's running away. Slither of health remains. Juno's been picked back up. Box back to its 4 players. Small. Can he actually have a time to reset? Look at how Weenie tried to cook up the net on the outskirts. They're going against a 4. He's being surrounded. Smile, there's nowhere to run nor hide.
And Smile doesn't have first aid. He's dependent on bandages to up his health now. So hoping that they don't spot him. He is on the rooftop. So all those needs in vain. But Gig Slate, they want to butt him from afar, but finally Levis spots on Smile, and that is it for GE. 3 elimination points. Valiant effort, but at least a top 5 finish.
Box do have a full squad, and definitely going to play a biggest advantage that is for them. On the side of Bacon Time, have a 3. Don't look down on them just yet. Kick with a 2 and boom with the last player, which is going to be Razy, the last one, and have to go for the push due to how far it is for him to get into the circle. He's slowly creeping into a sort of Box. Lucky enough, Box didn't notice it. But I think he definitely knows, and discovered by Shinos. Never mind. Shinos is not indoors. You definitely see what's going on outside. There's going to be 3 teams left. Box looking strong as a 4. But can they spot Gig and Bacon Time first? Feels like Bacon Time and Gig might actually exchange fires, and they will get into the back line and bulldoze whatever that's left in the match.
Well, I hate to break it for Boss Gaming as much as they would want Bacon Time to distract Gig Slate, but Bacon Time, because they have the circle as well, so they can wait for Boss Gaming to come across, let Gig Slate and Boss Gaming be distracted with each other, and Bacon Time can come in, because right now, look at the circle, Boss Gaming, they must get across. Even if they get into the circle, they will be in the middle of the road.
It's kind of true. Nowhere, nothing to hide between them. Sort of Bacon Time, at least they do have the compound with them. A Box how to push you, alright, but at the same time they start to fight first for Bacon Time and Gig. That's going to be an advantage for Box. So they do pop a couple of smokes beforehand, just in case things get really south for them. So they just need to dose smokes to cloud the vision of their enemies, which is going to be Bacon Time. Right next to it, they build up the bridge already, but here comes a rush to the side of Gig. Knocking on that door, but Zillion respond with a nade! Cooked up way early before. There was a prep well done by Gig Slate.
Oh, okay, that was a good one there, but can they continue on? Winning! Nice one by Zillion boy! And that is going to be the defense coming in from Gig Slate, but this distraction might call upon Bacon Time to come in. And Bacon Time, they have arrived on the next building. Stuxnet and Zillion, they need to finish up this fast. They need to reset this quickly. The jump shot will not connect to Stuxnet, but Bacon Time is in the next door.
Side of Box. They're down to last player, Lavi. He couldn't actually get to its side of Capone. Their rush just now was a fail mission for the entirety of Box Gaming due to how Zillion pre-cooked that nade before. But for Capone, it's slowly crawling to the side of Lavi. On the side of Zillion, definitely see that true start to toss those on those angles. Bacon Time, nobody is touching them right now. I feel like this is their game here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because all Bacon Time needed to do is wait for this fight to happen and they can come in as third party. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. They're waiting for it to continue, and then the timing, they will definitely come in at the right time. They're waiting for the elimination feed to roll. Looking at the current situation, it's going to be Bacon Time Chicken Dinner, and second and third place is either Boss Gaming or Gig.
Here comes a Nick coming up from the small windows. Just hope it didn't actually bounce back. And it was a perfect one. Capone finish off Zillion. Zillion nowhere, no support fire from the back now. It's going to be 2v3. Bacon feels like they're outnumbering Box, but Capone, he managed to reset himself. There's a lot of that Box that's inside and indoors. He can just upgrade himself while waiting for Bacon Time to push. This is going to take a bit of a time here, but we're heading into our last circle. But Capone not able to evade that one. This is going to be the entry point come from Bacon Time to wrap things up.
Yeah, definitely it. Unless Levi can pull off something incredible. That's going to be 1, 2 more to go by Levis. Nade connector on the Levis, 80% health. Levis, 1v2, tosses nade on the second floor. Nine noise. He tasted that nade from Levis, and now Levis is coming in.
Comes last player of Box Gaming. Can he clutch this one? He got one down on ice, but touch. 1v1 between these two. They make it 2v1, but Bacon Time secures it. The moment we saw they are untouchable when Kick fighting against the side of Box Gaming, that's the end of it.
Well, looks like you got one of your predictions right. So Bacon Time at the chicken dinner. Yep, that is it. That is it. Yep, you can go for the bragging rights. Now I'm wondering who gets the MVP. Who do you think?
I feel like Ice have been putting a lot of work down there.
Yeah,
but at the same time, Ice have been putting a lot of work down there. But at the same time, it feels like every single person actually contributing as much as possible on the side of Bacon Time. But it's just there are times that they got ambushed by so many teams, right? We saw that happen, and it feels like everyone just happened to be at where they need to be. But I saw Shetty as kind of survive a bit longer and save the rest of the team as well. So for me personally, as a whole team, I feel like everyone deserves an MVP. I don't mind whoever it is, but Ice and Nino definitely pull out quite a number to touch this time. I feel like the number's not too far from within themselves.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too far because I do agree. Everyone pulled their weight. The moment you mentioned Ice, I was like, oh yeah, Ice. He made the entry across the road at some point, and that was a bold move. And with that entry, that allowed the other teammates to come across, and that was the opening, and that was pretty much the start to their campaign to get this chicken dinner. So it was a great move there, but I'm not gonna discount him for that. 3 touch, however, of course, because the stats don't lie. 3 eliminations, 691 damage, that gives him the MVP. But we'll be able to see the stats for all the players soon. But before that, teams to watch, obviously Bacon Time up there.
I definitely want to see the stats for overall the Bacon team. I'm not sure if we're going to get that or not, because usually that's before this, right? But for the side of Bacon Time, Kick, Slate, Box, and Boom. I mean, like, the ties is back for day number 3 here, final week. If you compare with yesterday. I mean, yesterday they were resting the entire day.
Yeah, I mean, generally, all of them can afford an off day, so they took that chance. But yeah, now it's back to a day that if you don't have a Thai team inside of these kind of stats, right, it's like, ooh, that's going to be big news. It's going to be highlight news. But hey, you know what, Bacon Time, yesterday was their off day, even though they were playing. But now, they're playing, and with the chicken dinner, even previous rounds, they did fairly well. So it's good to see Bacon Time actually able to pull themselves back up.
That's why I call it off day for chickens, because they don't want that chicken that day, even if they are playing. On the side of the other teams there, we do see kind of a consistency from the side of RQ. I love how RQ been progressing the entirety of the PMSL side as well. I mean, like, yeah, you can see how solid they are. They're just perfecting their teamwork throughout the time. But on the side of Big Slate, they are in the middle pack. But if you want me to place them, it feels like they are on the lower mid pack, not in the upper mid pack. They're not there yet. It feels like they're losing their touch here, coming up from the side of Big Slate. Boom, ups and downs as well. But on the side of Box, since second week, if I'm not mistaken, they start to rise up to the occasion. Now on the side of DX, they're starting their performance really strong when it comes to the tail week, a bit later than the rest. SLD has been very consistent since week 1. Feels like the progress a bit slower for each of certain team in Vietnam.
Yeah, true enough. But if you kind of think about it, like we mentioned about Box Gaming, I think this round wasn't too bad for them. And they do have the big motivation of like, oh, we ought to get out of the bottom 4 or in the danger zone at least. So Box Gaming, just look at this. 8 elimination points, 6 rank points, 14 points in total for Box Gaming. I mean, they're looking good. They're looking good to be one of the teams to not be in the bottom 4. But I can't say the same for Team Secret. Again, a round with 2 points, definitely not enough. PBE, because they got the chicken dinner before, this time around 2 points, you can sort of like, give them some leeway there. But for the others, let's see who's down there. DVD as well, 2-point haul. They need the points in the back. So yeah, I guess they'll be looking forward to this break to really reflect on themselves for the next 3 rounds for the day.
Well, we're going to hop onto the overall rankings later on, where things will be really dicey for teams down, especially when it comes to having those numbers the same week over week, which could be TS, GE, and BTR, and as well as Geek Slate. I need to focus on these 4 teams right now because they're not safe at all. For Box, they barely make it. If they can ended up with the top 5, they can get in the top 16 because right now they are on 17th spot based on their first week and second week of bonus ranking. Side of GE, they might lose those spots to the side of Box because just next to each other due to how Box performing this week. For the side of DBD, I have nothing else to say. Will it be enough or not? We're gonna have to wait and see because when it comes to the performance, this week has been the most consistent yet. Team Secret, nothing else to be said. Unless they start to wake up, they start to realize, you know what, this tournament meant something for them, then they start to do something by the end of the week or just by the end of today.
Yeah, my comment on DBD right now is that before this round they were on like page number 1, so they're like kind of okay. But this time around, because, okay, this is the core example of when we say that DBD also depends on what happens below them. So because PB, they got the chicken dinner, now they're on page number 1, they rose up, and that naturally pushes DBD down. And a bacon time as well, because of the chicken dinner, they push DBD down as well. So yeah, there are a lot of factors that they need to depend on, include not only themselves, but including like what happens to the other team, how far the other teams can push them down in the weekly rankings at number 1, and also the bonus points. So DBD, since a lot of those factors are out of their control, they need to focus on themselves back. They need to get back up.
But you know what, if you want to be the best example of a bounce back or comeback team, I think it's still best to a sort of Genesis. I'm looking at their bonus point standing right now. First week they got only 1 point, they were in the 20th place. Second week they got themselves in the 10th place, that's 11 points in total, and got themselves 16th place. They can make a flip of a turn of events within just one time. That's what they should think of for teams down there. If they want to stay in the league, they want to stay in the playoff, they can do it within 1 week to finish things off. At least finish it strong. You start off weak, but at least finish strong.
Yeah, and that's where we talked about like adaptation, right? Because all the other teams, they are adapting to the league as we go on, because there are many days to play. But anyway, there are many more days to play. Well, not that many, we can't think about it. But the point is that, you know, there are many more breaks as well. So we're gonna take a break here, ladies and gentlemen. So if you just join us again, we're gonna re-explain. Sometimes people get surprised, like, oh, in the comments, like, oh, why is it a 1 hour break? Why is it not like a typical like 5-minute, 10-minute break? Well, it's because it's Ramadan season, ladies and gentlemen, the holy month of Ramadan. And also Good Friday to you guys as well. For the Christians out there, it is also the Easter day today as well. So break fast, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be seeing you after this 1 hour break.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
brand new gameplay, Noosa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Noosa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Noosa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Noosa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
The well-loved creation mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter creation mode, you will notice that there are 2 new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Air Angle and Libbet. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Air Angle. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
The type metal safeguards the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination classes to the map. They're really noticeable on the minimap. The two Imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms at floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
everyone! Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready!
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel Stalber and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG
ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati. PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
हेलो गाइस, इट्स मी सुविन कुमार प्रजापति र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्याप्पी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ, हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला. थ्याङ्क यू.
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija EVOS dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima, dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। अल्लाह हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activity that are open at limited time.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Super League South Asia. I'm Chisha, and this is going to be Sarah, Cloud, amazing as always, Cloud, and we're heading to our second half of the day.
Yes, second half of the day, so it's going to be D-Day, counting down the rounds for some of the teams. Now, just a little bit of a recap if you just joined us back from work or back from school. No Thailand, no party here today. So we got 2 Thai teams getting the chicken dinner, and that was Vampire Esports as well as Bacon Time, and PBE, Playbook Esports, fighting for their life, trying to get out of the bottom 4, netting themselves a chicken dinner, giving hope for one of the wildcard teams at least to get through.
Yep, and speaking of today and yesterday, right? I mean, like, this is the revenge of the Thais not getting any chicken yesterday. So they're coming back. I'm not sure if we're going to end up the entire day having an entire Thai team straight. So far, we haven't got one flag waving for the entirety of that chicken dinner. So I mean, like, that's going to be another story for us. But so far, again, mention of the other teams, DBD didn't score any. And I mean, like, will they?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Chu. I don't know, because they haven't got their break yet this week, meaning that now they are 2.5 days away from maybe grand finals, maybe not, we don't know, but whatever it is, we still want to see a chicken dinner, right?
Yep, and I'm looking at the grouping back just to see which group they're at. DVD coming up from Group D. Now, Group D is the worst one because they only get to not play on the last day. And we've seen that before. Whoever in Group D, if they're number 1, that's more scarier because you can actually be pushed down within just a day. But instead of DBD, they definitely only have 1.5 day to play, right?
Oh no, this is bad news. Okay, meaning that tomorrow is D-Day for them. If they are still bottom 4 in the overall, in the bonus ranking charts, that means sayonara. So it's, oh man, it's gonna be Mission Impossible for DBD now.
I mean, like, at least that one chicken is not impossible. I don't care about not having those top 4, I mean top 16 for the grand finals. At this point for DBD, I just wish them at least close this entire league of almost 3 weeks long with a chicken. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, even PBE got a chicken, so they got like what, 3 chickens now for PBE. So even like, no disrespect, but if we can see like a newer team in the Southeast Asia scene getting a chicken dinner, can do it. Come on, DBD, because it's not the first time they're in the Southeast Asia scene. So this is a second outing. Should have the experience. They know what to do. I know the meta has changed, but hey, DBD, there's a reason why they are here, and they are here by merit because they gained. They got that second place in PMPL Malaysia, just below Geek Slate, and yeah, they merit themselves here. So they should be able to do it. Have faith.
And speaking of, I think we have an interview after this, possibly, yeah, usually. We're still heading for the queue. Speaking of the team that actually, yeah, most of the team grinded themselves here, especially 5 team out of the qualifiers. If you guys have no clue what's happening, how the teams are actually in here in the first place, 5 teams out of 5 regions actually competing. Only one of them can get the slot in C levels here. And the others are partner team, and it's not easy to get a partner team as well. I just hope they don't waste the opportunity and showcase to us in the last minute, even though the last minute for the teams, including like Team Secret. And I mean, PvE and Box Gaming, definitely they have their run. We know that they're there. It's just consistency is always the problem. But the one that never get any hot or any highs, it's gonna be 2 teams here. DVD do have okay in this week, but for Team Secret, flat, entirely just flat.
Entirely just flat for the last 2 weeks, and it's looking flat as well this week so far. I wonder if they will reinstate iShots into the lineup later on. I think he definitely merits himself based on how the team is performing when he is playing. We do see a very different play style. They like to play in the middle a little bit more, maybe because they got more information with iShots being in there. So they definitely need any change that they can get for now. If they would have swap in Mins, then based on stats wise and based on performance wise, I'm not too sure about that. But if they can put iShots in, that'll be great. But you're right, we'll have an interview after this really soon. So, okay, we still got some time. So who would you like to see getting the interview?
Maybe for once, like DVD, because you never get the interview if you never score a chicken. That's one of the things. But I do want to ask regarding side of SLD. Maybe we already got them before, but I want to see them if they can actually get number one in championship as well when it comes to the grand finals.
Yeah, maybe they can be the first team to take out one of the Thai teams that have been holding the number one spot. Of course, we've got Vampire Esports, we got Hale taking number one before this, so can they be the first one out of the Thai region to get a number one and at least shake up that current top 4 bonus ranking spots that all the Thai teams are up there. Yeah, SLD would be one of it. Maybe 7-9 even can still pull it off because their points are not that bad too. So perhaps you could hear from 7-9. But looking at the current trend of our interviews, normally we will interview like the teams or the players who have been performing well previously. I think, putting aside like the chicken dinner winners, right? I think actually Box Gaming did have a spike in performance. So if I were to hear from a performing team, I want to hear from Box Gaming.
I want to hear from Bacon as well. They just got themselves this chicken. And regarding PBE, I mean, I wouldn't mind their interview too because I want to see how their view so far because we don't have PBE in C before. We did actually have their MYSG and PH. So I want to hear their input when it comes to their standard right now. How do they stand when it comes to overall C? If they make it in the top 16, can they actually do it in the grand finals from that sort of perspective? But I have a feeling we might actually head into an interview with Bacon, and they have been quiet for the entire week number 3 until today.
Yeah, true. I mean, all these teams that you just mentioned, they have their own storylines, right? Like Bacon Time, yesterday they were kind of missing, and then today is looking like the redemption day, so that's one storyline. If it's PBE, then you got a couple of storylines, like the first time outing in Z that you mentioned, and then of course there are hopes for escaping for the bottom 4, and so far they are one of the 2 teams waving the wildcard flag, and the only team from the Philippine region as well. Or so many stories to talk about, right? And if we talk about like another Thai team, well, maybe like, I don't know, Hale, who was at the number 1 spot before the break, and then if they want to catch up, like how would it be for them? Well, we heard them before that, so maybe we won't see a Thai team. But yeah, I like to see someone else as well. Maybe even like D-Xavier, you know, because it's also like a comeback feeling from D-Xavier now that, not to say that Lamborghini is not performing, but other players within D-Xavier, they're starting to come up.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, I don't mind any team. Basically, it's like so far we do have our top performer. I don't think we do have an interview, maybe from our current state right now. So for our top performers here today, we do have Boom, Pombit, Zilin, Stuxnet, and Capone. Surprisingly, these are the names that I have not seen except for Capone. The others, I don't see them much at all when it comes to starting off the first half of the day.
Yeah, especially Zillion and Stuxnet. They were the longest to last in the previous round for Geek Slate. So these 2 players, they regularly swap in, swap out between the both of them. But somehow, Geek Slate, they decided on, okay, we'll rest Snipes instead, and we'll put in Zillion Boy and Stuxnet in the combo. So far so good. I mean, the 2 of them merit themselves up there. But here are our next matches. So we're going to recap a little bit. Vampire Esports opening up the day with a chicken dinner. Then we got PBE after that. And it's down back to another Thai team, which is Bacon Time. Erangel after this. Could it be a wildcard team? Just to, you know, have that pattern going on.
So far, when it comes to today's Erangel, I hate to break it, it was a really unpredictable circle. It was really a tough one. A rare one in that. The last Erangel was right at the edge of the island of Jogopol. That's one of the rarest circles that I ever seen in my entire career of PUBG Mobile. So I want to see for the last map of the day of Erangel itself, will it be a gentle one or will it not? Because we're heading into Miramar, and so far DX yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, they got himself a back-to-back Miramar chicken. And no, not really. That was before this. It was way before this. It was actually the first 2 maps of the day. But when it comes to Miramar, I want to see as well for this side of the Thais, because we do know there are monsters in there. So if there's anybody can shut them down. And so far RRK have been going great. But I'm loving how by week number 3 we do have different flags like alternating for each of the top names up there.
Yeah. Yesterday we almost got like the variable flags. We haven't got that yet so far, so that's one of the things that we're going to look forward to seeing today, because we got 2 Thai flags up there, so we're not going to see that today. But of course, again, coming back to the storyline, we are going to still see whether DVD gets the chicken dinner or not. But do keep your eye. This is the week that we're already halfway by. We're like 50% of the week exactly, right? So by the time it reaches Sunday, that's it, lock and loaded. Bottom 4 teams, lock and loaded. But in fact, for some of the teams, you don't even really need to wait to Sunday. By the time Saturday comes in, we'll know the fate of some of the teams. For example, like DBD, will they still be in the bottom 4 or not? And like what you say, the worst feeling is that what if DBD, they'll be like, okay, we are somewhere on top, maybe somewhere and safe enough, 15, 14 or so, but because they don't play the last day, then they are not in control of their destiny. Bottom teams can still catch up to them, and that is the saddest story of PMSL.
And again, speaking of the group and the teams, I'm not sure what is happening at the back. I'm definitely waiting for the game to start or even get an interview. We're gonna have to wait and see for now, okay? Be patient for a bit. But yeah, speaking of today, which is gonna be on Friday, Group C is not playing, which means tomorrow will be Group D last day as well. Now, we talked about the top team right now, except for SL. The RQ Same9 happen to be in the Group D. Now, Yudu Alliance, so far, they got themselves in the middle bracket. Not so great. They are at bottom 16. They might actually be pushed down later as well if they don't perform by end of today and tomorrow. On the side of Sem9 and Yudu Alliance, RRQ. Now, SLD, they are in group, let me check for a bit, in Group C. So they're not playing today, but they will play another 2 more days, and they're still ranking at number 1. It shows a lot if you're having a break but you're still in number 1, because number 2, number 3 happen to be having the last day tomorrow, which means that if RQ start to stretch the gap by end of today and tomorrow, SLD will catch them up, and there's no way they can end in top 3 due to how the other teams down there is not too far from them as well.
But you know what, looks like I have sort of a signal that we're having an interview. Let's just head on to Tash.
It may be the rise of the Thais today, but PBE managed to get their first chicken dinner for the day, for the week actually. This is really exciting. It was a very dominating performance. You also have Box Gaming with us, but first let's talk a little bit with PBE. And this is my first time interviewing them. This is going to be exciting. So Rankit is here with me to share what went down. So first of all, PBE this week showing us a whole different side of you guys. So can you share with us exactly, was this planned, was this strats, or is this like, coincidence?
Maganda yung performance ng PBE ngayon, and ito ba pinlano o nagkataon lang?
Wala akong alam dun sa nangyari, pero ang alam ko lang, pumatay lang kami ng mga kalaban na doon. Sinagsaan ko pa nga yung geek saya.
Yeah, well, there has been a lot of adjustment for the team, and that is like that instance is just especially for the chicken earlier. It was a coincidence that they were able to make a good play, but I guess it's part of the adjustment that they have as well. That's why they're very happy.
Is showing in their results, and I'm really happy to hear that too. So PB and Voin were actually the last 2 teams still alive during the last circle, during the second match. So were you guys expecting to meet with Voin there? And what do you think of the team in general?
Yung Voin yung huling nakalaban nyo, and na-expect nyo ba na nandun sila? Pati ano yung masasabi nyo sa Voin overall?
Yung Voin, wala lang. Parang pinatay lang namin sila. Pero parang hotdog pa rin nung SEA Games yan.
And well, they were expecting Voin there because they have a look around of who else might be within that final moment, and they just planned it well, just kept their composure, and they're looking forward to the games that they have in the future, so that they're giving out all the best that they have.
All right, that makes sense. So, honestly, I have a question for you. I need you to answer this in Tagalog, but you can translate it for me. If you had one word to describe Voin in Tagalog, what would it be?
Anong word describe mo sa Voin?
Hotdog.
What does that mean?
hot dog. I mean,
A hard team to go against.
Yeah.
A hard team to go against. Okay, I thought it was going to be, banter exchange, but it's not going to be happening right now. So I'm sure you know that there's a lot of Pinoy pride going around. There's honestly a lot of teams watching you guys right now. Do you have anything to say to your Filipino fans?
Ano masasabi mo sa mga fans mo?
Yun, nandito na naman tayo, nag-hotdog na naman. So, masaya tayo ngayon kasi na-interview na tayo. And yun, may translator. At salamat sa suporta nyo, guys. Lagi ko kayong nakikita, mga nag-share, nag-like ng mga stream, tsaka yung mga nag-comment na PBE. Yun, maraming salamat sa inyo, guys. Tsaka sa mga nag-BPM, thank you sa inyo.
That was a very, very long one. Do you want to translate that for us?
They're just thankful for all the fans, those who are standing by on the live stream, commenting PBE, and also those who are never undying support, even when they were a little bit low in terms of the overall, especially for the first week.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Okay, pass over the mic to Box Gaming, if you guys don't mind. Sorry about that, my hands are full. Okay, now, after we're done with Tagalog, let's move over to the Vietnamese team, where we can slightly speak Vietnamese, which I'm really excited about, because I've learned a lot of Tagalog words, not enough Vietnamese. So hopefully we get this one. So for now, you pronounce your name as Levy. Levy, all right. So you guys had a really great match number 3 just now. It was a great round. You guys had 8 eliminations, but so close. You guys fell to Bacon time, even in a 1 versus 3 situation. What happened there?
Trận 3 vừa rồi á, là đội mình là có 8 kill và mình cũng sắp sửa được cái cơm gà. Tuy nhiên mình đã bị vượt qua mặt bởi Bacon. Em có muốn chia sẻ gì về điều này? Cảm nghĩ của nhóm và cái thông tin của nhóm.
Pha vừa rồi thì bọn em hơi tiếc nhưng mà không sao. Tại vì ba cần thăm quá nhiều đồ. Ném nết đến quá trời nên không né được. Có thế là ok rồi.
We are very sorry for just now match. However, that is Bacon. It works to get that because they have more opportunity in that time. So we will try the next.
All right, that's really exciting to hear. I'm really excited to see what you guys can do and learn from there. Okay, so this is a surprise question for you guys. If you can give Bacon time one word in Vietnamese, how would you describe them?
Nếu như mà có một từ nào để cho em miêu tả về Bacon, một từ thôi bằng tiếng Việt thì em sẽ dùng từ gì?
Đỉnh. Đỉnh.
Super. Dink. Ding.
Yes.
Oh, that's how you say dink. Okay, I think you guys have learned a word too. Thank you so much there. Okay, so last week you guys placed 17th place on the bonus rankings, but today your performance was phenomenal. Currently on top 4 on the overall for the week. What do you think changed?
Tuần rồi thì mình đạt top 17. Tuy nhiên đợt này thì mình đã quá là thành tựu tốt và đạt top 4. Em có chia sẻ gì điều này?
Ở tuần trước thì bọn em xem lại và qua tuần này bọn em biết nhiều thông tin hơn, đoàn kết hơn và công dứt khoát hơn nên bọn em bàn tốt hơn. Vâng.
For the previous, we go back review our team and this time we more cooperate team play. We can certify more location from the other team so we can get the better result.
And it's really showing, really excited to see that. So do you guys think that you guys have the confidence to get the top 3 by today? You guys are so close.
Yeah. Em có tự tin là mình được top 3 ngày hôm nay không?
Bọn em sẽ cố gắng hết sức. Mọi người nhớ cổ vũ cho Bắc Minh và các đội tuyển thi đấu.
I just say I want to try our best. Everyone please support for all player today.
All right, thank you very much. Teams here, PBE, as well as Box Gaming. This is going to be really exciting because we are at the halfway mark of the day. 3 more matches to go. Let's see what's going to be happening. Rise of the Thais, rise of the Filipinos, or rise of the Vietnamese. We'll see you guys over. Passing it over to the caster desk. Bye, everyone.
I have a new idea now. I mean, sorry, the only one that I got from that interview, whenever the Vietnam team actually scores something, how about we just shout it dang, dang, dang all the way? it feels so fun. Like it's like dang, ding, a ding, a dong, or something like that. But dang, dang, is it dang or ding?
I heard it as dang though, so hopefully we didn't butcher it for our Vietnamese viewers out there. But yeah, I like the question where Tash asked that because like in a very simple term, we all get to learn a new word.
Yeah, that's the beauty of international tournaments, right? You get to know their culture. You get to know new friends from different country entirely. You get to learn another language. You get to see a different perspective of how they think as a nation, as a community, and how different the culture is. It's just mindsets wise, it's very different, right? For every single country.
Yeah, it's very, very different. That's why when we see that some of the countries, or maybe by country, or maybe by team, they like to banter a little bit more. So then, like, okay, we just support each other. So then, like, okay, support the other teams. So then, support their own countrymen. So we got a good variety here, and that's really, really nice to see, though. But of course, all of that is it's on the outside of the game. At the end of the day, inside the game is where it matters. And for the Thais, I mean, they're proving it inside of it. Hail Esports looking really happy. They can't wait to start the next match.
Comes to Sem 9 having a bit of a group chant, possibly just to push their morale up. They know for a fact they have it quite consistent here today. But Sem 9 having a really tough third day of the week and trying to come back up really strong. And speaking of the teams that coming back here, we do have coming up from the Thais. Yesterday didn't score any sort of a chicken. Today they've been proving us they would just have those redemption going. Bacon Time on the other hand, I agree, Zach, they are actually very strong, but it's just they're not popping off as much when it comes to the third week, except for today.
Yep. And yeah, well, better late than never, right? So at least they are doing well today so far with their chicken dinner, and not like they're too worried about the bottom four. I think that their objective is a little bit more focused onto whether they can get as many bonus points as possible to get a good start later on in the grand finals. And so far they are in the top four. The last we saw the bonus point charts, so looking good for them. And maybe their objective is even to like, okay, our objective is to be the best within the Thai region, because all Thai teams, they are up there.
And speaking of the other region, except for the Thais, but I didn't know they are monsters and an entirely different beast there. DX, I haven't seen Chua the entire day here today, so we might actually have T-Duck playing the entire roster as a whole when it comes to week number 3 of final week. On the side of Empires, they are doing okay for now, but we're talking about Group D. They have only one day plus 2 more maps, which are going to be a total of 8 maps left before they close the entire league.
Oh yeah, and I think if you think about T-Duck's performance, he did merit himself to be in the lineup in replacement of Chua, since he came up as one of the top players in the previous stat before we went on to the break. So looking good so far. Maybe this is the composition that the Xavier is looking for the entire PMSL campaign. And not to say that Chua was a regular player within the PMPL Vietnam, but maybe it's because like, okay, it's a different meta, it's a different adaptation, and through their research of the strategy, they might think that, okay, T-Duck adapts better in the PMSL, which is okay because Chua did make his contribution earlier in the PMSL and also made his contribution in the PMPL Vietnam, so that's alright too. But hey, okay, we're gonna have a little bit of a snippet here before we move on and substitute recent performance, and Kenny is coming back in, so we're gonna have a refresh of his gameplay.
Oh wow, interesting. Yeah, I'm loving how they actually put in subs recent performance, because these are the teams that, these are the players, the individuals is not fixed as a roster. They'll be swapped in and out when needed. And we do have Olio and Kenny for the swap coming up from Yudu Alliance. So far, no Ripple Boy news yet. And aside of Procedure Evos, they're letting Misery out for now. Back with Redface. I have a feeling that Redface is the pillar for the team. We saw such an impact when you pull him back to the bench.
Well, I guess it was also because of that need. Yeah, it was because of that need from Misery. He needed himself, and yeah, maybe the coach was like, okay, you're out, man. But that's the reality of competitive performance, right? Like, you have to be at your A game all the time. If not, you risk losing your spot. But sometimes it's not a bad thing. Sometimes you just give himself some time to reflect and also to gain back his confidence. And maybe in the next time where he comes back in, then he'll be an even better player.
Speaking of Pasija Evos, maybe that's what he needed as well. Coming up from the side of Red Face, he needs to take a break. So like it or not, whether performance-wise or not, they need someone to step in for a bit. It's a good exposure coming from Misery just now. I mean, like, they are flaws, definitely not a perfect, absolute flawless run, but coming out from him, I mean, like, that's a good thing that they get to see a glimpse of what's going to happen in the grand finals as well. GE so far, the team that has been quiet the entire day, there's so many fans backing up them, including me myself. Well, I'm everyone's fans, basically all 16 teams, there's 20 teams here, just grind themselves into this tournament, so you have to be their fans no matter what. But GE is just super quiet.
Yeah, we did see better of GE before this. In the previous round, they had the compound within the circle, but they failed to defend it. I believe it was against Box Gaming that time, and they happen to be going up a team that is hot right now, which is Box Gaming. So, you know, it was the it just so happened to be the chance that they had to meet up with a team that is on the roll. They had the momentum, they had the motivation, so they failed to defend the compound for that. If only they managed to defend that compound, they might have taken Box Gaming's spot to end up in a top 3 finish instead, and that would have been a lot better for them in terms of placement points or rank points, but it is what it is at the end of the day.
Speaking of rank points, I mean, like, these teams should know where they stand right now, but because we don't have that much time anymore, Cloud, the grand final is so close by, and if they don't have a clue where they exactly stand, I mean, something must have gone wrong somewhere. So you can see the desperation of each of the team trying to get themselves into the game, but can they deliver? Because in the end of the day, no matter how consistent you try to get, the inconsistency of the circle, the flight path, the rotation of each team will make it super hard for them, because we're going to head into our last Erangel map in day 3 final week.
Ooh, last Erangel for today. Here we go. And we're getting Chuchu's, one of Chuchu's favorite skins from yesterday. Now I can't unsee how it looks like. But anyway, looking good for the plain skin. But for the flight path, it's going to be on the opposite side this time. This time around, it's going to come in from the top to the south, meaning that teams like Sem9, they can drop in a little bit faster. They normally drop into Saverni, so that's going to be their aim. Box Gaming going towards the area of Stauber, but because Stauber, on top of that, you will not find any vehicles. That's why they're focusing on the areas of Stauber, perhaps get a vehicle, and then they move up there, or maybe even going towards Kamashchi.
I don't like this flight path, because if the circle happen to be popped right on top of them, we're gonna have Medusa intersection ending again. I just hope that is not the case. If it's contradicting, it's gonna move into the side of Gaka, then it will be great as well. I mean, like, we don't have... I don't want these players to be challenged, but this is the case in tournaments. They are challenging themselves to get better, right? But we're having so much of tough circles coming up from Erangel. If only we ended up a bit more in Gaka, I'll be glad, more than happy to take it. But so far, when it comes to circuit, it haven't been popped yet, and a lot of teams are taking a bit of longer rotation, but thank God it's on the left. But at the same time, half of SMB is in it.
Yeah, don't trust that circle. We've seen it before. We've seen how he has pulled down towards SMB and scammed a lot of players. So, yeah, never trust that. But you can trust Smile with his impeccable gameplay. He's definitely, he definitely wants to secure this point, but he's spending a little bit too much time. He knows that. Immediately retreats back to Ichi. So, yeah, time to loot up, boy. Time's out.
Lucky enough, with no first engagement yet. I just hope at least they start to get out.
Wait.
This is interesting.
What?
This is unusual. They just stuck with themselves. They bomb into each other, and Mika got stuck to the sky. And now Gig Slate caught Stuxnet Tiger from afar. This has been a while. We saw DB28, but here comes the shot coming out from Tiger Axe. So hard to control those barrels, I agree. But at the same time, at least he got himself one knocked down. But the one he's trying to chase out for is going to be Mika, and Sky spot him out. But we got him for Mika have nothing.
Yeah, just a pistol and versus an M4. Oh man, this is going to be hard. Okay, let's go. Plus he has backup together with him. I mean, I don't see Mika clutching this. Sorry. So it's probably going to be the end for this round for Mika. But hey, why not go down without a fight?
gun. Oh, never mind. Mika tried. He couldn't exit out because when he runs out, it's an open field. There's only small shacks in between. It's quite a distance still. I think Hill got himself 2 points now, which is going to be Tiger with those DP28 working quite right for him. But they definitely will revive Sky just now. They got the space, they got the time. For Gig, on the other hand, things are really dicey for them. Having heavy casualty. Sniper still not playing. Zillion and Damn Good left.
Yep, so Snipes is... well, we don't know if he'll return because it will be a different map next round. I don't think there's enough games for us to really evaluate because so far there's like this up and down moment for Geek Slate. So maybe if you want to put out like the... how should I put it? The common term of trust the process, you would still stick with this lineup next.
Okay. Gotta have to wait and see for a bit while we're waiting for any sort of engagement starting off. A lot of fights yesterday. I'm not sure, Cloud, was it in Miramar that a lot of teams are running out of bullets in the last few minutes? I think it was Miramar, yes, yesterday most of the time. Now, so far, Irenga, we haven't got so much of that case of scenario. But heading into Miramar, which you're saying about the next map where Snipes might actually play or not, we have no clue yet. But do you think, is there any certain teams that are dominating over Miramar so far?
Good question though. Week 1 it was definitely Void. Miramar was their favorite map, but because they didn't really perform in week 2, so that crown's been snatched away. But if I were to give to like a particular team, I would say it's Hale Esports.
Is it really? I mean, like, Hale Esports is overall the strongest. They got themselves the most chicken in it across any map.
Yeah, so I guess because of that, it's also easy for us to say, yeah, Hale Esports. If anyone asks like, oh, who do you think this map is the best? Oh, it's Hale Esports. Like, you don't really need to think about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, put aside, I mean, like, Hale is just a different level of plays when it comes to chickens. Okay? When it comes to aggressiveness, I feel like if you put up all the times, the most scariest one with the firepower, I have to give it to VPE.
Yeah. Would you not put up FaZe Clan because Mela is the top eliminator now?
Sorry?
Would you not put up FaZe Clan? Yeah, because Mela is there.
I know, but personally, I feel like because we've seen that before, Clap for Vampires with this lineup. For FaZe, they are balancing both for me personally, but I just feel like Vampires is stronger when it comes to firepower as a whole. As an individual, yes, Mela is formidable, definitely. But as a whole team of firepower, I do prefer Vampires because FaZe, I feel like there's something that's a factor that not pushing everyone. It feels like sometimes this individual is popping up and this another individual popping up, but as a whole, as cohesive team, on everybody on the average standard of very high standard, I think that Vampire is still having a bit more, just a tiny bit of an edge on it.
Yeah, I think your keyword is there, right? The keyword is like as a whole. So if they manage to balance out and everyone's able to perform with the same amount of firepower, then definitely as a whole, as a team, Vampire Esports, yeah, they're definitely up there. And one of the stats do favor them as well because Tony K is the top assist among all as of now. So I guess if you kind of have that kind of mix, then yeah, definitely Vampire Esports. I mean, if we like talk around like, oh, who's the best team here and there, we're going round and round with the Thai teams. Hopefully we will be able to say something good about GE.
GE feels like they've fallen back to their week number 1 here. Having really a lot of struggle to get through one by one map. Always being picked off one by one slowly by the side of a lot of teams. In this case, it's going to be RRQ. They're trying to paralyze the entirety of GE, but lucky enough, only one of them facing that casualty, but West almost blown up as well. From across a different map entirely, Sam9, where West was thinking to be a second checkpoint in case things going south for his side and his pair just now. They are being ambushed by Sam9 instead, so he made a big U-turn, trying to avoid the attention towards the side of Smile, who's still alive on top of it, got Carfield, and hoping they will rendezvous at a certain point, working as a duo. And this is like the worst case scenario. We saw this quite a number here, Cloud, when it comes to week number 1. A lot of the teams dropping out one by one for their players, being picked off from afar one by one, and by the end of the day, by the end of the map, down to the 6th stage, there's nobody else left.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, right, this circle is still pretty tricky. Like, okay, like it could go down, and if it does go down, then the picking off is even worse. It's even crazier. So far, looks like it's gonna be only Udo Alliance inside of military base, but okay, so we got a confirmation, 100% up north. Team Secret, they're glad to get across. Not gate-kept by anyone, not gate-kept by Geek Slate, especially considering that Geek Slate only has 2 players now. So they'll be happy with this kind of circle. Udo Alliance, they're the one that needs to make their way. So Team Secret, if they still hold at that bridge, gatekeeping time for Udo Alliance.
I find it hilarious just now. The airdrop happened to be popped in and on SMB at the edge of at the end of the bridge, and the circle happened to be popped in away from it. For the places, but hey, DBD feels like they want to close up the gap and at least show themselves they're deserving. They're taking the vampires out for their money. We talk about 1 elimination done by the side of DBD. The rest of vampires responding by go for the retreat. They're gonna back off. They're gonna find themselves a different place because they lost Straps and Tony K. Both are their main fragger for the team. Down with Stone and Newsy. Newsy so far been playing a lot of support these days, but he can just flex it out to be a fragger.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because he has the achievements to prove it, and it's easy for him to swap in and swap out when needed. But it's nice to see that, you know, despite the play of his caliber, multiple MVPs, he's able to like take a back step and play a role that's not sexy in a way, a support role. So love your supports, ladies and gentlemen. But if you kind of think about it, earlier on, it was one of the rare moments that DBD defended the ground. Great, 2 points for them.
They weren't defending. Just now we saw how they crashed in there. Maybe it was just one player trying to hold the ground but being charged by Vampire's player at the same time. But the rest of the entirety of DBD were definitely driving into that mushroom tower. And Vampires, they were happy to be moving at the same time. I think that's the case, yeah. But aside of 79 and RQ, they spotted out their navigation towards inside of a circle. There's not just them. 79 have to be careful. Behind them, I think that's either going to be DBD or DX nearby.
Yeah, because the color scheme is pretty similar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not like we don't know the colors, ladies and gentlemen. It's just that it's really close. But now we got a confirmation. So it's D Xavier. Boom. Obviously blue. But hopefully it's not going to be a blue day for them. D Xavier scouting around, but look at the spread by Boom. So it's going to be hard for D Xavier to really aim, but they're going to take it anyway.
The Axe, they charge with their DBS, but this DBS is loaded with 19 reserve. The others having their rifles up. Yummy may already pre-cooked that nade from behind, but here comes Frankie, already opened up the pin. Duke toss it out. Molly to flush out people from this compound right now. Pombit Valley hugging a corner to just make sure he won't get burned off by this Molly, but Yummy just reply from the outside.
Okay, Yummy coming in from the high ground, and Frankie goes down. Hexa's going to come in from the other side together with Rexy. Now it's going to be T-Duke, and also Rabbids on the other side, but T-Duke is kind of low. He has the DBS though. The most OP weapon right now. Secure that elimination point to Pombit, but the fire coming in from the other side. He goes down. Rabbids all alone.
Oh, the rest of it is going to be history. DX, they charge. It's a fill rush and mission coming up from them. It's not great. They just got themselves the momentum, finish off as the first one to go out. Only 1 elimination. At least they don't go with nothing, right? That's the best case scenario we can think of. DX. I'm not sure what they were thinking. Did they actually think there's only 1 player there? But coming up from Boom, that was a nice bounce back from the team.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like 50-50, right? And they managed to still win that fight. Okay, that's pretty cool for them. But I was thinking, like, if only Team Secret, like, okay, we had that level of confidence, we heard everything stop, all the gunfights, elimination feed ran, and they just crash in with a third party. Just like how we see multiple times that the Thai teams do, and they do it really, really well. But maybe because of their current position as well, that motivation or confidence level is not really at their best, so that's why they didn't really charge in. Instead, they chose a different location to park themselves.
Maybe they tried earlier, but it didn't work out. It's just timing off a bit. Void will be visited by Team Secret. Maybe you mentioned it, they are doing what they were supposed to be doing early on, but I just hope it's not too late now. And speaking of timing, I just hope it's not the worst one. Speaking of the worst, it's going to be Void taking on our boy Team Secret. This is what we talked about before. The game sense coming up from Team Secret, it feels a bit all over the place right now.
Yeah, I mean, Abot wanted to scout, but wherever he went, it was too open. Hence, Void to get a clear shot, and the rest was history. Leaving Team Secret with 3 players now.
For Void, they are widely spread out across that mountain and small hills. For now, taking on the side of the center. Gigs Lake taking one small shack, not really a shack, an entire house for themselves. Nobody is nearby that kind of can see them inside, but definitely close enough to land those shots. So we're talking about Void. There's also another team behind them, and there's also Boom on the other end. PBE on the other hand working as a duo. A lot of players been picked off one by one. We're talking about maybe make it up to 3 to 4 teams even, having a duo as a start.
Yeah, that's quite a number though, considering that we're only stage 3. But maybe it's because it's factored by the circles. Since the circles kinda left, and at some point it was like kinda tricky because you wouldn't really know. But now we got a confirmation it's going to be on the quarry / Gaka side. But hey, speaking about the circle, we're going to see the next phase. All the teams currently in it. We got a good number of teams in the middle. Some high grounds been taken. Void has a good spread. But the circle goes to that open area, and it's going to be where Hale Esports is at.
Team Secret also got himself in the center. Can they make it in the last minute here? I just want to see a bit of a fight in them. It's more than enough. No matter how they feel like it's pretty tough to get on the top 16, but at least they should try, and that's what they are doing. Void in the center, attracting a lot of attention. New to Alliance, they lost a couple of members early on, now taking the high grounds and the mountains. Bit in the trench fight is which going to be Redface, who just subbed in just now. Got straight on his knees because being spotted by RRQ across this chopstick trench.
Ooh, not the position that they want to be in, but Zuxi counterfire takes down the Peko. What a key players for RRQ. And now they're going for the Russian. Getting closer and closer. It's going to be Linz. Can he do it? He doesn't have information because of the smoke. But now Nepeko is up and he will retreat.
Lucky enough, they got the time for RRQ in the nick of time even. Before, Procedure. Before RRQ decided to push, but Momboy on GE. GE one to the other. Now leaving with only one player, but at least they fight back. But that's been the last member of GE. They didn't score any eliminations from there. That's really a shame, but what's happened already in the past. But we're back to the side of the trench. RIQ and Procedure Evos having a bit of a trade, and Pekka on the ground. But on the side of Procedure Evos, I think one more knock on the side of Lynx this time, while Redfest trying to counter back and giving a respawn. On the side of Bacon and Boom, so far it's just a lot of smoke, but Box coming and rushing into where Boom at.
Oh yeah, here we go. Razy escaped in the nick of time. Managed to survive that. Goes back to his teammates. But anyway, they have another team to deal with on the other side, and that's going to be Bacon time. Yummy with his nade. We know how good this guy is with nades. But we're back on the Procedure Avos and the RRQ. They're not done yet.
RRQ and Procedure have been going on the brawl, on duking for the longest there is. For how much longer, I'm not sure, because there's going to be a third party coming in, which could be Sam9, hearing over this kerfuffle right now. Rapface with a DBS, trying to shut down on the side of Voldemort. But the problem is he couldn't see it through. Boom, greeted by the side of PBE. Razy can get himself a bit of HP up, but he pre-cooked the name a bit too late. Oh, Procedure Evos being eliminated by RQ, but at the same time, PBE just closing, maybe closing a chapter for Razy, but will be the entirety of Boom.
Oh, liking the confidence for PBE now. They're pushing on the Boom. We have still Yummy and Hexas. Let's see Hexas with a nade onto the inside. Ryman goes down. Yummy with a DBS again. Yummy and his DBS. Creating history right now. Hexas can't go up to the second floor because of the molly, and Raiki will take advantage of it.
This is not great. Outside of Boom,
Yummy.
This is Yummy we're talking about, but this time with the DBS.
Yummy.
There goes jumping shot, and Yummy closes. And one more, but not enough. Fight the DBS back to back with another DBS. One by one and trying for that fight. But can they reset in the attic? Because Bacon time is here.
Oh, but Bacon time now distracted by Box Gaming. That's going to be their saving grace. That's going to buy them some time. Bacon time 3 teams in the same compound, but wait, what's happening here as well? We got 3 teams here too.
You do Lions! Maxius! Here comes another Ziggs, and maybe even another one, but lucky enough, Jimmy OP trying to hold then. Valiant effort coming from Yudu Alliance, but Voin, I mean, aside from DBS, vehicles is another monster these days.
Oh yeah, I know, right? We saw multiple splats on PBE before this, and it's still not stopping. The trend is still continuing. But now the trend needs to continue for something else. It's that BBE needs to come out of this compound. They're right by the side of the blue. They got about 10 more seconds, but bacon time will stop them.
Speaking of bacon time, on sort of a stalemate between PBE and bacon time, including Box. But Box the one who's having the most advantage out of this, due to both teams have to cut across Box Gaming to keep it alive. But Gig coming up on the other end, they don't have that much time anymore. They are away from the circle, but within reach. 2 more minutes to go. They have to clear up, but I think he exploded himself just now, coming out from Cool. I'm not sure what happened. Is it overcooked nade, or is it just happened to be just deflecting nade on his own face?
Yeah, we gotta review that footage again. But then again, that will be a signal for bacon time. But Cool is up anyway, so he's A-okay. But it's not gonna be okay, as look at the blue just behind PBE. They'll be forced to move. So if they go left, they got Box Gibby to deal with. They go right, it's going to be bacon time. And bacon time is well prepared for this because they have the compound.
But they can jump houses if they need to for PB to survive. But Ranked just randomly spray in the smoke, hoping those silhouettes can actually give him sort of information. But Noise is not giving any by proning down. But Bacon time, this is a dangerous game for them to play, to sit in the corner when the hand grenades is raining onto them. Shirty Axe shot down by Box. Here comes Box Gaming.
Ooh, Box Gaming, they'll be happy to stay in the circle, just waiting for players to show themselves and take the shot from there. But somewhere else, looks like we have a fight. It's going to be Gig Slate fighting for their lives against Voin.
And Voin closing in the gap as well. Bacon time is right in front of them, and Voin spotted them out. And Box got on Bacon time. They won this elimination. They won this kill. TS happened to be on top of Voin as well. What is happening? Everybody is fighting on this side of the circle. The north is so vacant.
Ooh, yeah, everyone loves this spot. Trying to get into the circle. Box Gaming defended their ground. We got Bacon to the ice. Still managed to steal it away out from Cool. But anyway, PBE still got themselves 6 elimination points. Not too bad this time around. But now Box Gaming, if only they have the information that ice is below them, that ice will be gone. I mean, we can see that Box Gaming, they're searching for the last man of Bacon time.
But Ice, he couldn't pop the smoke. I'm not sure if he doesn't have any, or he does have, but the moment he popped himself that smoke, he's giving away his position to his side of Void. But that gives him a bit of a space to fall back for a bit. But the problem is where to fall back to. Box Gaming is just breathing down his neck. Here comes the nade, going to his side of Void, to his side of, I'm not sure who's he's aiming for. Is it Bacon time across them? Or is it going to be Box? But Ice bombarded by both sides. Look at the pressure on the side of Ice.
How is Ice?
No one's want to be in his shoes right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, that is it for Ice. I mean, how is he going to get out of that? He's sandwiched between 2 full squads. Void on the other side. But now, these 2 full squads, time for them to move because Circle moved away. Team Secret, by the edge of the circle, they can play the gatekeeping role, but they only have 3 players. So that's going to be the challenge as the teams in front of them still full.
I don't know, Voin is taking the banter with side of PBE early on as hot dogs or hot dogs. But definitely they are hot on the roll right now. They got themselves quite a number of elimination. 9, if I'm not mistaken, the last time I saw them. And down to 5. Box still have a full spot. Spraying over the side of Lapa. Almost knocked down, but he got backfired. Shinos being countered. And now the side of Void, they split it into 2-2. Going in another side, which is going to be Team Secret. 1 knockdown. Alva trying to find and spot out Kit. But here comes the spray. Almost clipped entirely to the side of Izane. But Kit have to buy time. Going in with very slow HP left. They do have med kits. They do have first aids. But on side of Void, Alva have to go away. He lost his teammate. He's lost his member. He's back. But back down on proning. Alva almost got clipped entirely, but it was snakes after Kit and Izane managed to reset himself.
Oh, somehow Alpha survived that. That's a miracle for him. And now Alpha on one side, his teammates on the other, but Isaac finally gets Alpha. Now Keenan is going to be the last man for point, but not that long as Keenan, spotted out by Zunos, being eliminated. They're going to settle down with 9 eliminations.
It was crucial coming from Team Secret to get those eliminations. They want to show they have a fight in them, and they prove it. They still want to be in here as well. Box Gaming is a full roster. Sam9 and Hill, the only one going in as very short here is Team Secret. 2 men left, make it 1. Kid got knocked down by Capone. And now Lavi tried to scout around and try to go for the corners instead, outflanking the rest of Team Secret, but Kid will be revived if Box don't close in the gap. Right now Box still has it, and because they have no clue how many people are they in those houses.
Ooh, now they'll find out soon. So let's go. Oh, Levis from the other side, so they kind of surrounded Team Secret. This nade could prove big, and yes, it will. Now the kid is down. It's going to be Aizen all alone. Zunos moves in with the DBS. Yes, and M4 as well. But the DBS will be enough to take out Team Secret.
At the end of the day, DBS reign over for our supremacy for now. Back to the side of Sam9, Box and Hill. Everyone have an equal footing here. Back to square one. All four members alive for each of the team. Team Sam9 on the other hand, who try to scout out where exactly the players are while waiting for the circle to close in. We'll be on the north, we'll be on the south. Sam9 have not got so much contenders compared to those coming from the east-south just now, and also the west-south. But northern side have been not too quiet before. They were fighting across a lot of teams. But who will be favored by the circle? Happens to be on the side of Hill.
And also part of Sam9, but Sam9 needs to manage the road. But then again, Hill, they're in a good position because all these while they were on the right unchallenged. So it's a matter of time that they show themselves. They're fully stocked up. They didn't really use their utilities, so they're really good right now in terms of how equipped they are against the other teams. Now it's going to be focused onto Box Gaming or Sam9. Let's see who will Hill pick.
Side of Hill, they want to go for the one coming up from the southern part first, which is going to be Box Gaming. They can see them through because Sam9 is a bit too far within reach compared to the side of Box. It was less than 50 meters apart, make it less than 100, but on the side of Sam9 is around 150 meters away. So the nearest one definitely they spotted out on the side of Box. Here comes the smoke bridge. Box reply with they wanting to go for the point.
Oh yes, they have to take this fight. All 3 teams with the full squad though, but that will change very, very soon. As Get Slow tries to get Zunos. Zunos now 40% health. That nade should take him out. Flash tosses his nade onto the side of Zunos, and Zunos nades rain down on him. Zunos, miracle enough, he still survived.
Junos asking and screaming for help as Lavi carry out 4 eliminations, 7 for the side of Box, securing those kills. Lavi on the other end tried to bait out any sort of a shot to see exactly where the position come out from the side of the open teams. Gasflow cooking up Nate, tossing it back, hoping it will connect again, but Junos managed to actually make a reset. We might actually have this battle at a draw for quite a bit before the circle shrinks. Then after that we're going to see a different game. Within 30 seconds, everyone have to move and push forward, especially Sam9.
Yeah, Sam9, 2 players on the other side. They don't have the circle. They have some space, but it's a little bit open for them. So they might as well get across. And that's what they're going to do right now. Depp and Long on their vehicles. They managed to get into the safe zone without being scathed. So they're okay for now. But Box Gaming looking over Loyu. And if Loyu shows himself, Winnie's going to take the first shot.
Box Winnie trying to see if there's anybody on the other side. There's definitely an airdrop for the side of Box if they want to take cover for a bit as possible. They're so easy burnt out. The side of Hill, they're spreading it out. Same goes for the side of Sam9. Every single person divided the circle into 3 parts entirely clean. But here comes the shot. Now start to push forward while Putra still gonna go for the flanks. Trying to outflank on the side of Sky, but Box, who will they respond to first? Sam9 slowly climbing up, but one more player to have to cross the street. And now Hill repositioning themselves. Sam9 got the most out of this circle, even though they were on the furthest away before.
Yeah, earlier Lady Luck really shines onto them. I mean, they had a tough circle before this, but now circle's on their side. But let's see who will make their first move, because Hill Esports needs to move. Box Gaming as well. The zone will start to close in. Sam9 might be the one to take advantage of that. So far, they are controlling the circle. Low you, random spray on the Box Gaming, just putting pressure onto them, not allowing them to come in.
At the same time, Box giving a signal that they want to go for the push. The smoke spot way too near towards the side of Sem9 just now. But at the same time, they have to split their attention for Sem9 into two sides, like it or not, because there's two different angles they have to deal with. Hill coming out from the side of their left. There comes Pultron knocked down by Tiger X. That's going to be the entry frag coming in. Low you respond to the side of Box. And Hill, nobody's touching them yet, but here comes Tap. Spot out on one, but at the same time the blue zone starts to shrink, and the circle, this is gonna be the last of it. They don't have that much time anymore, and they still have to cross the street for that finally popping up the smoke, but he needs to climb out.
Ooh, yes, step. After this, no circle at all, meaning that, like what you say, he has to come out, no choice, because he's really by the edge of it. And 8 more seconds before that happens, but it's gonna be 2 players from Hale Esports being knocked down. It's gonna be Sem9 taking the points.
Loon spots it out. He's such an anchor for the side of Sem9. He called out the shots. He capitalized to the side of Hill on 2. Down to 2 more players. Box spotted out Loyu from afar. Loyu did spot this out. He got no view on this side at all. It's going to be his blind spot here. Loyu tried to go for a retreat, pull back, and tried to fall back. But Shinos replies with a nade that dropped him right on the knees. Shinos going with the DBS, going for Lung. Lavi spotted out on Hill and Sem9 at the same time. Every team that is left with the top 3 going at each other, regardless which team they are at, whoever there is, they are on equal footing here. 2v3v3. Sem9 going into a side of Box, and Hill are not being seen for now.
Oh, and the terrain did help Sem9, but how long will it help them? As now they're trading it back and forth. Dap from afar, shooting, and looks like it's going to be Box Gaming, the first team to go out. So it's between Hale Esports and Sem9, with Sem9 netting themselves 10 elimination points.
Hill Tiger, Sem9 knocked down. 2v1. Sem9 managed to go for a retrieve for the teammate, but here comes Flash trying to finish off the jump. Spot out the jump coming from Lung! Oh, Flash, can he clutch it? It was 2v1. Flash got one on Lung. My god, Lowy is too low. He just got revived there. We have to take a shot anyway. He has to take the chances, but this DBS still work. But it's still working from that distance.
Okay, I'm trying to process this. Okay, so the Scar L that he had ran out of ammo. He was forced to use the DBS, but that ending, was it a DBS from that distance or was it the zone? I'm not too sure. We gotta see back the replay.
Yeah, it's just too broken. I mean, maybe one of the main reasons because of how Sem9 players was too low just now. I think it was Lowy, the last one. It just recently got revived by Lung. That was like, what, 2% HP left. Then maybe a fragment of the shotgun DBS clipped it at the most crucial time. That is Tiger X. You have to give this guy the MVP. He's the anti-fragger, making the opening for the team, but that ending just shows how broken DBS is.
Yeah, I think your explanation definitely makes sense because both of their players from Sem9, they're like super duper low. Yes, the DBS at that distance is not that effective, but it still does. It still can deal some form of damage. And if I recall, their
range.
Yeah, the range was there, right? So, and if I were to recall, like how much health left with the 2 players of Sem9 were, roughly like 1 pallet of the DBS should be able to do the job.
Yeah, but Lung being knocked down because the moment he tried, after he revived, he was having quite a number of HP. He got almost full HP then. He jumped at the back. He was trying to avoid any shot. He was thinking somebody coming up from the front instead of the flank. And then the moment he jumped, that gives away his position. He got shut down entirely with an entire set of Mac spraying onto him. And yeah, I mean, like that Scar L running off really because he wants to get down on Loon, but the problem with those DBS, the range was quite a long one. I mean, it's not too long of a fight like how a sniper rifle is, but it just doesn't. It's no way that's making sense.
Well, I guess if you have a DBS in this current meta, nothing makes sense at the end of the day. But if you kind of look at it, still, the overall points, 7-9, and Hale Esports, pretty much the same. Hale Esports only managed to get 7 because they were on the right, where most teams were not. We did see a lot of fights on the left instead, and the circle, at some point, hard shifted to the right, so they could have chilled there. And that's how they only got like 7 elimination points, but nevertheless, it's still a chicken dinner with 70 total points. Of course, because it's week number 3, we'll be looking at the other side. So it's gonna be GE down there, 0, Gig Slate, 1, DBD3, Team Secret, a slight improvement with 5.
Here, everything that we should keep our eyes on too. So far, Team Secret pushing up to 18th place, trying to close a bit of a tiny gap now before they ended up tomorrow, which is going to be the last map. 7 more maps to go for the side of Team Secret or any Group D, in fact. BTR stagnant. A lot of teams on second page. Bacon, DBD utilizing BTR, not even budging. GE, on the other hand, I mean, like, if they don't perform by end of this week or tomorrow or even the day after, they might have a bit of a problem there because they might be relegated as well. Sam9 on the other hand, climbing up to first, with Oracle being pushed down, but the gap for the first page is very little margin.
Yeah, this is like the tightest one among the 3 weeks that we have seen. So it's like, what, 1 point difference, and then we've got 5 point difference. RRQ SLD and SLD box is 4, and so on and so forth. So the gap is not really that far. But let's check out the top performers from that round. Long. It's been a while since we see him up on the charts here as one of the top performers. Used to be one of the top eliminators inside the PMPL Malaysia. Now he is here. 5 eliminations points for him, and the highest among all.
For Lavi, Lapa and Yami, we do know for a fact these are the top fraggers for each of their own respective teams. Yami, we have seen him quite a number of times, almost every single day, almost every single map, and almost every single week. But next we're going to head into Mirama. So far Mirama has been a lot of ups and downs, but a lot of ties closing the chickens today. They didn't get any yesterday, and today they just dominate over. We're back to PMSL ties.
I know, right? It's like they just needed like one day to just wake up from their slumber. But well, FaZe Clan isn't playing today. They are the top Miramar performers. If only FaZe Clan was playing, then maybe we'll get a complete set of Thai teams getting the chicken dinner today. But yeah, that's the case. But anyway, because we only got the 3 Thai teams, they already got it. So yeah, great day for Thailand.
Yeah, I mean... Oh man, the moment you ask, where are the Thais? This is the first time I didn't get any chicken. Look at that. They just sweep away with a clean sweep from the Thais here today, except for PBE. He showed himself a different flag this time. We got also Philippines getting those chicken dinner. But the rest of them, where are the Indonesian teams? They were taking a lot of domination yesterday, singers for Vietnam. Where are they today?
It seems like the curse of the Thai teams yesterday, it jumped onto the Indonesian teams, and it's like today it's like, oh, kind of missing. Feels that way. Even Wildcard, even PBE got the chicken.
I agree. I won't say even Wildcard. These guys do have the standards up, and they are deserving to be here. But we're talking about the teams that quite new into the PMPL SEA League. Not taking the credits away, but 3E and PBE, this is their first offline as well, and this has been great for them, a great run. No excuses for the veterans down there who don't have any sort of momentum or progress right now. I'm talking about those bottom teams. Surprisingly, it's coming up from the team that has been in the Pro League for quite some time. And that's a huge respect come out from me personally to the sort of GE and PBE. They don't have the jitters. They can just keep on going all day.
Yeah, they're definitely confident, and it seems to be rolling. Like how we saw them crashing into the compound earlier on against another team, and they won it, and that was a little bit lucky that the circle kind of moved away for them. So, but overall, looking good for PB. I'm liking what I'm seeing for them. They have that level of confidence, and that's what made them one of the formidable forces inside of the wildcard region back then when we were casting that.
Back towards our Castle's prediction here. Yudu Alliance, Geek Slate. Very quiet. Honestly, we have seen a lot of Geek Slate. Boom, Yummy, and what else? And we saw a lot of Boom flushing out a lot of compounds, right? Bacon Time, Chicken, DX, almost. Sam9,
Almost. Yeah. Yeah, almost, because they got the, what was that? Second place? Yeah, they got second place before this, so almost there, almost there. But of course, if you just joined us for today, you might be wondering like, hey, you guys no longer supporting DBD? We're still supporting DBD. They're still in our hearts. We still want to see them get the chicken dinner, but I worry that they're breaking our hearts or breaking our dreams.
Yep, they are the only one. Again, I cannot stress this enough. The only one that finishing. Are they finishing the 6? Make it. How many games do you have? Like what? 2 more Miramar. It's gonna be 8 more games. Yeah, 8 more maps. They can't get a chicken by within these 8 more maps. I mean, like, that's questionable, because it just shows they have nowhere near consistency and their rankings. But when it comes to firepower wise, elimination, they did get some, but not so much.
Yeah, it was like early on against Vampire, they managed to get 2 at the Sniper Tower, so that was their highlight there, not losing anyone. But when they got into a compound fight, was it a compound or open fight? Well, either way, generally for fights, right, it's really not their strength. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like what's it for DBD now that we only have like let me count, 6 plus 2 more games for DBD, and their season could possibly be done.
Procedure EVOS also having a bit of struggle to have the dynamic going. I'm not sure if Microwave are going to start playing or not, but appears to be Red Face and Lynx just now will put in the roster alongside with the Twins. Now a bit of a prayer has been done by the players, but I want to see who's their roster playing here today. Is it going to be Red Face with Microboy and the Twins?
We'll probably get to see that really soon. So yeah, we'll be anticipating any changes. And this kind of ritual, like praying before the game, I know a lot of teams do that, and especially for Procedure EVOS, because their coach Sinyu is this guy that always gives his end statement, and he always gives it to me back in the day. It's like, oh, don't forget to pray. It's like, yeah, so it's definitely a man of, how should I say, a spiritual man. I think that's the right word for it, but yeah, you guys get the gist of it.
A pious man. There you go. And on the side of RQ, I just wish they have consistency when it comes to every single map. You know, of all the teams out there, I think the most consistent, I have to agree with all the chats here as well, FaZe got to be one of the most consistent one. You cannot deny that anymore. Every single week they finish off number 3, and they're always on top 3. Same goes for Hill, but Hill didn't do so well when it comes to week 1, right?
Hale week 1, they were okay. They were still in top 5 though, because you remember like all the Thai teams in week 1 all top 5, so it's easy to remember that way.
But the Thai is just on different level entirely. I just wish everyone starting off every single season have the same standard, but it's just different from the coming up Thais. It's just, what is the main difference? How much is the gap? If only you can put a value to it, then we can know how much of the gap can be filled between these 3 weeks, and can they actually meet up the gap for the other regions. For Bacon, slow start week 3, but now coming back strong, half week done. And we do have Armstyle back up. When it comes to Miramar, I think this is his map.
Yeah, Armstyle coming back. It's very recognizable with the red hair. I think even previously he has a standout hair as well, if I recall correctly. But hey, it's always good, right? Like, you have a image that people can recognize, so it's easy to be like, okay, I want to speak to that player, you know, maybe for media or for sponsorship. And it's like, which player you're talking about? Oh, I don't remember his name, but he has that big red hair. Yeah, that guy. It's like, oh, Armstyle. Yeah, Armstyle. So, you know, sometimes having a personal brand like that, it's good as well.
1 minute left. 1 minute and extra 10 more seconds there. Well, we're heading to our Miramar map, second last map of the day. Will it change when it comes to the entirety of the players' fate in the future? Will they be relegated? Do they still have a shot to get in the top 16? The ones that actually up there, they are untouchable right now. They're consistent every single week. But the one that we are eyeing out, the bottom how do I say, starting from maybe 14th place down to the 20th place, he will get relegated.
Yeah, it's gonna be shaky times now because we are counting down the games. We're like 8 games more before a particular group ends. So then when it ends, it's pretty much sealed if they are in the bottom 4 in the bonus ranking. So yeah, it's going to be something interesting to see what happens there. Especially tomorrow will be a big day for some of those teams. Sem9, they'll be happy to take that number 1 spot. The last we saw them, they have a 1-point gap. So looking good right now. Dep, definitely the performing player for Sem9. It's been doing really well. If anyone says that, if anyone tells that, hey, he has been on a hiatus, well, nobody will believe because it doesn't seem like he was on a hiatus. He's been performing super duper good. So right now, let's head on to our first Mirama for today. Can't wait to see what happens. Let's go.
We're back on our dry lands with the biggest map that is the most land at 90%, 8 times 8 kilometers. That's going to be before the circle starts to shrink. Then it's going to be 4 by 4 kilometers, and you just divide half into it every single stage. But cutting across Los Leones, the flight path will be favoring more towards the side of the south. It shows maybe so far the pattern of the circle contradicting towards the flight path. We might ended up in crater fields again, which was a lot yesterday.
Yeah, we saw 2 crater fields yesterday, but very different outcome and very different mid stage as well. The first mid stage crater field, I will always brand as crater field. If you want to take the key position, it's that high ground, that high hill on the right. So I remember it was Pasija EVOS getting that on day number 1. Day 2 was, if I remember correctly, was like SLD or Sem9, either one of those, or they kind of shared that area. So that will be the key area definitely. And we did see that it brought them a good amount of eliminations through the process, despite not getting a chicken dinner. But if it's going to be the same, then that might be the case. But if not, then well, I'm hoping for like a Lost Eagles. We haven't seen it yet, but it's going to be Power Grid, and we still have some form of crater field in it.
Yep. There are high chances it's going to be in between, where we're looking at the valleys and the high mountains up there. Whoever tried to get themselves up across the mountain of southeast of El Pozo, that it will be one of the best places for them to actually farm those eliminations. But it's too steep, so they can't see everybody at the foot of the mountain itself. While waiting for the players to drop themselves, I don't see any sort of a hot drops. Yeah, there's some teams happen to be gliding over at the same compound for now, but they will be parting ways later. Pasija EVOS last map was a bit of a messy one for them. I just hope to see the best in when it comes to this one, because I missed Pasija EVOS in week 2. They were very strong.
Yeah, Pasija EVOS toning down themselves, maybe in preparation for the grand finals. We don't really know unless we get an interview from the coach or someone else, but pretty sure they're not going to expose that strat, right? That is a critical strat to expose. I mean, even when we ask like Boob, like, hey, why are you swapping players here and there? They'll be like, oh, that's a secret there. But oh, no secret. Sky only knocked down and his teammates are nowhere near.
Feels like this has been the pattern since Erangel, and now back to Miroma with the same sort of 1-by-1 being picked off by different teams entirely. But Sem9 on top of Montenuevo, they are scouting. I think Kutar has always been the scout for now, but here Gapslow, Sky finished off or not. The one that he can actually see that's moving is Gapslow. He wants to shut down Pasija EVOS, one of the main fragger down there.
And shutting down from that range with M249, okay, that's a statement there. I guess also like at least they want to trade it off, but not with Pasija obviously, to at least get that one elimination, considering that Sky only went out. So that's going to be a little bit of a scare for Pasija EVOS. They know that Getslow is there, but they don't know the rest of them where they are. So without that information, they're not going to push themselves on to Getslow.
Pasija EVOS have to just settle down that the fact they're going to start off with a tree. Even though they are starting off as a tree, I think the same goes for Hill. So equal grounds for both of them. Udio Lions. Now, having a bit of a visitor coming from DX. They are just across the street, but I feel like, you know what, by now it's a 3-week long sort of a league. Everybody know the territory, whether to challenge or not, or whether to part ways or calling a truce. They kind of get it by now. For Kit, Team Secret, they're very segregated on top of St. Martin. Now this is where they used to drop back in their glory days.
Yeah, it's a common spot for St. Martin, that area, and 7-9 will be on Power Grid. So those were the days. Well, it's glad to see them dropping back. That's somewhere that they're comfortable with. Nice that you pointed that out. So hopefully, I'm just putting out all possibilities right now for Team Secret to actually perform. So with a comfort zone drop that they've been playing in their glory days, like what you mentioned, I don't want to put my hopes up too high, but come on, Team Secret, you already got this.
I just want to see a bit of a fight in the last minute, in the last final days here. We have total map of 12 more to go. 8 for some, including today, it's going to be like, what, 14 more maps, including this one. 8 will be some of the teams out there who will not be playing the last day or tomorrow. For the side of Void, I don't know. When it comes to certain rotation of Void, it's almost very similar, like how we saw yesterday, right? You remember how we ended up around Crater Field? There's sort of this couple of towers in between, sort of a tank, a big tank in it, around the factory area, like sort of a factory area, the lumber mills area. They always park themselves there, so if you're being too predictable, it's easy for your opponents to actually counteract to it.
Yeah, you're right. In the two similar circles, they play inside of Crater Fields, and they were the only one to do that. Instead, 7-9 thought of it 2 steps ahead, and they kind of like, okay, someone's going to come inside there, and maybe it's Void, so they go up to the high ground, and then they have the overall view inside the Crater Fields, and that's where they really pressure on the Void. And Void in that second Miramar didn't have a good time. But 7-9, Long, if he can get a knockdown to Ice, it's going to be a good time for him, because Ice, if he gets knocked down here, his teammates won't be able to save him.
Yep, that's why he didn't open fire just now, just waiting for the right timing to wait for the others and waiting for the queue. It's a bit quiet, very calm before the storm, except for the early skirmish between Hill and Procedure. Evos, nothing else happening right now. Everybody just dropped onto their own respective space and looting up. But the next rotation will make it clear for us to see whether the circle will be around Crater Field or Power Grid. If it's Power Grid, it's a very generous circle indeed. But GE, on the other hand, now GE today really lost their momentum from last we saw their best and their peak.
Yeah. My only theory is that it's also because other teams are adapting, are changing, and that's where, because we heard it from the interview, I think in week 1 or week 2, because they performed that time, that they say that, okay, them adapting to the Southeast Asia teams is a new challenge for them. And the Southeast Asia teams are a different breed. Like, adaptation and versatility is always the key to be successful in here. And if a lot of these teams are able to do that, then that will affect GE. And hence that's why when GE thought that, okay, we found the formula, we know how to play the game, like it's good for them in week number 2. Week 3, maybe they thought that that's the formula, but no, because other teams change, that formula has to change as well. And maybe the speed of adaptation is a little bit lacking there.
And also don't forget how powerful it is, the ability to reset yourself when things are not doing great. I think that's one of the greatest attributes you can get from a pro player. It's all about the mind strength, the mind games. Can they overcome their fears? Can they just, you know what, have an open mind and know for a fact it's not going to be enough? But Hacinda, their patron, this is why it's come out from Vampires. Team Secret got themselves around St. Martin area mountains, and yeah, but this is going to be a perfect view for them. The only one that is, I have a feeling we might actually end up right on top of St. Martin here, and it will divide it by the street, by the 6th or 7th stage possibly.
Yeah, it's going to be the home for Team Secret, so they better take advantage of this. No more Crater Field high grounds to deal with. So teams that didn't get the high ground, we saw Pasija EVOS, they parked themselves there. They know that that's a hot spot. And now without the circle in it, that's where they need to move. So the other teams don't need to deal with Pasija EVOS, possibly on top. But for Team Secret, they need to deal with Hale Esports. Hale Esports knows that this is one of the hot spots. But because it's a compound, it's not going to be easy for Hale Esports to gather that information to make that move. So, in a compound fight, we've seen it before. It's going to take a little bit of a chill.
Vampires on the other end defy the odds. They want to take the high grounds instead and not going inside of the compound. I said that the Patron slowly occupied by a lot of tenants this time, teams by team flying into it. DBD going for the outskirts as well, coming out a bit later than the rest of the team. We did actually saw, I think it was 7-9 across them. Yep, there you go. And DBD happened to be just passing by. I'm not sure if they want to take up a challenger fight because Low is driving exactly in this manner as well. They will have a bit of a clash with Yan and Low Yu, but Hale is on the other end. Interesting.
Yeah, I think they are approaching San Martin. That's why Hale is there. But Hale, they'll be happy with the compound. But Boom won't be happy though. If Frankie managed to land a shot onto Pondbet, a good thing is that Pondbet managed to get away. So Rank is the one that's unhappy.
I got a glimpse of the chat, just a tiny bit. PMSL, huh? PUBG Mobile shotgun leak, they say.
Oh, wow!
I've been like, that's
like
spicy,
that.
guys. Keep it low in the chat, come on. I mean, like the last chicken dinner was quite a spectacular one. Well, we're heading into a different match right now. I mean, if DBS working that distance even, I don't know what to say. But yeah, so far we have a lot of mini 14, and that's great news, Cloud.
Yeah, yeah. At least that balances out the DBS, or does it not? Because everything is DBS, even at that distance with that chicken dinner. Oh man, that is definitely something. And if you gotta think about it, we did talk about like how DBS is the bane for DBD. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. If Nine Noise can get Pondbet, again, Pondbet second time around survives it.
Boom showing no interest to fight back on the side of Bacon time, so they will actually go on the northern side. Going into the circle first will be their main priority. On the side of Bacon, they want to go for the kills first. So whatever they move, they shoot it down. Bacon, if they want to cut across those mountains, they are occupants in there. GE on Hasida de Patron, not so far getting into the circle, but RQ is closing by. So they need to make sure that they got the info and prepared for fight. Because I have a feeling RQ, they might actually want to rush into this if they got the opportunity. But is GE staying?
I'll be a little bit more worried for DBD now because their team's approaching them. I mean, defending the compound is not their best. But right now they managed to shoo away those teams. And those teams not really interested. I guess it's because other teams as well around. But Drab is... Oh no.
Another D team, but it's D-Axe this time. Bit of trading done. Frankie almost knocked down entirely. Rabies 2-1. Coming up from RQ, leaving with 83 players. But they finish off RQ, bitten by Team Secret. Napako knocked. I'm not sure from which angle, but it's not great. They are having a bit of a chase between D-Axe and happen to be a 2 minutes apart to come in, including Gig Slate on top of them. There's no great. D-Axe and RQ both are losing in this compound.
Oh, but they got to do it quick because look who's arriving. Look at the minimap. There's another team coming. T-Duck gets onto Voldemort. That's going to be the end, but Pasija EVOS will be happy to take the points, but Ling will be shot down.
Comes another one. We do have Team Secret approaching, saying goes for the side of box. If I'm not mistaken, oh, that's going to be 7-9. But Lambo's got them out on the outside.
Wow.
What a spray, but he needs to reset. He cannot afford with going low HP. Too low, in fact. And Lambo trying to finish off the chop. The DBS coming from Suxy. Here comes Nate to trying to finish things. And boom!
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 No boom.
Boom.
A bit too late for the boom. Didn't even cook it yet. And Zaxi can actually avoid from getting clipped. But here comes Lambo. Another one. Ring around the rosy we go.
Boom? Nope, no boom this time. But he has the DBS though. But now he switches it into an M4. Okay, this is gonna be scary though. But okay. No clutch again from Lamborghini. But still valiant effort. Still disable 4 points. Zaxi He was sweating in his pants trying to find Lamborghini there.
It's not done yet for them. The moment they step out, there's going to be a lot of teams waiting for them to just show their faces and shoot them down. Tiger Axe, on the other hand, trying to find any way possible to take Vampires down on top of St. Martin Mountains right now. But we do have a lot of teams surrounding them, but Tiger Axe still diligently facing to the side of Vampires for the longest time, playing Ring Around the Rosie, but Jumper and Kick Slate. Now looking over where are the other teams down there. Procedure Eve was still taking a bit of time to reset, but now visited by TS. Now I have a feeling Kick Slate Mika definitely wants to be part of this fight, and Vampires definitely heard those gunshots. But they have no visual to this and yet.
Oh yes, it's because it's such a big building, right? But then again, they know that their focus is on the other side. But you gotta be careful though, if the focus is too much on one side, then other teams could come in. We got Vampire on the high ground, we got a couple of other teams on the other side as well. They're just waiting for the need to knock down one person from Procedure EVOS, and they're going for the rush. They're taking this fairly slowly. Zuxi has a DBS, and Zuxi, we all know how a DBS works in the current meta.
Here comes DBS plays as always. You saw a couple of laser shot from behind as well. Coming from Procedure Evos. Lucky enough, they don't have anybody backstabbing for now, but it's going to be entire squad 2v4 for Team Secret. 3 indoors, Jumper playing from the outside. Here comes a bit too long of distance. Now Zuxi trying to bait out by his running dry with those ammunition, including his utilities as well. Jumper gets indoors as Zuxi knocks down. Our boys spot them out. Procedure Evil's down to the last 20. Luxi wants to build. He will be caught. And that's it. Procedure Evil's. So he's still alive.
What?
He managed to climb up.
Wow. Okay. When did he get up there? But because of him doing that, now he survived, so he can at least hang over positioning points for Procedure EVOS. But look at the amount of teams around them. Vampire Esports as well. Boom is coming in, and boom, they want Team Secret.
Same goes for Vampires. It's just next to them. Razy spot them out. See exactly the movement, and a bit of rotation done by Jumper. That Mini 14 hold his trigger fire, waiting for the rest of Cavalry to arrive, while the rest of Boom try to reposition themselves, and they want to reassess the situation, going for a fallback before get into it. Is it worth it for them to take this compound? Because this is a solid fortress we're speaking of. You do Alliance taking a fight against PBE in a different corner entirely, which we have no clue where at.
Yeah, not too sure. Maybe on the other side of the map. But right now, Team Secret, glad that they managed to secure this compound, so they're A-okay for now. Definitely not going to be sieged down by Procedure EVOS anymore because they only have one player left. But you asked about PBE, now we have visual.
Right on top of Power Grid, Flax OP fighting the entirety of PBE by himself, with support fires from afar coming from the rest of Yudu Alliance, dropping a double nade to the side of PBE. They're taking the nade quietly for the side of PBE for now, but for how much longer, I'm not sure. If they want to fight back, this is the time. But DBD caught PBE from the flank. Start Raimon on the ground, rank it in the smoke, while Momboy still around the pits at his buggy. GE?
Okay, again. I'm starting to lose count now how many times we see teams or players leader themselves. But now this is going to be an opening. This is going to be an advantage for Box Gaming. They're going to come in. Now this is only from Winnie onto West, leaving Ichi alone.
West burning out. Down to Ichi. 40% of HP. And the nade. This is scary. And that's going to be loss of GE. And Boom getting a bit of it as well. Well, Box will be devastated. Somebody stole them right across the mess. Now they're going in for the rush. Boom going for the pickup of Box Gaming.
Not only elimination points, but also placement points that they want to steal out of Box Gaming now. And now Boom still a full squad. Box Gaming playing as a trio. How are they going to do this? Now Capone alone on the left, 2 on the right. Nate's raided down. And now Pombit with the DBS. Pombit, pretty sure Yummy has a DBS of his own as well. Now Pombit, what is he going to do here? Oh, at the same time, look at this future. The circle moved away, so this fight needs to end.
The moment they leave this, it's going to be Gig Slate on the other end, waiting with the full squad there. Well, full side of Boom and Box. I just hope they find their value. Winnie almost knocked down entirely, but got himself safe in the nick of time. But Boom realized it's not worth investing too much time and resources here. They want to get into the safe zone first. Well, how about we gatekeep this box gaming while waiting? And I hate to break it, but Pombit feels like the scapegoat for the side of Boom.
Oh man, okay. At least box gaming days, we can consider them manage to defend this area, but now coming out at compound is going to be a problem because boom, they open up on the other side of the road, so now they'll be keeping eye. They want to take revenge on the rest of box gaming. Let's see how they deal with that. And now Precision Evos has Luxy, the last man, but in his current position, I don't think any other team has information of where he is. But for PBE, DVD has all the information.
PB is still stuck in the pit for now, but here comes Yen, finally start to make a move. They've been fighting against PB one of the longest since 2 circles, and they're still there. But the thing is, PB holding on. I'm not sure how much utilities they still have left in their pocket, since they've been in the pit for the longest time. Not much of a replenish of resources. DVD 6 and the rest of them start quick, but they're hesitant. They keep on going back and forth here.
Yeah, I mean, they've been trading back and forth for the longest time, and as we expected, Box Gaming has a difficulty crossing the road and they got eliminated, but they still take on 5 elimination points, so that's pretty okay for them. But 7-9 only won this time. Mika finally spots out where Luxy is at, and Luxy super duper low, but finally been taken out by Mika, and that's going to be number 11.
CJ Evos, surprisingly, when it comes today, their performance is quite subpar. But on the top 3, we do have 7 RQ and Box both being eliminated. Now down to Boom to actually push up their ranks. If they can make it, it's going to be huge. Boom still have a 3 with Hill closely behind with 92 points for now. But when it comes to elimination-wise, Boom do have it more. Boom, speaking of which, taking out on Mika with those snipers. And that's a sharp one indeed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All the way from downtown. And because of that, they can rush in on the Mika to pick up the point. His other teammates are too far. They probably will leave Mika. And that is a confirmation that Yummy will take home Mika. But now, circle-wise, let's see. Goes up to the high ground and Voin is in it together with Vampire Esports.
St. Martin, the mountain it is. Right in the middle of it. Divided the places into different terrains. High grounds and the lows, and also the middle ground, which the terrain is very uneven, extremely tough and difficult, even if you got yourself those elevation. Biggest question is, do they have enough utilities? Because we saw a lot of teams are running dry with only 1 or 2 mollies and maybe not even any. Team Secret are opening up their formation just to make sure they have all eyes out there. But Bacon closing in. They want to take a fight. They might actually have to face Aizen first. Aizen probably will be the front liner for the team, but if he goes down, that's going to be the bridge coming in from the side of Bacon.
The good thing is that they can't really spot out Aizen due to the hill. But now, Bacon time. Forced to move because they're on the outside of blue. Aizen still at the forefront. Monboy will be taken out by Ziggs. That's going to be it for Playbook Esports. No points this round for them. It's been a good day, but not this round.
DBD secures 3 out of those skirmish before. But for Bacon time, due to the hill in between them, where on the side of Aizen actually stand, but when Fire is not willing to wait anymore. Moment Tony K see just a tiny bit of a loophole, he goes for it. Here comes the Nate toss over, he knocked on 1. But like you mentioned, the view is difficult. Even if we got ourselves this high elevations, it's too steep. Voin to get on U2 lines where Team Secret is still spreading out and the blizzard will close. They were talking about northern side, nowhere near into the circle.
Yeah, I mean, it's still on the outside. But Aizen managed to get a knockdown. So Team Secret, could this be their time? Could this be their moment where they'll perform? But now they'll be playing without our boy. Unfortunately, Aizen still holding his ground. He's still on the outside of the circle. Still needs to move. But now backup has arrived. But Aizen will be got out by Hexas. Damn good. Got out by Racing. Boom. Managing 2 teams. And 3 touches coming from behind.
Bacon, all that patience worth waiting. But touch. He needs to get out from there. He's kind of stuck right now. T as being eliminated and decimated in the hands of Bacon time. But Tony K take the advantage to be the housekeeping team. Here comes Tony K, killing off everybody else beneath him right now. But can he spot them before Boom finish off from the flanks? Oh man, Bacon, time to be under the eyes of Tony K. Well, Boom tried to steal it away. That's going to be a Hexos. But yep, I still in the hands of Tony K.
Yeah, pretty much 3 touches. Only exit route is to take down Boom. But
Yummy.
okay, yep, there you go. There you go. Yummy is always there. And Bacon time from a chicken dinner to getting number 7 with 3 elimination points. So that is it for them this round. We'll be looking back for their performance in the next. But Boom Esports, wow, what a great play so far.
8 eliminations, dominating across the board with most frag coming out from their lineup here. Voin going for the eliminations as well. They spotted out a couple of players coming from Geek Slate, but the distance is a bit too far. Alva managed to finish off Stuxnet with those taps, but to see the others from this view, Voin, they have to walk to the front for a bit. They have to push forward. But at the same time, if they were to push forward, they caught themselves in a trap because it's going to be another team from behind. And if I'm not mistaken, there's going to be either the side of Voin or even Vampires. But Vampires now fighting against Hill. Flash on the ground. Tiger Axe going around, ring around. Rosie finish on 1-1-1 trade for now. But Vampires only have one person at the front line. They can't spot out just yet, but Shrubs, can he hold Tiger?
Ooh, Eye of the Tiger here. 50% of health on the outside of blue. And now, Tiger, low ground. Vampire has it onto him. Gets slow, gets eliminated by Kenny from Judo Alliance. Tiger still holding it strong though, despite him all alone, fending off the entire Vampire Esports. But how long can he last? When will they open out flags? They don't even have a space to do it. But behind, Judo Alliance had a button.
Finish off Hill at the same time. Now Vampires have to be thankful for that. The Tiger not ever being tamed before. And too wild. Finish off by the back end, which could be Yudu Alliance. Vampire stuck in between. Shrubs knocked down. Tony K spotted out by Boom, as well as Void now marching in. Spotted out Gigsley and Yudu Alliance see them from afar as well. It's going to be down to Tony K to pull it off, but can he last long enough? Yudu Alliance push forward instead of their right side. Here comes a Nate. War Flags taking on the angle to the side of Void, but that Molly burned him quite alive, which we have no clue where the Molly coming out from. Is it Tony K? Is it Boom? Or is it Void?
Yeah, we might get the answer soon if they don't get out of this, because they're still on the outside of the zone. 30 more seconds till the blue close entirely, and they'll be burned by it. So utilize, they need to move now. Shamil moves his truck across to create a barricade. Tony K is still alive somehow. The last man for Vampire Esports, the star man for Vampire Esports. Now Judo Alliance keeping out Tony K. They know there's someone else there, but they have to be careful. If they overextend it, if they overshow themselves, they could be shot down by Boom.
Tony K playing the silent game here for a bit. Don't move, don't even budge, not even an inch of the muscle will be actually making an audio cue to it sort of utilize. You're just too close to it, Tony K. Just gonna play it slow. Now he definitely saw Flax open. He wants to go open fire, but at the same time it's just too much of Japanese. Just within like 20 meters support. Tony K sharing the plays with you lines and Yummy on the other end. They kind of cramped down here, but at least for the side of Boom, they are dominating the overall map. They are separating themselves to have a bit of map control. But Tony K is waiting for the move coming up from Yudu Line. He heard the audio key. Here comes Shamil. Sprays on the side and one knock. He finished it off straight away. And Tony K is not just that. Boom shooting from behind too, but here comes Flax finish off. But Boom taking this opportunity to push S at the same time.
Anyway, Tony K only had 15 bullets the last we saw him, so that was the best that he can pull off earlier on. But now the circle moves slightly to the right where Boom Esports is at. Boom Esports still has part of the circle. Jake Slate, number 4 with 2 elimination points this time. Udol is pushing towards Boom Esports. And now Flex at the forefront. Managed to get knocked out to Yummy. Only one left from Boom Esports. Can he counter fire? Yes, he can. Hexas, one more to go. And Hexas will be the bane. And Boom Esports still survives.
Flax OP been pulling off so much effort just now. Valiant effort and good tenacity coming up from Yudu Alliance. But you know what? As long as Hexas alive and Raging in there as well, they cannot finish off Void. Now they're coming back with that chicken dinner. It's been a while we've seen this side of Void, and they are back from week 1, week 2, skipping and tidy, back in week 3.
I could hardly remember the last time we saw Void getting a chicken dinner. They got too many of that in week 1, but after that, like what you said, week 2, I don't think they got any. But finally, Void, week 3, they're starting to come up again. chicken dinner here in day number 3, game number 5. Great comeback for Void.
I love this. Hexas, I mean, like, he deserved the MVP from my view, but maybe even Razy. Between these two guys, without them just now, especially Hexas, he bought so much, but Lapa is actually the one with 1 elimination, 750 over damage, surprisingly. But I mean, as a whole, Void do have a good team of teamwork. I have to say their team play just now, they're not going in alone, they wait for the entire team to be there and decide within that short amount of time. Now when it comes to teams to watch, Boom, you have to give it, Cloud. Boom has been aggressive today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Boom. This is the Boom. They are booming. And look at their travel distance. It's almost double as compared to everyone else. And yet they can still get the chicken dinner. They played lesser full squad time as compared to everyone else and still able to do it.
I'm waiting for those elimination numbers because I think Boom secures double digit, but I'm not sure about Void, but I have a feeling Void got themselves quite a number as well. You do Alliance, he got 1 knock. Flax was trying to do his best. You can see he's breaking everything he got, even his back at a point, tried to pull it off for you do Alliance. But sadly, they cannot make it because of how Boom just rushed in. Vampires, they got himself the high grounds before, but the moment the Blue Zone just happened to be closing on their side first, they're being forced to get away from there and just caught during their navigation. And even, you know what, that was a really tough one. I mean, that was one of the best ending. We had really tough battle between all these teams. But at the end of the day, it's down towards the points and the scores will be enough for them, especially the teams that are in the red zone that I worry most, which they are also one of the first few to be eliminated first. Yep. But I mean, like, Boom, definitely go Boom today. That's a crazy round for them. They got themselves 11 elimination. Even though they got themselves only 6 round points, this is Boom, Boom, Boom. Going at 17. But Void, who got himself chicken just now, got only 5. Udo Lions at 9. The rest of them at PBE. PBE, it is really a roller coaster ride. Both wildcard teams placing themselves at 15 and 16. One point difference between the first, second place, so close. RQ, they just lack in terms of chicken, but when it comes to elimination, Sam 9 actually have more in terms of overall. Both teams been playing a lot of matches, 17 for the top 3, which means they will not be playing the last day, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But SLD pushed down to 4th place, but they are the only team in top 5 that plays lesser games compared to the others, and Box the only one as well in this top 5 that actually got themselves no chicken on the first page. Like, Yummy is just crazy here today. This is the best of Yummy yet. We're gonna have to wait and see for the grand finals. I cannot wait for the grand finals, because it feels like the players are holding back. But Tony K, you give them just a tiny bit of info, he can put up so much pressure. You saw it just now. Flax deserving to be here. Razy as well. Yeah, Yummy, Razy, these guys have been crazy. But I mean, like, just now for Boom, I feel like the entire team should go up there, including Hexas. I mean, I lost faith entirely in them. Sorry to say that, but for the other teams, on the other hand, I'm looking at the top teams, right? The only one without chicken is still gonna be Box. So I'm waiting if they can close the day with a chicken at least. And that's the thing. We mentioned about the story of no chicken dinner. If you're up there, the top 5 without chicken, you are legends. You are GOAT, right? The greatest of all time. But in case of DVD, they're across 3 weeks with no chicken, but not up there. That's the biggest problem. If you get yourself entirely 3 weeks straight, Cloud, without any chicken, but you are in the top 5, that says something. What's not broken? The DBS? My head's still in pain right now thinking of how many DBS game changes so much the flow of PUBG Mobile esports as a whole. I'm like, you know what? Whatever works, guys. I mean, you want to say DBS used by non-pros or whatever, but if they can score a point, why not, right, Cloud? Use it before they nerf it, guys. Use it as much as you need to score that and get yourself those trophy before they nerf it. Would you still take a DBS if, I mean, if you get a DBS, but it's from airdrop? I mean, if you put it back in an airdrop, I don't know if people are still gonna use it or not, honestly, because it won't be as much as being spread around the map. But I don't know, man. Maybe it's time for new weapons now. I don't know. OP?
Yeah, not only new weapons, but new weapons that is
How about
OP.
make the crossbow OP?
Oh yeah.
How about making the crossbow happy? How about that? And making the crossbow OP and everybody wants to pick it up, but it's gonna be an airdrop, but it's really difficult to use. It'd be great.
Oh yeah, true enough, right? Like where
You can
did
shoot
the
2
crossbow
people
go?
at one time. Like yeah, crossbow.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to play crossbow. What do you mean? But crossbow, the plus point is gonna be there's no sound coming out from crossbow. That's the hardest part to point it out. But it's actually if you can master crossbow, it would be great. But I don't think that's the case here because you need to spray it out. Unless you're that confident with your headshot percentage, then go for it. Why not?
Well, yeah. Why not, right? I still remember back in like PMPL season 1, iShot still owes me till now a crossbow elimination till now, and they still haven't given it to me. So I'm still going to claim that for 9 shots, you know, just putting it out there. But well, when was the last time we saw a crossbow, right? It's non-existent now. Now that you mentioned it, yeah, where is crossbow? I don't remember it at all. Maybe it's totally removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it's but anyway.
Nobody wants to use crossbow. Cloud.
Yeah.
It's just too much. Like you imagine you have to shoot 2 angle with a crossbow, and you have to load it in, and you have to pull it, and then it's like pull the strings, and at the same time people are rushing towards you. That's really difficult, by the way.
Yeah, the reclock time is just insane. The good thing about having a crossbow back then is that it's a 1-hit knock, and it has no sound. That was the good thing. But of course, the reclock is way worse than even an AWM. So it's insane. It's like what you say, right? It's easily counterable. even if you put a crossbow in right now, I'm pretty
Unless-
sure no one's gonna use it.
Unless you can get like 200% headshot every single time you pull the bow, then go for it. Why not? Be some different species entirely in any battle royale game by doing that. Every time you open up fire, it's definitely gonna be a headshot. You only need like what? Then you only need 60 bullets to make it work. Make it double. Not even more than 120 bullets for that to finish off all the job by yourself. Because you only need 2 bullets, 1 knock and 1 finish off. That's it.
Yeah, I know, right? But yeah, I guess we can talk all day about the crossbow because it's now our imaginary friend, or imaginary enemy if it's used against you.
But yeah, I mean, like
anyway.
the show match, maybe we can use that.
True.
But, yeah, you were talking. But I just look at PBE. They are hot and cold. It feels like a first week again, Cloud. Once you got yourself a chicken, the next one you'll be the first one to go out here.
Oh, wow. Sounds like the curse. But the curse doesn't affect every other team though. But there are certain teams that have that. I mean, maybe sometimes it's about when you get the chicken dinner, you get super confident. And confidence is great, yeah, sure. But sometimes being overconfident is not good. So maybe that's the case. I mean, there's a lot of theories around it, right? Let's continue on with our theories as we head on to our final game today. Obviously, it's going to be Miramar. I'll see you there.
We're back in Miramar, but that's gonna be our last map of the day. We're halfway through for our final week here. 2 more days to go for the last few of the maps, and that's gonna be 12 more maps to go in within 2 days. Then we're done with our league. We're heading over to playoff. This is where whoever's not playing the last day have lesser map to play after the end of the week. For box, they are dropping early. We're cutting across in the center of a map, Picardo, and going down to Impala. But the circle, no, I mean, like, not so bizarre circle, except for the Impala ones, Cloud. We haven't seen so much on Chumasera or Voldemort, even Los Eagles so far.
Yeah, not at all. I hope that one of these rounds is at PMSL we get to see that, because we want to see how the best of the best teams actually play that kind of circle. I want to see the best of the best teams as well duke it out, and it's going to be inside El Pozo. So Boss Gaming, Bacon Time, long time enemies for a certain spot. We'll be seeing it this time.
I'm looking at El Pozo area right now. DX. That's another team. I think it's Bacon Time. Where are the other hot drops? We're looking over St. Martin possibly. But is it... we didn't even see the circle, Pops. Thanks.
It's on the right.
I didn't even get a glimpse of it. Okay. Bacon Time. I was looking. Maybe I was too tunnel vision to the side of St. Martin just now. But Bacon Time definitely wants to take away this certain compound with the axe. We mentioned around the side of El Pozo on the town of it. DX and Bacon Time, they're forcing the fight way too early. We talk about, do they have enough gears to defend themselves, even have utilities, since they got shot down half of the HP.
Yeah. I'm going to give them a name now. Frenemies. From Erangel to Miramar, you know, yeah, they let go at some point, but now they're coming back in again. You know, it's like I want to put it like a Malay proverb, but I don't know how to translate that. It's like cut water will not split. You know, I'm sure you know which one is that. Cut water will not split. It's like these two teams are water, and no matter how you cut them, like, they can't split. Like, they'll come back together at some
You
point.
can just put it up like you can't split the water. That's
Yeah. I was trying to direct translate it. I butchered it.
Okay, nice try, Cloud.
Yeah,
Oh,
thank
you
you.
butchered a lot of stuff there. I'm not gonna even deny it anymore. But on the side of the teams, right? I mean, like, yeah, they are frenemies, definitely. And speaking of frenemies, we have some teams, including DBD, when they're playing alongside with DX, they happen to have a bit of a skirmish when it was the mid stage of it, which can be 4th or 3rd stage early on. Sometimes even the 6th stage if they happen to be facing a bit late. I'm kind of if we got an interview, right, I do want to ask certain teams who are the teams that never actually they had skirmish before in all around of 3 weeks. Do you think there's any chance that some teams never fight against each other? Like example, Persija Evos never get to fight. What's the most sensible answer here? Persija Evos, do they ever fight PBE? Example.
That's a very unique one. Yeah, I'd like to hear that as well. Just to like, hey, how come you guys never meet, right? So, I'd like to hear that. Now I'm trying to think, right? If I were to put like one, okay, I'm probably going to be a little bit savage here. Team Secret with a lot of other teams.
I mean, maybe in the future you can put on database if the mods are watching here and even people from higher ups watching. Maybe you can put up database how many teams, how many times that these teams face against each other in a single map, and which are the teams that never face each other, or like just put out a database like this team fought this how many times in this map or something like that. That'd be cool. So we get to know how their mindset or their perspective, things like who are the teams that under the scope of certain teams. Example, Vampires always meeting up with Hill and Bacon time, because the times always kind of happen to have same sort of rotation and mindset, right? So we do know for a fact that they have been studying more these teams rather than the others, because they have been teaming and tracking down them since day one.
I'm going to put in another possibility, is that their drop spots are just very, very far, and it's similar with all the maps. Like, it just so happened to be that way or something like that. So that's why the possibility of meeting up each other is a lot lower. So yeah, just putting it out there, food for thought. But that's a great stat if we can get that maybe in the future. I mean, something for us to also discuss, right? Like, oh, okay, how come? And then we can come up with a lot more theories. You know what? If that really comes up like next season or something, you guys know where you heard it from.
Yeah. We should ask for royalties these days, huh?
Yeah. We wouldn't mind more money, though.
For the record, Cloud, we mentioned about the longest first blood. That was entering the third stage, which 1 minute over, was it? That's entering or before entering the third stage?
That was already in third stage.
Okay, so far we're heading into second stage and nothing yet. But are we breaking another record? And also, speaking of record holder, right? I want to see if there's any team can finish off 20 points for those eliminations, because we're so close of hitting those 20s. It's just 19 so far by Boom, and that's the only wave that we saw that going really insanely good, and then the rest was sort of an average of 15 eliminations or 14, or the most these days can be 12.
You have to remind me. That kicked in my OCD. I'm like, yeah, 19. Can't we round it up to 20? Can we get a 20? We almost got it. We got another 18, and then we got a 17, but we didn't get a 20. So yeah, thanks. Now I'm like, it's in my mind now. It's like, can someone please make it 20 just to be like, okay, we're done. We round up the number finally.
Yeah, but so much things we're expecting we not get. I don't know. I couldn't put a thing. I cannot close it up until we see the grand finals, because you saw how the team's playing. It feels like they're downplaying a lot of gameplay here. They're not showing off everything, because it's not how we saw them in this. You remember CEC? You didn't cast it. I don't know if you watched it, but I watched CEC, and it was really crazy. It's nowhere near this. When it comes to the sprint in the 3 days straight sort of a format, it's so different compared to League. These guys just going rampage. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, that's why some teams are really they have a trend, right? Some teams, and I'm talking about PUBG Mobile competitive as a whole, there are some teams who are comfortable playing like a 3-day thing. Some teams who do better in the long league thing. That really depends. So like a 3-day thing is like, okay, you're comfortable like, okay, just bursting it out and you get the outcome that you want. But for a long thing, that you gotta be prepared to, like, you know, your stamina and all that. So that's one. But on the flip side of it is that sometimes having a long league is that, oh, you get to warm up, you get to learn other teams, you get to do the
How?
NURP prank, so to speak. And that's why it's beneficial to some teams, depending on their mindset.
Okay, the problem is right now, how did the circle ended up on top of Impala of all the places? It was way too far off from our initial first circle, and it's just so such a hot shift, extremely on the right side all day long, and it's just way off from the center, and ended up on top of Impala again. We had this before. Back to the side of the teams here, this is definitely going to drive them insane because of how the transition is going to be tough and challenging for them due to the unpredictability, including now Newsy knocked down by the sort of GE West. Just finish it at 1 go. That was a clean one from GE.
Well, that also means that we won't see a new record now. So, yeah, nothing for that. Maybe the 20 mark is still in play, but I'm liking this circle though. It's going to be Impala. We talked about this previously, but let's see how these teams manage it, as Damn Good almost getting Yummy, but luckily Yummy managed to get into the building, so he's okay. I mean, Boom Esports, not the player they want to lose, but hell, oh no, the other side surprising Boom.
Now Boom again caught off guard. Hexas and Yummy still alive. There's one more player. I'm not sure if that's Razy or not, but on the side of GE, they are trying to have they pick for any pick-off. Right now, Boom taken by Mika from afar. This is a very long shot and long spray. Trying to finish on Haxar. Gig Slate taking the advantage of those elevations, and Hill closing in. A lot of work done by the side of Gig Slate, but the effort will go down the drain if Hill happen to get those eliminations.
Or maybe Gig even. Now that Gig is really sandwiching together with Hill onto Boom, but Hill spots out Gig, so they know that someone's the other side. As long as they don't overexpose themselves by the windows, they'll be okay. But I'm wondering if GE can actually see through from that distance. Maybe a tiny bit, but not that clear. But definitely for these three teams, man, it's gonna be all clear for them as long as anyone shows themselves.
On the side of Hill, on the other hand, they kind of cornered due to they don't have those high grounds. Gig, I just hope they got themselves the circle for the next few ones, because if not, they're gonna have to jump down a very steep cliff there. It's gonna be really challenging, tough for them to get out from this kerfuffle. Vampires, on the other hand, going to us against Boom, taking a straight head on fight, but here on the back end, Boom feels like they are being sandwiched and hammed between two different angles, while Gig Slate is just up there. GE taking those elevations to work. Kid, I'm not sure where are the rest of Team Secret. It's supposed to be like 3 of them, 2 of them more, but this is going to be a tough circle. The last time I saw exactly the circle as it is was in Season 1 of PMPLMY.
I'm liking this circle. I've been asking for it for a long time and finally got it, so I'm a happy boy now. And this circle, of course, it has multiple terrains. It goes like down, 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 and it kind of evens up at some point. But then again, this circle is really, really challenging. It can be by the edge of the beach, it can go back up, and it's multiple terrains that the teams need to deal with. But speaking about teams, hello Void, welcome to town.
Now they are crashing into the side as well, but Gig Slate, they're definitely lucky enough to get themselves in the high grounds, but we haven't got a clue about the entirety of the sitting of the teams when it comes to this circle yet. Sam9 keeping an eye to his RRQ, a dangerous game that Sam9 is playing. But CJ Evos is shooting from across all the way downtown, while DBD visit by TS, who lost their member early on, now trying to flash out the entirety of DBD. Now DBD, show us that you can go for CQC.
Okay, let's go. As Team Secret has 3 players inside of this compound together with DBD. Let's see if they can pull off a clutch or pull off a win against Team Secret. Now Nate from Kid, he's crawling into the building, but now he exposed himself, but then Nate beautifully tossed by Kid, taking out Jamie OP.
And DBD, they have the numbers before. Now it's going to be 3v3 again. We do have DS closing in the distance from the backline. Vampires taking on Box on a different angle entirely. But here comes Team Secret as a 4. They have 3. They already secures 1. But DBD, they cannot afford to lose this anymore. They have to fight back. And they are trading for 1 more. Echo bleeding out and burning on those mollies. But there's going to be 2-1 trade for now. Team Secret is winning by 6. just shooting from behind.
Nicely done by Ziggs, and now on the outside of the door, Ziggs managed to get a second knockdown. Now Team Secret, only one left, but looks like they're done. And Team Secret lost the fight against DBD. Well, good news for DBD, they managed to defend the compound, but for Team Secret, another round with only 2 points.
This is but never mind. Speaking of DBD, DX definitely nearby, right? It's always like that, but Lamborghini got greeted straight away on the ground with that spray coming out from the side of Void, entirely different angle. And DBD, they saw those coming up on the side of DX. Lucky enough for DBD, Hill and Void shooting to the side of DX first because they just crashed in and definitely being spotted out for the position. Vampire still taking on GE, but on the side of DX, they need to wrap things up really fast. If not, they'll be going down because 3 teams are eyeing out for this blood under the name of DX.
Well, indirectly, 2 teams kind of helped DBD there, so DBD say thank you to the 2 teams. And now they're not done yet though. Now Hill Esports, beautiful knockdown by Keenan onto Frankie from the other side. And Keenan will be happy to take that point.
Very crowded indeed, coming out from southwest of the circle, and Udo Alliance are actually playing it very smart. They come out from south all the way. Nobody actually come out from the shoreline or around the sea area. For the side of Bacon, DX Hill, everyone there is right on the southwest side. This is going to be really a tough one. Extremely tough with that nade drop. Eyes dropping a Kirby to a side of Ravens from the back line. We still have 15 teams, but it's super crowding already. 50% of water, 50% of land, and Eyes with that 50-50 chance got himself another score.
Ooh, okay. Can he get it? Can he get more out of this? But T-Duke, to consider that he's all alone on the outside circle, he'll take a chill pill for now. Or Bacon Time, they have the numbers though. They can still go in to finish him off, but looks like it's not going to be worth it for them as their position is not that great. So they'll rather focus on the rotation.
PvE playing at the ledges against Bacon Time. This is a quite risky game for Bacon. They're splitting too far amongst each other, 2-4-2. But Bacon, these are the teams at the back line that have to buy time for the rest of them to make it in the zone. A bit of a dangerous game, but well worth it. They make sure that PB will stay in the blue a bit longer, while Gate keep them back when they reach out in the safe zone. But on the side of Hill, there's going to be a lot of a Thanksgiving Day for them since so many teams in their crosshair. And just easily takes it away from afar.
Oh, ooh, wow. Where did it come from? Oh, it's from Void. Okay, nicely done by Void. Early on, they kind of helped DBD, but now DBD will be eaten alive by Hill Esports. But Void, okay, coming from behind, they're going to take that advantage. That knockdown on the Tiger. Tiger managed to reset, gets Nova by time for their teammates to fully reset before Void comes in any closer.
Now Hill Flash respawn with Lapa knockdown. Alva next for the target. Void, you reap what you sow, but still have a tree. They can revive their teammate here if they can get in touch. But Maxa got finished off by touch just now straight away. Double knock so far down to Alva to make the call here. Not great for the side of Point. They are in the pits and they're being crowded and being cornered everywhere possible. Bacon Time, Hill. There's also coming from Gigs late above them. Where to pick and where to hide, nowhere to run.
Where they gonna go from here, right? So it's gonna be hard. Okay. Now we move over to another team now. PBE versus Udo Alliance. There's gonna be a tough terrain. Just look at the slope there. Udo Alliance, they got an advantage against PBE. Still a full squad, but they don't have the visual onto PBE. That's the only thing. And this comes somewhat by the edge of the circle as well. PBE will be looking to bail this.
Can they make it in time? Because they were being stalled by another team before and now barely making it in. And they just squeeze in, but Udo Alliance will stop them from pushing forward. They cannot advance unless they take the challenge against Udo Alliance. Look, tossing out those nades. Your throwables will be utilized at the max here. Coming up from south, PBE thought there would be nobody here, but Udo Alliance parked in first, and the circle happens to be shrinking in. We'll be on the south or we'll be on the north. We'll have to wait and see one more. We're going with the DBS, but it's not working out with M416. This time, the Rifles winning over those DBS.
And look at that, Chuchu. We still have 50% of water in this circle. Everyone from the left side, whether you're in the town, whether you're in the high ground, you need to come down, you need to move, and that's where they will all fight with each other.
Still 15 teams in here.
Well, now we see the movement here by Hill Esports. Okay, passing by so many teams. Can they survive this? So far, so good. Okay, holding on to their breath. And again, in the circle, they're A-okay. But RRQ's waiting for them. There's other teams there. Oh no, they're not safe yet. Where are they gonna hide right now? RRQ can come in. Hill Esports, very, very close by with RRQ.
Hill just sharing the same place here. RRQ in jeopardy. We talk about Hill's top to push. They don't care. But they spotted out. And the Packer almost clipped entirely on that. But Tiger actually spawned. Here comes Sky knocked down. This is not great. As Hill losing men more, they can actually tank so far. They cannot stand this firepower from two different teams, which is one long fight coming from the Udo Alliance taking advantage of what's happening. RRQ not being spared either by Udo Alliance. Now they want to take away those eliminations, but there's a bit too late now as Hill got finished off by Udo Alliance from afar. But for RRQ, they're stuck in the corner. Udo Alliance, they make the right call coming out from the southern part, but PBE managed to squeeze in still.
Ooh, yes, PBE. Somehow they managed to get away from Udo Alliance early on. They still survive. Voin. Ah, man, you just talked about like chicken dinner. The next round don't really do it. And looks like the curse has landed upon Voin.
Shamil and the rest of Udo Alliance trying to give as much pressure on that side, but the one that actually struggling to be alive is going to be this side, southwest. Vampires trying to take out on GE. Is that the last moment? No, they still have a tree. They're quite separated for the side of GE right now, just in between those streets, but they need help. Zion managed to clip down on Schweppes, and he's bailing out. He heard those audio cue running towards his side. He's already pre-cut himself one hit. Here comes the rest of GE trying to give help. Will be a bit too late. Tony K managed to clip on one that, but Gig on vacant time. Never mind. GE managed to take on Vampires, and that's it. GE made it.
But GE lost 2 players, unfortunately. But still, it's going to be 4 points. And they made it against a big team. And they're in the circle with a compound. But the next challenge will come upon them soon. Gig Slate still has part of the circle. They'll be gatekeeping Bacon Time.
There's no way out for Bacon Time. And the Blues are closing in way too much. All he needs to do is just healing himself up. There's such a huge hike here, including D-Duck as well. Bacon Time got finished off by Gig. Damn good. Don't want them to deny this point, but there's one player of D-Axe here, and it's going to be T-Duck. He's trying to play with time, but damn good is so damn good.
Yes, what a position he's in to collect those points, but next he will need to move, so he won't get this prime position anymore. And Boom Esports will be waiting below them. Boom Esports, they'll be taking the time because they know that Gig Slate is above them.
What I'm looking at right now are the teams way far. Yeah, it looks very close, yes, for the circle, but they have to have a hike here. That's gonna be a tough one.
Okay, let's see who's. It's gonna be tougher for who. It's definitely gonna be tougher for Boom because they're right below Gig. But Gig, a lot of teams can look onto this high ground. So anyway, either way it's tough. Either way it's tough. But Boom still can slide into the circle. We can see them going slowly in it.
On the side of Gig, they have no reason to leave as fast as they need, but the moment they need to, they have to climb back and fall back entirely because the circle is just behind them. Side of 7-9 can't even peek. GE just breathing behind their necks. Dap spotted out left, right, center. He has no clue where the shot's coming out from. There's always somebody there. Boom taking on GE as well. A clear shot from Damn Good. And Boom, Yummy May taking on GE as well. It's going to be double team down to a side of GE. They're being eliminated, but Damn Good getting those 5 eliminations. Can he break the record here today?
Yeah, looking forward to a new record-breaking stat at least. But he has to go through Boom first. But on the other side, we got Boss Gaming and Sam9. Nicely nailed down by Sam9. Capone is asking for help now. Winnie, can he pull off a win here against Putra just right in front of him?
Oh, he hit the audio cue. Putra trying to confuse him. Here comes the and there you go, Winnie. And there's gonna be Lung finish off straight away. Procedure Evils, here they go. Do you want to go in? This is the right time. Just go for those housekeeping team. But Procedure Evils, they pull back because the Blues starts to kick in now.
Oh yeah, not much space for them to play with. If only they have that, they'll definitely go for it on the Sem9. And this fight is a must-have because the team that wins the fight can cross the road after that. If not, it's going to be hard anyway. Now Sem9, they know that's the same situation for them. So Pasija, Evo, Sem9, this fight will happen now. Let's see who wins.
Luxy staying loyal to those shotguns, even though it's running low on ammunition. Now swap back to the rifles. They have to force themselves to take up the fight, but which angle they want to approach? Will be Dap kicking them out first. Red Face is right across him. PBE take on Gigsley, but looking at Procedure Evolves. They spotted out Putra, almost got clipped entirely, spotted out Dap, and it's gonna be last tick of health. 1% HP is close enough, but Procedure Evolves, no! Red Face got an entry just now, close enough, but Lux is still on the ground. He's going out for the flank. Red Face got caught. Prime Putra fight back. Sem9 going back. Bouncing stronger. 1-2-1 trade down to Zuxi. And the shotguns to make the call. Close.
Oh, but it was Loong there at the end. One of the top eliminators for Sem9 managed to be the hero and save their teammates. That is a great move there from Loong. But we got two players from Euro Lines in the water taking a dip. And now we go back up to the high grounds and Gig Slate is still in this with Damn Good still alive, meaning that there's still a possibility for him to break the record, holding 5 eliminations now.
Stuxnet being charged from Kenny. Got a straight line of sight, a clean spray coming from the Kenny afar. Got finished off straight away, but Damn Good managed to take some covers. Kenny with one structure in between. And this is pushing down the cars.
Okay.
I don't think you can drive. Can you actually drive
okay.
down there?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think they were trying to move the vehicle, but the vehicle kind of slid down, so wasn't in their plan. Okay. We're seeing some new stuff here at least. But for RQ, how? Wait a second. They've been here for the longest time and unchallenged.
Good entertainment value. There you go. Gig Slate on the side of Boom. Stuck in a shack, but Damn Good always got a good set of eyes. He got 5 eliminations out of the 8 for now. I'm waiting if he can break the record of 10 or even match up to that. Yummy, here's the main fragger for the side of Boom. Can he fire back on Gig Slate? Even though they got 2 men, Yudu Lion is just going to keep it low for now. They don't have a care in the world. They're just going to stay down there for a bit while waiting for the other guy struggling in the blue zone, but Playzone knocks down on Damn Good. This is not great. He's pulling back, but that being spotted out by Salin. Now everything's on Salin's shoulder. Can he clutch for the team? But Dap got finished off. That's going to be the end of Sem9. Yudu Lion's taking a bit of a dip. We're down to 3 teams in an instant.
Well, look at RQ's position. And with a 4-man team, they are in a good one. They have control over the circle, and the circle still has like 40% of water. With RQ in this current position, majority of the circle is being controlled by them, but because of that as well, they want to go up against another team that has control of the circle. That's going to be Boom Esports.
Yummy May and Hexos. I have to say, when it comes to the last critical time, Hexos is the man that you want to go to, because Yummy, he's a good fragger, but he needs a good support. And the Hexos can actually play and deliver well. But this is the entirety of RQ we talk about versus the 3 members of Boom. Where is Yudo Lion still taking a bit of a dip? But RQ on the other hand, they're splitting themselves quite far forward just to get themselves a bit of a cover. But Boone approaching in as well. But Yudo Lions managed to dock themselves at the corner. They just tuck in there. And they got quite a few down there. Even got themselves a shack. Spotted out Voldemort. Yudo Lions, will the Blues close on their side first?
Whew, okay, looks like it will. They're just by the blue. Let's see how far they can go from here. They still have full squad, so they can kind of surprise RQ or the other team, Boom Esports. So both teams still need to keep an eye on to Euro Alliance.
Asa managed to reset himself, but Yummy got spotted out by Nampako. Here comes the sprays from RQ. Too much on the side of a Yummy. Down to Razy. Boom. And a Razy and Exile. We saw that before. They can pull it off between these 2 players. They still can do it, but it's all down to who make the first move, who make the first contact. Will Yudu Alliance versus RQ first, or will Boom be the target down to all these 2 teams? The Pekka spot out Yudu Alliance, they start to spray. Boom still saying quietly. The Pekka trying to spray them down, but there's smoke, there's structures in between those vehicles. It's almost impossible task for him to spray by himself, but giving a bit of a pressure, adding the molly in it.
Yeah, he only has mollies, no nades. He only has a nade, then there'll be a perfect scenario for them. Asa has one, he tosses it out onto Euro Alliance, but not knocking anyone just yet. Kenny, super duper low, need to find space to reset himself. He has a vehicle to be a barricade now, but we are at stage 8. We're gonna go to stage 9 soon, ladies and gentlemen. Boom Esports is still in this.
Holding us to do within those structures of only vegetations hanging on their life. It's going to be Boom with 2 players eyeing out, spotted out by the side of Udo Alliance, and a Paco as well. Oh boy, Boom attracted to either of the team with a full squad. Now Udo Alliance got 1 knocked down, but RQ wants to go for the rush. Here comes the Paco. He goes in those vehicles. They try to confuse him as well, but Boom Razy decided, you know what, I don't care. I need to fight. And he's fight with those splat. More getting on Kenny, and Razy just placed himself down there because this is the most steep cliff there is. But Razy finished off by Udo Alliance, got themselves a 7 for now. But on the side of RQ, showing no sign of stopping. It's going to be 3v4, and RQ got those elevations.
And now Udo Alliance going up against the odds of RQ, but the Pico dropped to the zone. And with that, they even up the odds. Now 3v3, but RQ, they're at the high ground. Now they're moving in outside more than the forefront. Now shots being fired. And they look into the defense ground. Shamil gets more and more. Looks like Udo Alliance might have a chance, but RQ, they won't go down without a fight.
RQ more actually, that's a good crash. It was calculated perfectly well coming from RQ, but did they calculate flags? OP nade. Is it too long? Is it too far? He denied the points. And they look, they finish off by Flax instead. And what we're trying to search for him in those smoke, but Flax, he needs to clutch 1v2. He finished off Voldemort from the side. He got himself a ghillie suit, yes, but how much longer? Seeing his spots are on the ghillie suit. Mott trying to find out Flax, the last player of Udo Lies. 2v1. If they spread it out and picking out to get on a different angle, crossfire is going to be the end of Udo Lies. But Flax, can he outplay them?
They don't know. Oh, they almost don't know, but now Flax, he's got another angle. Can he pull off a clutch here? 1v2. Flax, just a lot for him to handle, but that is it. No! Winner chicken dinner for Udo Alliance, but it's given to RRQ.
You're fighting and grinding the heck out of it. You saw how they screamed just now. Finally closing off the game for RRQ. And now we do have one Indonesian team flying the flag of the weekend. We got one before. But RRQ finally back here with a very strong performance. And I have to say, that was a good one. That was a really clean run, even though it was really rough due to the circle itself. But man, good one.
Good one indeed, and good one for Nepeko. One of the top eliminators for RRQ. 4 eliminations, 905 damage. He's not slowing down for sure. And Nepeko, man, so good this time around. And what a good play there by RRQ. They came down for the high ground. Udo Alliance, gotta give it to them as well. They held on to a 2nd place finish. In fact, almost getting that chicken dinner because of the movement from Kenny. He opens up the right side. If he kept inside the lower ground, that is almost 0% for him to win. But because he opens up the right side, he still gave himself some hope. But at the end of the day, the rest is history. It's still going to be RRQ anyway.
Yeah, for the side of Udo Alliance, they were smart, getting themselves on top of Impala, realizing that, you know what, nobody coming up from south. Then PBE realized they should do the same, but they got caught a bit later because Udo Alliance were there first. But for RRQ, they grind the heck out of it. They didn't even have enough utilities if you compare with the others. They were shooting all the way till the end. And Udo Alliance and RRQ both have very good team play because both of them having a full squad, one of the longest time for both teams. Usually it's gonna be 3v4. It's so hard for us to see 4v4v4, but we had that before. But this time, like, insane outcome. But boom, they started off with a 3 quite early on, but still lasted long enough.
Well, I just like to point out that in the top 4 teams to watch, no Thai teams this time. The Spiders having 3 Thai teams in today's grouping matchup. So it's a little bit of a change there. It's a refreshing change indeed. And so it's also a refreshing change that DBD defended their ground, winning a fight against Team Secret.
Yep, especially a close quarter combat. When it comes to CQC, it's so hard to see DBD winning, and they won it anyway. And it's a good one. I mean, like, that's a progress, but I just hope it's not too slow now. For this terrain, I mean, like, this is a rough one because the hardship on the 4th stage or the 3rd stage just now was really unpredictable. You saw how shocking it was when it pulled down to Impala all the way, and we saw it was around the center at first. That was way off what you can predict. And most of the teams were panicking when they tried to navigate themselves into that. You saw how heavily they fire. All this highlight, we're looking at southwest and all the west side. Still VM.
Yeah, because naturally that's where all the teams will come from. But it was a good entertainment this time because of that high ground, right? Geek Slate almost getting a lot more. But at the end of the day, just looking at the final moment, Kenny bought so much time, even though by himself. So it was a good try there by Kenny. He really didn't give up there. That's why you can see the celebrations from RRQ. They're like, so relieved with that. We're getting that chicken dinner because it wasn't an easy one for them at the end.
I'm loving how RRQ plays himself at 20 points for now. Didn't break any record for the day, but you have to give it to damn good. He clutched the hacker of Gig Fam. Out of 8 elimination, 5 by himself. You do Alliance, they scored themselves evenly. I think there's a bit more on the side of Flex OP, I think. And also Kenny, 14 points for side of Yudu Alliance. At least nobody going empty-handed for this last map. Nobody has scored a 0. But Cloud, you have to remember the finest part when the vehicle was sliding down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was like.
Oh yeah, we don't see that much, right? Yeah, and that's the fun part about having this sort of circle in Impala circle. So you know why I want this kind of circle, right? We get what we wanted. But okay, so that also means that Box Gaming is still up there, top 5, nice, but no chicken dinner.
Yep. But at the same time, you're looking at which team is the most aggressive. Because I do want to point out Semna and Araki actually the one that actually gathered the most elimination compared to the others. While for the point side, you cannot. I did mention multiple times about RRQ when it comes to their duo pair or their pairings with a 2-2 formation. It has been working very well, but they play 18 matches for the top 4 teams. Now they have only one more day to go for the teams that actually finish off 18 games here today, including Bacon Time, DBD, UD Alliance, and PBE. I mean, tomorrow they will not be having Group E, so for Group D, that's gonna be the last push.
Yeah, and Mela, obviously today FaZe Clan wasn't playing, so he can't move his number 99 there. But tomorrow they'll be playing, so very likely we'll see that move. It's still going to be the same players again. We still got Rosemary there, despite Alter Ego not playing. Tony K, he played today, so he would have added his numbers. And yeah, I'm still waiting for the time that if we get a surprise, if another player actually overtakes them.
For the near future, for assists is a bit more difficult compared to those frags. So honestly speaking, I did the frags quite closely enough. I think somewhere there it's going to be another player, just 1 point different, but around the 90 still. Coming back to our last map just now, I mean, like, there was a really unpredictable circle coming from Mirama, a really tough one, extremely tough to call it out. But when it comes to the entire week of week 3 so far, we do see the rise and fall of the team, including GE. But GE, they got a bit of a comeback. They do love Mirama more than Irango.
Yes, and I believe it's also partly because they dropped somewhere around there, if I'm not mistaken. I need to check my notes again. But yeah, it is the best round from GE today. The best showing. Very happy to see that. It's just a matter of can they continue to be consistent, because GE, they are in the elimination zone. So yeah, looking at you guys, GE, because they are bringing the wildcard flag there. We're going to see more wildcard teams in the grand final. Hopefully the both of them. But games are running out now. We only have the last 2 days, and with a particular group, it's going to be the last day for them.
Oh boy, I'm still looking at over the group right now. Group E will not be there tomorrow, which could be Boom Esport, Bacon Time, Box Gaming, and PBE. PBE do have to push way up here when it comes to tomorrow, the last day. But I just hope for PBE, tomorrow's break will not break their momentum for the last day though.
Oh yeah, good point. Or was it the break that they needed, because their last round wasn't that great? I mean, they started out okay, but then as the games goes by, then they'll be like, and then they're like, okay, we can't wait for the break right now so that we can, get back to the drawing board, be prepared for the final day. And since they will be playing the final day, at least there are certain things that they can still control. So yeah, it's not about waiting for it and hoping for other teams to actually drop below them. But after this choo-choo, as usual, looks like we're gonna get an interview. Who do you think it will be?
At this point, I don't mind. I don't mind from RIQ, honestly speaking.
Oh yeah. I think RRQ, if we want something different, that is like, let's see here. No chicken dinner, box. Yeah, maybe box as well. That would be a good one.
It would be a great one.
Yeah.
Because box is also at the edge of. I feel like they will get into the playoff because even though they placed themselves 17 due to the bonus point, but based on this week's performance, I have a feeling they definitely will end up in the top 16 here.
Yeah, it is looking very, very good for Box Gaming. So maybe from them, we have never heard from DBD. So DBD will be one of the other ones that we want to hear from. So we'll at least hear how they sound like, right? Because of that. If we were to pick another one, then it'll probably be... You know what? I would also, if I were to put in a mix, I would also want to hear from Team Secret.
I agree.
Yeah.
But it's going to be devastating for us to ask the player. It feels a bit unethical there. Like, why are you like this? Like, why are you running? Why are you like this? Well, how are we supposed to ask the question so the players won't get hurt, right? Because they definitely devastated right now. They nowhere near up there. Team Secret already in the bottom. I mean, in overall rankings, week number 3, I feel like they're still down there as well. So how to make it work for them?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question mark, right? So, I mean, how to ask the question? Well, that's going to be up to Tash at the end of the day. It's like, we want to know. So, Tash, you do your thingy over there. Yeah, we're passing the baton on to Tash really soon. So, yeah. But so far, we're still waiting for the cue from production of who's it going to be. You have a thought?
I mean, like right now, I'm thinking about if you compare with week 1 and week 2. So far, week 1 got ourselves the most point coming from number 1, which was 216 for number 1 spot, and then it goes down a bit where he'll just 2 points away from the first spot. Like if you compare with week 1, week 2, right, 214. But feels like week 3 is tougher because the point is not as much.
Okay, so let's hear it from those who's going to explain that. Head on to Tash. Let's go.
Alright guys, to the interview area, I have 2 teams here now, VPE as well as our secondary team here, which is going to be really exciting. I'm going to talk to VPE first, and with me I have Sir Tani, the coach for the team. And for today, Sir Tani, congratulations on getting the chicken dinner for match 1 today. And during today's matches, you clutched with Voin in match number 1 and 2, and in match 2 you were eliminated by them. Do you have anything to say to them, honestly? Because you guys have been like, brawling with them throughout the entire day.
ก่อนอื่นเลยขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะวันนี้ที่ได้ชิคเก้นดินเนอร์ไปแล้วก็ทางทีมของเราอะค่ะวันนี้เราได้ปะทะกับทางวอยทั้งแมตช์1แล้วก็แมตช์2แต่ในแมตช์ที่2เนี่ยเหมือนโดนทางทีมเขาอะกำจัดเราอยากจะพูดอะไรถึงเขาไหมคะ
ครับก็เอาจริงก็ไม่ได้จะพูดอะไรมากเพราะว่ามันกีฬามันมีแพ้มีชนะอยู่แล้วครับสุดท้ายมันก็ขึ้นอยู่กับจังหวะหน้างานตรงนั้นว่าเขาหรือว่าเราทีมไหนทำได้ดีกว่ากันครับมันเป็นเรื่องปกติอยู่แล้วครับผมก็ธรรมดาครับ
He says it's normal in the game. Sometimes we have lose, we can win. It depends on the timings of that time.
Aww, see, they're right there, and I was hoping for, for some fighting words, but look at his face. Guys, you cannot expect this face to give something toxic. I mean, let's be real. I'm so sorry, Sir Tani. It is how it is. So let's talk about coincidences. You guys always seem to meet with each other, and you guys are so close in the current rankings. Is there a reason for that?
เรารู้สึกว่าเหมือนกับว่าทางเราอะค่ะดูสนิทสนมกับทางวินมากเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมี
sorry basically you guys are always meeting each other and you guys are so close in the rankings. Is there a reason why you guys are always meeting?
เหมือนกับว่าทางของเราอะค่ะดูสนิทสนมกันมากเลยอย่างเงี้ยเรามีอะไรจะพูดไหมคะ
So meeting in the game, right? It's a yeah, we have to talk each other. Okay, I like you, you like us, so that's why we meet in the game.
Aww.
Just kidding. ก็มันเป็นไทมิ่งในเกมครับก็ไม่ได้แบบจะแบบว่าเฮ้ยเราจะไปหาเขาหรือว่าเขาจะต้องจะเล่นเราอะไรแบบนี้มันก็ขึ้นอยู่กับไทมิ่งในเกมจังหวะในเกมมากกว่าอะไรแบบนี้ครับผม
Yeah, it depends on the timings again.
It's the timing again.
Yeah.
It just so happens that your rotations are very similar, and I'm really liking that fact because it shows that you guys have similar thinking in terms of your strats. Now we can see that in the 3 weeks of the league so far, your performance wasn't really as consistent as we saw in the previous leagues, and you guys did well in week 1, but not so much in week number 2. But can you tell me, like, this week is overall so good? What is the biggest obstacle that you are facing so far during this tournament?
ดูเหมือนว่า 2-3 สัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมาค่ะในเกมเรายังไม่ค่อยนิ่งเท่าไหร่อะไรคือปัญหาสำคัญในการเล่นของเราค่ะ
ครับก็จริงๆแล้วในวีคแรกครับเราก็เล่นแบบว่าเป็นตัวของตัวเองเป็นแผนการเล่นของรูปแบบเราเองแต่ว่าพอเป็นวีค2เราปรับเปลี่ยนตามจังหวะทัมมิ่งดูมีการเปลี่ยนเพลเยอร์นู่นนั่นเพื่อลองอะไรให้มันแบบว่าใหม่ๆนะครับจนวีคนี้ที่เราเล่นได้แบบโอเคขึ้นมาก็เพราะว่าเราได้เล่นกลับไปเล่นในสิ่งที่เราถนัดอยู่แล้วแล้วก็เป็นแผนรูปแบบการเล่นของเราครับผม
For the first week, he play as his style, but for the second weeks, they play like they have adapt for some part that they think like they might try the new things, maybe it's better. But for the third week, in this week, they throw back to the first week again, so that's why they better.
All right, that's what they said. Even if it's not broken, why change it, right? I'm really liking the fact that you guys are changing back here. Thank you so much, Sir Tani, for that interview. Now let's talk a bit with Voin. I feel like Voin is always like, I feel like they're always brawling with other teams. Every time it's getting to the top spot, Voin will be stealing all those chickens. And with me right now, I have Kenan as well as Jangs, if you guys didn't know. And so, firstly, congratulations, guys. Match number 5, Chicken Dinner, very nicely done. And during the final standoff against Boom, well, you had a 2 versus 4 situation. Could you share with us what happened and what is the communication in the team during that time?
Jadi dia tanya, match kelima kita lawan nama Boom, terus situasinya 2 lawan 4. Di saat itu apakah yang kalian pikir dan gimana cara komunikasi kalian gitu ketika menghadapi situasi itu?
Kalau di kondisi itu confident kita udah tinggi banget dan kita udah yakin banget itu bisa dapat chicken. Ya musuhnya sisa 2, mereka habis berantem di kiri, berantem habis, rame lah di kiri karena kita tahu mereka sisa 2 juga. Ya kita pede banget lah buat nge-clear mereka dan udah pede 90% chicken di kondisi itu.
So they were actually like pretty confident that they're gonna get a chicken dinner. It's because of they already know the information that Boom is already left 2%. It's because of they already fighting on the left side. So there's a lot of team on the left side, including VPA as well. So they are pretty confident and they already talk to each other about like we already have 90% of chicken dinner. So let's get it done.
Really liking the communication coming through as well as the 300 IQ outplays, if you put it that way. Now, I mean, like when you guys talk about your team, you guys also always are running into Boom Esports here, and because you guys are so close in the current rankings, do you think that which team among you guys do you think is better, Boom or you guys? I mean, like I know that you guys will be like biased to yourselves, but like, what do you think of Boom?
Jadi dari segi rotasi sama ranking juga kita sama Boom itu dekat-dekatan. Jadi antara kalau dibandingin Boom sama kalian menang siapa?
Kalau aku pikir kita cuma kalah hoki doang di PMPL ID sama Boom. Ya menurutku kita jauh lebih baik daripada Boom.
Oh, I understood that, but you know, feel free to translate.
Okay, so basically what he's trying to say is actually on PMPL ID they only lost because of luck. So they think that Boom ID won the PMPL ID is because of luck, and they cannot actually think that they are better than Boom Esport.
Ooh, look at Tani, just like, wow, I'm just enjoying the heat here. Thank you, Tani, for that. So let's talk a little bit about your performance in the last 3 weeks here. I mean, it's not really consistent, but you guys did well on week 1, not so great on week 2. I think it's very similar to VPE as well. Would you say that your condition coming back into this week, what was the biggest problems you faced on week 3?
Yeah, as like Tani said, we love each other. We always be with each other. So whenever they're not doing so good, we also feel okay, it's okay, we're just gonna not doing so fun. Alright, so basically that's from my side.
Alright.
So let's hear from Kenan. Dia ngerasa kenapa week 1 kita main bagus, 2 jelek, 3 udah mulai bagus sama kayak VPE gitu. Jadi menurutmu tanggapanmu gimana?
Ya kalau namanya bestie mungkin kayak gitu. Kalau yang satu sakit, bestinya ikut gitu. Ya jadi kalau pas bestinya naik naik juga bestinya 1. Memang kelihatannya kayak perang terus, cuman ya kita nganggapnya bestie lah, sering ketemu.
So from Kenan actually said that it's because of best friend. So whenever our best friend sick, we also will always follow our best friend. So we're gonna get sick as well. So whenever they are good, we're also gonna be good. Yeah, it's because of no matter what, no matter how much we fight with each other, but we still as a bestie.
Katani's just losing it over there. Okay, so let's talk about my final question to you guys is, do you have anything you want to say to your supporters? You know what? Let's change that. Do you have anything you want to say to your bestie VPE?
Jadi dia tanya ada yang mau ngomong sama bestie kamu nggak?
Tetap jadi bestie aja sampai akhir.
Oh, see, you guys had like basically he said I would translate it. He said we're gonna be besties forever. Yeah, there we go. I just want to say one thing first before we end. Can you guys hug it out? Can you guys hug it out? Oh, that's what we like. Because Voin, he was like, no, we're better than Boom Esports. But yeah, besties with VPE. I'm loving the drama for today. Speaking of that, that's be the end of today. Thank you so much, VPE, as well as Voin, for this awesome interview. And tomorrow, more PMSL SEA Spring 2023. Gonna toss it back over to casters. Good night, everyone.
I don't know why. I get blushed for that. You can feel the shyness coming up from Keenan. It's like bromance going on. It's like, I need to say something deep from my heart. I'm like, okay. And Tani, you don't need a translator. He speaks good English. What do you mean? He's one of the best people for you to interview, by the way.
Yeah, we can see a lot of personality there, and I really like the fact that if I were to like storyline, it's like the enemy of your enemy is my friend. So that's why they're like. That's why like Void and Vampire, they're like, shaking hands, like, okay, they're friends. But you know what? We're gonna go say hi to our other friends, and we're gonna say goodbye to our friends in the live stream for now. So that is it for us. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo. Remember, tomorrow some teams may be eliminated, so you don't want to miss this. See you guys tomorrow in the PMSL. Bye!